The house was locked, but in towns with a lot of seasonal residents, cops get good at finding a way inside. They checked all the usual spots for a spare key. It was Jackie who found it, hanging on a small hook tucked behind a kitchen shutter. It fit the back door? "Reverend Coggins," Linda called, leaning in. "It's the police." "Are you home, Reverend?" Silence. They stepped inside. The downstairs was tidy and in order, but it gave Linda a deep sense of unease. She tried to chalk it up to being an uninvited guest in a stranger's home, a minister's home at that. Jackie headed upstairs. "Reverend Coggins, Police Department. If you're here, please let us know." Linda waited at the bottom of the staircase, looking up. The whole house felt off, somehow. It reminded her of Janelle, trembling violently during her seizure. That had felt profoundly wrong, too. A strange, cold certainty settled over her. If Janelle were standing here right now, she'd have another fit. Absolutely, and she'd start babbling about strange things again. Halloween and the Great Pumpkin, for all Linda knew. The stairs were perfectly ordinary, but she had no desire to climb them. She just wanted Jackie to announce the place was empty so they could move on to the radio station. But when her partner called down for her to come up, Linda obeyed. Jackie was standing in the center of Coggins's bedroom. A simple wooden cross hung on one wall. A plaque on another read, "His eye is on the sparrow." The bed's coverlet was thrown back. On the sheet beneath were faint, rust-brown smears. "And then there's this," Jackie said. "Come, look over here." Hesitantly, Linda walked around the bed. Lying on the polished floor between the bed and the wall was a short length of rope, tightly knotted. The knots were stained, a dark, dried red. "Looks like someone worked him over," Jackie said, her tone grim. "Hard enough to maybe knock him unconscious. Then they laid him on the—" She glanced at Linda. "No. I'm guessing you didn't grow up in a particularly religious household," Linda said. "I did. We worship the Holy Trinity of Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy. What about you?" "Plain old Tapwater Baptist, but I heard about practices like this. I think he was flagellating himself, beating his own back." "Ugh, people did that for penance, right? For sins? Right, and I don't think the practice ever completely died out. Then this almost makes a twisted kind of sense. Almost go check on top of the toilet tank in the bathroom." Linda didn't move. The knotted rope was disturbing enough. The hollow, waiting feel of the house was worse. "Go on, nothing in there's going to bite you, and I'll bet you $1 it's not the worst thing you've ever seen." Linda walked into the bathroom. 2 magazines were stacked on the toilet tank. One was a devotional called The Upper Room. The other was titled Young Oriental Slits. Linda highly doubted that one was available at most religious bookstores. "So?" Jackie said from the doorway. "Starting to get a clearer picture? He sits on the throne, tosses the truffle." "Tosses the truffle?" Linda let out a nervous giggle, the sound sharp in the quiet room. "It's what my mom always called it," Jackie replied. "So after he finishes that, he unleashes a pretty serious can of whoop-ass to make up for his wrongs, then hits the sack and drifts off into some pleasant Asian dreams. This morning he wakes up feeling clean and renewed, does his morning prayers, and bikes into town." Sound about right. It made sense. It just didn't explain why the house gave her such a bad feeling. "Let's check the radio station," she said. "Then we'll go into town ourselves and grab coffee, my treat." "Perfect," Jackie said. "I'll take mine black, preferably served in a sterile medical cup." The sprawling, mostly glass WCIK studio was locked up tight as well, but speakers mounted under the eaves were playing "Good Night, Sweet Jesus" as performed by the noted crooner Perry Como. Behind the studio, the broadcast tower rose against the sky, its flashing red lights almost washed out by the bright morning sun. Nearby stood a long, barn-like building that Linda assumed housed the station's generator and whatever else was needed to keep broadcasting the miracle of God's love to western Maine, eastern New Hampshire, and possibly the inner planets of our solar system. Jackie knocked, then pounded harder. "I don't think anyone's here," Linda said, but this place felt off, too, and the air carried a strange, stale odor. It reminded her of her mother's kitchen, even after all the windows were opened wide, because her mother smoked constantly and believed the only food worth eating was fried in a skillet full of lard. Jackie shook her head. "We heard someone on the air, didn't we?" Linda had no reply, because it was true. They had been listening to the station during their drive from the parsonage and had heard a smooth-talking DJ introduce the next song as another message of God's love in music. The search for the key took longer this time, but Jackie finally discovered it in an envelope taped under the mailbox. With it was a scrap of paper with the numbers 1693 scrawled on it. The key was a copy and a bit sticky, but after some jiggling it turned. The moment they stepped inside, they heard the steady beep of a security system. The keypad was on the wall. Jackie punched in the numbers and the beeping stopped. Now there was only the music. Perry Como had given way to an instrumental piece. Linda thought it sounded suspiciously like the organ solo from In A Gada Da Vida. The speakers inside were infinitely better than the outdoor ones, and the music was louder, almost a physical presence. How could anyone work in this sanctimonious noise? Linda wondered. Answer phones? Conduct business? It seemed impossible. Something was wrong here, too. Linda was certain of it. The place felt more than spooky. It felt outright threatening. Seeing that Jackie had unsnapped the strap on her service weapon, Linda did the same. The feel of the gun's grip under her hand was reassuring. "Thy rod and thy gun butt, they comfort me," she thought. "Hello," Jackie called out. "Reverend Coggins, is anybody here?" No one answered. The reception desk was deserted. To its left were two closed doors. Straight ahead was a window that ran the length of the main room. Linda could see blinking lights inside the broadcast studio, she assumed. Jackie used her foot to push the closed doors open, standing well back. One revealed an office. The other opened into a surprisingly plush conference room dominated by a giant flat-screen TV. The TV was on but muted. Anderson Cooper, nearly life-sized, appeared to be doing his stand-up report on Castle Rock's Main Street. The buildings were draped with flags and yellow ribbons. Linda spotted a sign on the hardware store that read, "Bring them home," that sent another chill down her spine. The news crawl along the bottom of the screen read, "Defense Department sources claim missile strike is imminent." "Why is the TV on?" Jackie asked. "Because whoever was running the place left it that way when—" A booming voice cut her off. That was Raymond Howell's rendition of Christ My Lord and Leader. Both women startled at the sudden voice. "And this is Norman Drake with 3 things to remember. You're tuned to the Revival Time Hour on WCIK. God loves you, and He gave His Son for you on the cross at Calvary. The time is 9:25 in the morning, and as we often say, the hour is late. Have you surrendered your heart to the Lord? We'll return shortly." Norman Drake was replaced by a smooth-talking pitchman offering the complete Bible on DVD with the added convenience of monthly payments, and a full refund if you weren't completely satisfied. Linda and Jackie moved to the broadcast studio window and peered inside. Neither Norman Drake nor the persuasive salesman was present, but when the advertisement concluded and the announcer returned to introduce the next hymn, a green indicator light switched to red and a red one illuminated green. As the music began, another red light turned green. "It's on automation," Jackie exclaimed. "The whole darn thing is running by itself. Then why does it feel like we're not alone? And don't pretend you don't feel it too." Jackie didn't argue, because it's strange. The announcer even gives the time. "Sweetie, this equipment must have cost a small fortune. If this isn't the ghost in the machine, I don't know what is. How long do you think it can keep going?" "Likely until the propane tank runs dry and the generator quits." Linda noticed another shut door and nudged it open with her boot, mimicking Jackie's earlier move only. Unlike Jackie, she drew her pistol, safety engaged and barrel pointed at the floor beside her leg. It was a restroom, and it was vacant. Hanging on the wall, however, was a portrait of an exceptionally pale Jesus. "I'm not a churchgoer," Jackie remarked, "so you'll have to tell me why anyone would want Jesus observing them on the toilet." Linda shook her head. "Let's leave before I start screaming," she said. "This place is the radio broadcast version of the Mary Celeste." Jackie glanced around with clear discomfort. "Okay, the atmosphere is creepy, I'll grant you that." She suddenly raised her voice in a sharp, jarring shout that made Linda flinch. Linda wanted to tell her to stop yelling like that, because someone might hear and investigate. Or something else might, "Hey, hello, anyone here? Last call? Silence?" No response. Outside, Linda drew a deep breath of air. "Once, when I was a teenager, some friends and I drove to Bar Harbor. We pulled over at this scenic overlook for a picnic. There were about 6 of us. The sky was crystal clear, and you could see for miles over the ocean. After we ate, I said I wanted to take a group photo. My friends were all goofing off and wrestling, and I kept stepping backward, trying to fit everyone in the shot. Then this one girl, Arabella, who was my best friend at the time, stopped trying to give another girl a wedgie and yelled, 'Linda, stop right there!' I froze and looked behind me. Know what I saw?" Jackie shook her head. "The Atlantic Ocean. I'd backed up all the way to the cliff's edge at the perimeter of the picnic area. There was a small warning sign, but no barrier or railing. One more step and I would have gone over. The feeling I had right then is exactly how I felt inside that building. Lynn, it was empty. I don't believe it was, and I don't think you truly believe it either. It was unsettling, sure, but we looked in the rooms. Not the actual broadcast booth, plus the TV was on and the music was blaring. You don't think they normally play it that loud, do you? How should I know what religious folks do? Jackie asked. Maybe they were anticipating the apocalypse. Lips, whatever. Do you want to check the storage barn? Absolutely not, Linda stated firmly, which drew a snort of laughter from Jackie. All right, our official report is no sign of Reverend Coggins, right? Right. Then we're headed into town. And coffee. Before climbing into the passenger seat of Unit 2, Linda took a final, long look at the studio building, sitting there enveloped in its bland, cheerful audio blanket. There was no other sound. She realized she didn't hear a single bird call, and wondered if they had all died crashing into the dome. That couldn't be possible. Could it? Jackie pointed toward the dashboard microphone. Want me to give the place one last hail over the loudspeaker? Jackie didn't argue. She backed the cruiser down the short driveway to Little Bitch Road and swung it toward the mill. Time stretched on, filled with the sound of religious hymns. Norman Drake returned to the airwaves, announcing it was 9:34 Eastern Daylight Time, or as he put it, God loves you time. This was followed by an advertisement for Jim Rennie's used cars, delivered by the second selectman himself. It's our annual fall sales spectacular, and boy did we ever overstock, Big Jim declared, his voice dripping with a folksy, self-deprecating charm. We've got Fords, Chevys, Plymouths. We've even got the hard-to-find Dodge Ram and the even rarer Mustang. That's right, folks. I'm sitting on not one, not two, but 3 pristine Mustangs, including the famous V6 convertible, each backed by the famous Jim Rennie Christian Guarantee. We service what we sell, we handle the financing, and we do it all at rock-bottom prices. And right now he gave a low, regretful chuckle. We are absolutely forced to clear this lot. So come on down, the coffee's always hot, neighbor, and you'll love the feeling when Big Jim's dealing. At the rear of the studio, a door neither woman had spotted earlier swung silently inward. Beyond it lay a cramped space, a veritable galaxy of blinking lights. The room was little more than a closet, choked with a snarl of wires, splitters, routers, and electronic boxes. You'd think there was no space for a man, but the chef was beyond skinny. He was a walking skeleton. His eyes were mere glints buried deep in their sockets. His skin was a pale, blotchy map of neglect. His lips sagged inward over gums that had surrendered most of their teeth. His shirt and pants were stained and filthy, hanging from his frame like rags on a scarecrow. The concept of underwear was a distant memory. It's unlikely Sammy Bushy would have recognized her missing husband. In one hand he clutched a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Soft foods were all he could manage now, and in the other, a Glock 9mm. He shuffled to the window overlooking the parking lot, thinking he might still rush out and kill the intruders if they lingered. He had almost done it while they were inside. He'd held back only out of fear, because demons, as he knew, couldn't truly be killed. When their human vessels died, they simply took flight, seeking new hosts. In their disembodied state, they looked like blackbirds, a truth revealed to him in the vivid, feverish dreams that came during his increasingly rare moments of sleep. They were gone, though. His Atman had been strong enough to repel them. Rennie had ordered him to shut down the operation out back, and Chef Bushy had complied, but he was starting to think he might need to fire up some of the cookers again. A major shipment had gone to Boston just a week ago, and his personal supply was running dangerously low. He needed the smoke. It was the only sustenance his Atman craved these days. For the moment, however, he had enough. He had long since abandoned the blues music that once defined his life as Phil Bushy, the sounds of B.B. King, Coco Taylor, Hound Dog Taylor, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, even the legendary Little Walter. He had given up on sex. He had pretty much given up on moving his bowels, locked in a state of constipation since July, but that was perfectly fine. What humiliated the frail body only served to nourish the mighty Atman. He checked the parking lot and the road one more time to ensure the demons weren't lying in wait, then tucked the pistol into the back of his belt and headed for the storage shed. It was less of a shed now and more of a dormant factory. A factory he could and would restart if the need arose. Chef went to fetch his pipe. Meanwhile, Rusty Everett stood peering into the storage shed behind the hospital, a beam from his flashlight cutting through the gloom. He and Ginny Tomlinson, who was now, absurdly, The acting head of medical services for the whole town had made the decision to kill power to every non-essential part of the facility. From a separate shed to his left, he could hear the deep, hungry roar of the big generator, steadily consuming the dwindling supply in the main propane tank. Most of the propane tanks were missing, just as Twitch had claimed. The inventory card on the shed door listed 7, but only 2 remained. No, scratch that. Twitch had been off by 1. Rusty's flashlight beam swept across the single silver tank, illuminating the blue CROSP stencil and the Dead River logo beneath it. "Told you," Twitch's voice came from behind, startling him. "You told me wrong. There's only 1 left." "That's impossible." Twitch shouldered past into the doorway. Rusty swung the light around, revealing stacks of supply boxes around a cavernous, mostly vacant floor. "See for yourself," Twitch said flatly. "It's no mistake." "No," Rusty agreed, a cold knot forming in his stomach. "So, fearless leader, it looks like someone's helping themselves to our propane." Rusty didn't want to accept it, but the evidence was hard to ignore. Twitch crouched low. Check this out. Rusty knelt beside him. The quarter-acre lot behind the hospital had been freshly paved the previous summer, a smooth black expanse not yet damaged by winter. The surface clearly showed a set of wide tire tracks leading right up to the shed's sliding doors. "Could be a town truck," Twitch observed, "or any other heavy vehicle. Maybe you ought to swing by the storage shed behind the town hall and take a look." Twitch, no trust on Big Chief Rennie, him speak with forked tongue. "But why would he need our propane?" "The selectmen have their own supply." They moved to the door leading into the hospital's laundry room, also closed for the time being. A bench sat beside it, and a sign on the brick wall read, "Smoking here will be banned as of January 1st. Kit now and avoid the rush." Twitch pulled out his pack of Marlboros and offered one. Rusty initially refused, then changed his mind and took it. Twitch lit both cigarettes. "How can you be sure?" he asked. "Sure about what?" "That they've got plenty of their own." "Have you actually checked their shed?" "No," Rusty admitted. "But if they were going to steal, why target us? Not only is robbing the local hospital in spectacularly poor taste, the post office is practically next door. They must have tanks over there. Maybe Rennie and his crew already cleaned out the post office's supply. How much would they even have? 1 tank, 2. It's nothing. I don't get why they'd need it in the first place. It doesn't add up." "Nothing about this whole situation adds up," Twitch said, punctuating the statement with a jaw-cracking yawn. "You finished your rounds, I assume?" For a surreal moment, Rusty considered the question. Since Dr. Haskell's death, Rusty had been thrust into the role of head physician, and Twitch, a nurse just days ago, had stepped into Rusty's old shoes as a physician's assistant. "Yeah," Twitch sighed. "Mr. Carty won't make it through the day." Rusty had thought the same about Ed Carty, who was battling end-stage stomach cancer a full week ago. The man was stubbornly hanging on. "Is he comatose?" "Roger that, Sensei." Twitch could tally their remaining patients on one hand, a stroke of luck. Rusty knew, though he was too exhausted and anxious to feel grateful. "I'd call George Werner stable." Werner, a 60-year-old heavy-set man from Eastchester, had suffered a heart attack on Dome Day. Rusty believed he'd recover for now. As for Emily Whitehouse, Twitch gave a helpless shrug. "It's not looking good, Sensei." Emmy Whitehouse was 40, fit, and not an ounce overweight. She'd had her own massive heart attack shortly after Rory Dinsmore's accident. It was far worse than Werner's. As Dr. Haskell had dryly put it, she'd suffered a health club blowout. The Freeman girl is improving. Jimmy Saros is holding steady, and Nora Coveland is totally fine. She'll be discharged after lunch. All things considered, not a complete disaster. "No," Rusty agreed, the weariness heavy in his voice. "But it's going to get worse. I can promise you that." He took a drag from his cigarette, the irony of smoking outside a hospital not lost on him. "And tell me honestly, if you had a catastrophic head injury, would you want me operating on you?" "Not even a little," Twitch replied without hesitation. "I keep wishing Dr. House would walk through that door." Rusty crushed his cigarette in the can and surveyed the almost bare supply shed. He considered checking the storage unit behind Town Hall. What was the harm this time? He was the one who yawned. "How much longer can you keep going?" Twitch asked, all the usual joking gone from his voice. "Right now you're all this town has. As long as it takes. What scares me is being so exhausted I make a mistake, or running into something I'm not equipped to handle." His mind went to Rory Dinsmore and then to Jimmy Sirois. Jimmy was worse because Rory was past any medical error. Jimmy was still a living possibility of failure. Rusty was back in that OR, hearing the steady beep of monitors. He saw himself staring down at Jimmy's pale leg, the black marker line showing where the incision would go. He remembered Dougie Twitchell fumbling with the anesthesia. He felt Ginny Tomlinson slapping a scalpel into his gloved hand, her cool blue eyes above the mask locking onto his. "Please, God, not that again," Twitch put a hand on his arm. "Just breathe," he said, "one day at a time. Screw that, 1 hour at a time," Rusty snapped, pushing to his feet. "I need to get to the health center, see what's happening. Thank God this didn't hit in July. We'd have 3,000 tourists and a small army of camp kids to deal with." "Want company?" Rusty shook his head. "Go check on Ed Carty again, will you? Make sure he's still breathing." He gave the supply shed a final weary glance, then trudged around the building corner, cutting diagonally across Catherine Russell Drive toward the distant health center. Guinea would be at the hospital, of course, doing a final check on Mrs. Coveland's newborn before discharge. The receptionist at the health center was 17-year-old Gina Buffalino, whose entire medical training amounted to 6 weeks as a candy striper. She gave Rusty a wide-eyed, panicked look when he entered, making his stomach drop, but the empty waiting room was a small blessing. A very good sign. "Any calls?" Rusty asked. "Just one. Mrs. Venziano out on Black Ridge Road. Her baby got his head stuck between the bars of his playpen. She demanded an ambulance. I told her to try olive oil on his head and gently work him free. It actually worked." A grin broke across Rusty's face. Maybe the kid had a knack for this. Gina, visibly relieved, grinned back. "Place is quiet, at least," Rusty said. "That's something. Not completely. Miss Grinnell is here. Andrea?" "I put her in room 3. Gina hesitated, lowering her voice. She seemed really upset. Rusty's brief lift of spirit plummeted. Andrea Grinnell. And upset. That meant she was here for more OxyContin, a prescription he couldn't in good conscience write, even if Andy Sanders had enough pills to fill it. All right. He started down the hall, then paused and looked back. "You didn't call me?" Gina flushed. "She specifically asked me not to. It only took Rusty a second to figure it out. Andrea had a pill problem, but she wasn't stupid. If Rusty was at the hospital, he'd likely be with Twitch, and Dougie Twitchell was her little brother, a man she still felt she needed to shield from life's harsher truths, even at 39. Rusty stopped outside the door marked with a black 3, steadying himself. This wouldn't be easy. Andrea wasn't like the defiant drunks who swore alcohol wasn't their issue, or the meth users who'd been turning up more and more lately. Her relationship with her addiction was murkier, tangled up in the legitimate grinding pain she'd suffered after her accident, which made everything more complicated. Oxy had been her lifeline, enabling her to manage the pain so she could rest and start her treatments. It wasn't her fault that the medication which made that possible was the one some physicians privately called hillbilly heroin. He stepped inside, practicing his polite but unwavering denial in his head. Kind yet firm, he reminded himself. She was curled in the corner chair beneath a poster about cholesterol, knees pressed tight, head bent over the handbag in her lap. A woman who once carried herself with size and presence now seemed shrunken, diminished. When she lifted her gaze and he saw the exhaustion etched into her features, the deep grooves framing her mouth, the dark bruised hollows beneath her eyes, his resolve crumbled. He decided then to write the prescription on one of Dr. Haskell's pink pads after all. Maybe once the dome situation was resolved, he could steer her toward a detox program. If necessary, he'd even threaten to tell her brother. For now, though, he would give her what she clearly needed. He had seldom witnessed such raw, naked need. "Eric, Rusty, I'm in real trouble. I see that. I'll write you No." She stared at him with something close to terror. "Don't you dare. Not even if I beg. I'm an addict, and I have to stop. I'm just a pathetic old junkie." Her face seemed to collapse inward. She fought to compose it, failed, and covered it with her hands. Heavy, ragged sobs shook her shoulders, the sound painful to hear. Rusty moved to her, kneeling down and wrapping an arm around her. "Andrea, wanting to quit is a good thing, a brave thing, but right now might not be the ideal time." She peered at him through swollen, red-rimmed eyes. "You're absolutely right. It's the worst possible time, but it has to be now. And you can't tell Dougie or Rose. Can you help me? Is it even possible? Because I haven't been able to do it alone. Those awful pink pills, I locked them in the cabinet and swear no more today. And an hour later I'm fishing them out again. I've never felt so trapped in my entire life." Her voice dropped to a hushed, confessional tone. I don't even think it's my back anymore. I think my brain is tricking my back into hurting, so I have an excuse to keep taking those damned pills." "Why now, of all times, Andrea?" She just shook her head. "Can you help me or not?" "Yes, but if you're considering going cold turkey, don't. For one thing, you're likely to—" For a fleeting second he pictured Janny, trembling in her bed, mumbling about the great pumpkin. "You're likely to have seizures." She either didn't process that or chose to ignore it. "How long? To get through the worst of the physical withdrawal? 2 weeks, possibly 3. And that's being optimistic, he thought, but kept to himself. Her hand clamped onto his arm, icy cold. That's too slow. A deeply unsettling suspicion rose in Rusty's mind. Probably just stress-induced paranoia, but it felt convincing. "Andrea, is someone pressuring you, blackmailing you?" "Are you serious? Everyone in this town knows I take those pills." Which, Rusty noted, didn't really answer his question. What's the absolute fastest it could be done? With B12 injections plus thiamine and vitamins, you might get through the acute phase in 10 days, but you'd be miserable, you wouldn't sleep much, and you'd have restless leg syndrome, not a mild case either. They don't call it kicking the habit for nothing. And you'd need someone to manage the step-down doses, someone who can hold the pills and won't cave when you beg for them, because you will beg. 10 days? A flicker of hope showed in her eyes. And this whole dome nightmare might be over by then anyway, right? Maybe by this afternoon. That's what we're all hoping. 10 days, she repeated softly. 10 days. And he thought you'll probably crave those things for the rest of your life. But he kept that to himself, too. Over at the Sweetbriar Rose, the morning had been unusually hectic for a Monday, though of course there had never been a Monday like this in the town's history. Still, the customers had left without much fuss when Rose declared the grill was closed and wouldn't reopen until 5 that evening. And maybe by then you can all head over to Moxie's in Castle Rock for a real meal, she concluded. That earned a spontaneous round of applause, despite Moxie's being a notoriously grimy diner. "No lunch?" Ernie Calvert asked. Rose glanced at Barbie, who just shrugged his shoulders. "Don't look at me. We've got sandwiches," Rose said, "until they run out." This prompted even more applause. The mood in town felt surprisingly light that morning, with laughter and good-natured teasing filling the air. Perhaps the clearest sign of the community's lifted spirits was at the back of the restaurant, where the usual group had reclaimed their table for swapping stories. The TV above the counter, now permanently tuned to CNN, played a big part in the shift. The news anchors had little more than rumors to share, but most carried a tone of hope. Several interviewed scientists suggested the cruise missile stood a strong chance of breaking through and resolving the crisis. One even put the odds of success at better than 80%. Of course he's at MIT in Cambridge, Barbie thought. Easy to be optimistic from a safe distance. As he was scraping down the grill, a knock sounded at the door. Barbie turned and saw Julia Shumway with 3 kids gathered around her, making her look like a teacher on a field trip. He walked over, wiping his hands on his apron. "If we let in everyone who's hungry, we'll be cleaned out before noon." Anson grumbled from where he was wiping tables. Rose had gone back to Food City to try and scrounge up more supplies. "I don't think she's here to eat," Barbie said, and he was right. "Good morning, Colonel Barbara," Julia said with her faint, knowing smile. "I keep wanting to call you Major Barbara like the play?" "Yeah, I've heard that one," Barbie said. "About 1,000,000 times. Is this your crew?" One of the kids was a lanky, very tall boy with a mess of dark hair. Another was a sturdy kid in baggy shorts and a faded 50-cent T-shirt. The third was a bright-eyed girl with a lightning bolt decal on her cheek. It wasn't a tattoo, but it gave her a cool, rebellious edge. He figured if he told her she looked like a middle-school Joan Jett, she'd have no idea who that was. "Norrie Calvert," Julia said, resting a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Benny Drake, and this tall drink of water is Joseph McClatchy. Yesterday's little protest was his brainchild." "But I never meant for anyone to get hurt," Joe said quickly. "And it wasn't your fault that they did," Barbie told him. "So don't carry that. Are you really the one in charge here?" Benny asked, studying him. Barbie chuckled. "No," he said. "I'm not aiming to be the boss unless there's no other choice. But you know the soldiers out there, right?" Norrie pressed. "Not personally. For starters, they're Marines. I was Army." "You're still Army, according to Colonel Cox," Julia said. Her smile was cool, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can we talk young Mr. McClatchy here has an idea? And I think it's brilliant. If it works—" "It'll work," Joe said confidently. "When it comes to computer stuff, I'm the guy. "Step into my office," Barbie said, leading them toward the counter. The idea was brilliant, all right, but it was already pushing 10:30, and if they were going to pull this off, they needed to move fast. He turned to Julia. "Do you have your cell, Peach?" Julia slapped it into his hand before he could finish. "Cox's number is saved. Great. Now if I only knew how to find it." Joe took the phone. "What are you? From the Stone Age?" "Absolutely," Barbie said. "Back when nights were bold and ladies never worried about underwear." Norrie burst out laughing at that and raised her fist. Barbie gently bumped it with his own. Joe tapped a couple of buttons on the tiny keypad, listened for a moment, and then handed the cell back to Barbie. Cox must have been waiting by the phone because he answered the moment Barbie held Julia's cell to his ear. "How are things holding up, Colonel?" Cox asked. "We're managing for now. That's something, at least. Easy for you to say," Barbie thought. "You're not the one under a glass bowl. I figure things will stay manageable right up until that missile either ricochets off or tears through and turns our woods and farmland into a crater, which, honestly, most folks in Chester's Mill would probably cheer for. What's your team saying?" "Not a lot. Nobody's making any guarantees. That's not the story on television. I don't have time for cable news pundits," Cox replied, and Barbie could practically hear him shrugging through the phone. "We're hopeful. We think we've got a chance, to use the technical term." Julia was waving her hands in a silent question. "Colonel Cox, I've got 4 people here with me. One of them is a kid named Joe McClatchy, and he's come up with a pretty wild idea. I'm putting him on right now." Joe was shaking his head so vigorously his hair whipped around his face. Barbie ignored him, so he can explain it. He passed the phone to Joe. "Talk," Barbie ordered. "But don't argue with the man in charge, kid. Just talk." Joe started hesitantly, peppering his sentences with uhs and ums, but as he got into the flow of his idea, his words came faster and clearer. He listened for a moment, then a wide grin spread across his face. Soon after, he said, "Yes, sir, thank you," and handed the phone back. "You hear that? They're going to boost our Wi-Fi signal before they fire the missile? Holy cow, this is insane." Julia grabbed his arm, and Joe quickly corrected himself. "Sorry, Miss Shumway, gosh. Never mind that. Can you actually make this work? Are you kidding? Easy?" Colin Cox, Barbie said into the phone. "Is this Wi-Fi plan for real?" "We can't control what you people try to do," Cox answered. "You made that pretty clear earlier, so we might as well lend a hand. You'll have the fastest internet on the planet, at least for the next few hours. That's one sharp kid you've got there, by the way." "Yes, sir, I had the same thought," Barbie said, giving Joe a thumbs up. The boy was beaming, Cox continued. "If the kid's plan works and you record anything, make sure we get a copy. We'll be recording our own footage, of course, but the science team will want to see the impact from your side of the dome." "I think we can do better than a recording," Barbie replied. "If Joe can pull this off, I bet most of the town can watch it happen live." Julia pumped her fist in the air and Barbie grinned, bumping his knuckles against hers. "Whoa," Joe whispered, his voice full of awe. The bravado was gone, making him look much younger than his 13 years. He and Barbie stood about 100 feet from where Little Bitch Road met the dome. It wasn't the soldiers holding his attention, though they had turned to watch, but the bright warning stripe and the huge red X spray painted on the barrier. "They moved their camp," Julia observed. "The tents are gone, of course. In about," Barbie checked his watch, 90 minutes, it's going to get real toasty over there. You better get started, son." But now, standing on the empty road, Barbie began to doubt whether Joe could really deliver. "Yeah, but do you see the trees?" Barbie didn't understand at first. He glanced at Julia, who shrugged. Then Joe pointed, and he saw it. On the Tarker's Mills side, the trees swayed in a brisk autumn wind, shedding leaves in colorful swirls around the watching Marines. On the Chester's Mill side, the branches hung almost still, most trees still clinging to their foliage. The dome was stifling the wind. Barbie remembered standing with Paul Gendron, the man in the sea dog's cap, by the little stream, watching the water rise against the invisible wall. Julia stared at the foliage along the roadside. "These leaves looked off," she said, "kind of lifeless." Wilted, Barbie considered the observation. "Could be the wind stronger on their side of the road. We're just catching a draft." Even as she said it, she doubted that was the full explanation. But what was the point of analyzing the air in Chester's Mill when they couldn't change it? "Go ahead, Joe. Set it up." They had stopped at the McClatchy house in Julia's Prius to retrieve Joe's laptop. His mother had made Barbie promise to keep her son safe, a promise Barbie gave without hesitation. Now Joe gestured toward the pavement. "Right here." Barbie framed the spot with her hands, lining up the red X marked on the asphalt. "Just a bit to the left. Give it a shot and see how it lines up." "Got it." Joe opened the power book and powered it on. The familiar Mac chime rang out clear and bright, but Barbie found the sight of the sleek computer sitting on the cracked surface of Little Bitch Road utterly bizarre. It felt like a perfect symbol of the last 72 hours. "Battery's full," Joe reported. "Should last at least 6 hours. Won't it go to sleep?" Julia asked. Joe gave her a patient, slightly amused look before turning back to Barbie. "If a missile turns my Pro into toast, you'll replace it, right?" "Uncle Sam will get you a new one," Barbie assured him. "I'll handle the paperwork personally." "Awesome." Joe hunched over the laptop. A small silver cylinder was mounted above the screen, an S-Sight camera, he'd called it. Some new tech marvel. He brushed his finger across the touchpad, pressed Enter, and the screen instantly displayed a crystal-clear, ground-level view of Little Bitch Road. Every crack and pebble in the tar looked monumental. Further back, Barbie could see the Marine sentry standing knee-deep in the grass. "Sir, does he have a visual, sir?" one called out. Barbie glanced up. "Let's just say, Marine, if this were an inspection, you'd be doing push-ups with my boot on your back. There's a scuff on your left shoe, not acceptable even on a non-combat post." The Marine looked down at the offending boot. Julia chuckled. Joe, however, was completely focused. "It's sitting too low, miss." "Shumway, do you have anything in the car we could use to prop it up?" He held his hand about 3 feet above the ground. "I do," Julia replied, "and grab my small gym bag, please." Joe made a few more adjustments on the computer, then held out his hand. "Phone?" Barbie handed it over. Joe's fingers flew over the keypad. "Benny? Oh, hey, Nori. You guys in position?" "Good. First time in a bar, I'm guessing. You ready?" "Excellent. Stand by." He listened, then broke into a grin. "Are you serious, dude? The signal strength is insane. They're basically broadcasting the Wi-Fi. Gotta go." He snapped the phone shut and returned it to Barbie. Julia came back with Joe's gym bag and a cardboard box full of leftover Sunday editions of the Democrat. Joe placed the laptop on the box. The sudden jump in the camera's perspective made Barbie's head spin a little, checked the image, and declared it perfect. He dug into the gym bag, pulled out a small black box with an antenna, and connected it to the computer. On the other side of the dome, the soldiers had gathered, watching with keen interest. "Now I know how a zoo animal feels," Barbie thought. "Looking good," Joe muttered. "I've got a green light. Shouldn't you call your—" "If it's working, they'll call me," Joe said. Then his expression shifted. "Uh-oh, we might have a problem." Barbie assumed he meant the equipment, but the boy wasn't looking at the screen. Following his gaze, Barbie saw the green chief of police cruiser approaching slowly, its light bar flashing. Pete Randolph stepped out from the driver's side. The passenger door swung open and the cruiser rocked noticeably as Big Jim Rennie's substantial frame emerged. "Just what in the world do you think you're doing here, Big Jim?" demanded. At that moment, the phone in Barbie's hand began to vibrate. He passed the phone to Joe, his gaze never leaving the approaching figures of Selectman Rennie and Police Chief Randolph. The sign above Dipper's entrance boasted "Welcome to Thmaiman's biggest dance floor," and for the very first time in the Roadhouse's history, that floor was packed well before noon. Tommy and Willow Anderson stood by the door, greeting each new arrival with a solemnity that felt almost like a Sunday morning welcome at the First Church of Rock bands, straight out of Boston. The crowd was hushed at first, staring at the single blue word waiting on the big screen. After Benny and Nori connected their gear and switched the feed, Little Bitch Road burst onto the screen in vivid color, autumn leaves dancing around the station Marines. The room erupted in cheers and applause. Benny offered a high five, but Nori grabbed his face and planted a fierce kiss right on his lips. For Benny, that instant topped every thrill, even landing a perfect full-pipe roughie on his skateboard. "Call him now," Nori insisted. "You got it," Benny replied, his face burning with a grin so wide it hurt. He hit redial and lifted the phone. "Dude, we're live! The picture's absolutely insane!" Joe's voice cut him off. "We've got a serious problem here." "I don't know what you people think you're doing," Chief Randolph declared, "but I want answers, and I want that contraption shut down until I get them." He jabbed a finger toward the laptop. "Excuse me, sir," interjected a Marine second lieutenant. "That's Colonel Barbara, and this operation has full federal authorization." Big Jim responded with a sneer so sharp it could cut glass, a vein pulsing in his neck. "This man is no colonel. He's a short-order cook who stirs up trouble." He turned his glare to the young officer. "In Chester's Mill, the only authority we recognize right now is our own, and I'm its voice." He snapped at Randolph. Chief, if that boy won't switch it off, then you pull the plug. I don't see a plug to pull, Randolph said, sweating as he glanced between Barbie, the lieutenant, and Big Jim. Then put your boot through the darn screen. Just kill it. Joe, looking terrified but resolute, stepped in front of the laptop on the carton, cell phone still clutched in his hand. Don't you touch it. It's my property, and I'm not breaking any law. Stand down, Chief, Barbie commanded. That's a direct order. If you have any loyalty left to the country you swore to serve, you'll obey it. Randolph shifted uneasily. Jim, perhaps we should. Perhaps nothing, Big Jim spat. This town is your country now. Destroy that infernal machine. Before anyone could move, Julia darted forward, snatched the laptop, and swiveled it so the camera captured the newcomers. Strands of hair had escaped her bun, framing her flushed cheeks. In that moment, Barbie thought she looked utterly radiant. Ask Norrie if they can see, Julia told Joe. Big Jim's smirk twisted into a snarl. Woman, put that down this instant. Ask them, Joe spoke into the phone, listened, and then announced, they see them. They're looking right at Mr. Rennie and Chief Randolph. Norrie says the whole crowd wants to know what's going on. Dismay washed over Randolph's face. Pure fury contorted Rennie's. Who wants to know? Randolph demanded. Julia said, we've established a live broadcast to Dippers, that den of iniquity. Big Jim roared, his fists clenched. Barbie sized him up, a man carrying too much weight, wincing when he moved his right arm like he'd pulled a muscle. But he still looked capable of throwing a punch. And right now he seemed angry enough to swing at anyone, Barbie, Julia, or the kid. Maybe even he didn't know his target. People have been gathering there since before 11, Julia said, a sly smile touching her lips as she tilted her head. Bad news travels fast, but good connections travel faster. Big Jim, care to give a wave to the folks you represent? Barbie asked, his tone deceptively light. The man scoffed. This is a bluff. Why would I bluff about something anyone can verify? Barbie turned to Police Chief Randolph. Call one of your officers. Ask them where the biggest crowd in town is gathered right now. He shifted his gaze back to the selectmen. You shut this down and hundreds of people will know you blocked their view of something that directly concerns their survival. Their lives could depend on this information. You had no authorization for this, Big Jim snapped. Barbie, who prided himself on keeping his cool, felt his patience wearing thin. It wasn't the man's lack of intelligence that grated on him. Big Jim was plenty sharp. That was precisely the problem. What's the real issue here? Do you see an immediate threat? I don't. The plan is to set up the broadcast, leave it running, and then we all clear the area. If that missile fails, it could trigger a town-wide panic, Big Jim argued. His voice tight. Hearing about a failure is one thing. Watching it happen live is another. People are liable to do anything. You seem to have a remarkably poor opinion of the citizens you're supposed to lead, Barbie observed, a faint, challenging smile touching his lips. Big Jim opened his mouth, likely to fire back with some remark about the townsfolk having earned his distrust. But then he caught himself. A significant portion of the town was probably watching this very exchange on their televisions, possibly in crystal-clear high definition. He forced his tone to level. I'd appreciate it if you wiped that smug look off your face, Barbara. Are we regulating facial expressions now, too? Julia Shumway interjected. Nearby, young Joe McClatchy, Scarecrow Joe to his friends, covered his mouth, but not before both Randolph and Big Jim caught sight of his broad grin and the snicker that slipped through his fingers. Lieutenant Barbara spoke with renewed urgency. Everyone, you need to clear this area. We're running out of time. Julia, point the camera at me, Barbie instructed. She swung the lens toward him. Over at Dippers, the popular local bar, the crowd had never been larger. Not even during the legendary New Year's Eve 2009 performance by the controversial band, the Vatican Sex Kittens. And it had never been so utterly quiet. More than 500 people stood packed together, watching as the image on the big screen spun wildly before settling on Dale Barber's face. There's my guy, murmured Rose Twitchell behind the bar, a proud smile breaking through her worry. Afternoon, everyone, Barbie said, and the video feed was so clear that a few people in the bar instinctively murmured greetings back. I'm Dale Barbara. As of this morning, I've been recommissioned as a colonel in the United States Army. A wave of surprised murmurs swept through the room. This broadcast setup here on Little Bitch Road is my operation, and as you might have guessed, Selectman Rennie and I have a difference of opinion on whether it continues. This time the reaction was louder, tinged with clear displeasure. We don't have time to debate chain of command today, Barbie continued, his voice firm. We're going to aim the camera at the target zone. Whether you keep watching is up to your second selectman. If he cuts the feed, take it up with him. Thank you for your attention." He stepped out of the frame for a moment. The screen showed nothing but a blur of pine trees. Then the image stabilized, focusing on a distant, floating X marker. Beyond it, soldiers could be seen loading the last of their equipment into waiting trucks. Will Freeman, who owned the local Toyota dealership and was no political ally of James Rennie, spoke directly to the television screen. "Leave it be, Jimmy, or this town will have a new selectman by week's end." A low, agreeing rumble filled the bar. The townspeople stood in tense silence, watching and waiting to see if the broadcast, both monotonous and utterly gripping, would continue, or if the screen would suddenly go dark. Back on the road, Randolph wiped his brow with a handkerchief. "What do you want me to do, Big Jim?" "What do you want to do?" Big Jim shot back, placing the burden squarely on the police chief's shoulders. For the first time since he'd been handed the keys to the chief's cruiser, Pete Randolph felt a profound desire to hand them right back to someone else. He let out a heavy sigh. "I want to let it run." Big Jim gave a slow, grave nod as if to say, "The consequences are on you." A grim smile stretched across his face. If you could even call that tight, humorless expression a smile. "You're the boss," he conceded, turning his attention back to Barbie, Julia, and Scarecrow Joe. "We've been outplayed, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Barbara?" "I can promise you there's no game being played here, sir," Barbie replied. "Don't give me that?" Rennie shot back, his voice dripping with contempt. "This is a naked power grab, plain and simple. I've witnessed plenty in my day. I've seen them triumph, and I've seen them crash and burn." He moved closer to Barbie, still cradling his injured arm. Up close, the scent of cheap cologne mixed with stale sweat was overwhelming. Rennie's breathing was ragged. He dropped his voice to a menacing whisper, low enough that Julia might have missed it, but every syllable landed clearly in Barbie's ears. "You're all in, kid. Every last chip. If that missile breaks through, you win the pot. If it just bounces off, you'd better start watching your back for a long moment." His eyes, nearly lost in folds of flesh but gleaming with a sharp, icy intelligence, locked onto Barbie's. Then he turned away. "Let's go, Chief Randolph. This mess is complicated enough, thanks to Mr. Barbara and his crew. We need to get back to town and position your officers before any riots break out." "That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard," Julia exclaimed. Big Jim merely waved a dismissive hand in her direction without bothering to look back. "Should we stop at Dipper's, Jim?" Randolph asked. "We've got a minute. I wouldn't set foot in that dump," Big Jim grumbled, yanking open the cruiser's passenger door. The truth was, he'd heard they served a decent slice of cherry pie there, but he'd never admit it. "What I need is a nap, but I won't get one because there's work to do, heavy responsibilities. I never asked for this burden, but it's mine to carry. Some are born great. Some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them," Julia quoted, her smile cool and poised. "Isn't that how it goes, Jim?" Big Jim whirled to face her, and the raw, unfiltered hatred in his expression made her instinctively take a step backward. Then, just as quickly, he dismissed her. "Let's move, Chief." The police cruiser sped back toward town, its lights still strobing in the hazy, unseasonably warm afternoon. "Wow," Joe breathed out. "That guy is terrifying." "My thoughts exactly," Barbie agreed. Julia was studying Barbie. All trace of her earlier smile vanished. "You had an opponent," she stated quietly. "Now you have a mortal enemy." "I believe you've earned one, too," Barbie replied. She gave a slow nod. "For both our sakes, I really hope this missile plan works." The young lieutenant approached. "Colonel Barbara, we're pulling out. I'd rest easier if I saw you three heading out as well." Barbie nodded, and for the first time in years, brought his hand up in a crisp salute. Meanwhile, high above Burlington, Vermont, a B-52 Stratofortress held its position. It had departed Carswell Air Force Base in the early morning hours and was now circling on station, mission code named Grand Isles. The aircraft commander, Major Gene Ray, a veteran of both Gulf conflicts, privately thought of the second one as a colossal mess. His bomb bay held two Fast Hawk cruise missiles, a superior, more reliable weapon than the old Tomahawks, but it felt profoundly strange to be preparing to fire one at a target on American soil. At 153 hours, a red light on his panel shifted to amber. Command Communications took control of the aircraft, banking it into final position. Burlington vanished beneath the wing. Ray keyed his headset. "We're at showtime, sir." In Washington, Colonel Cox's voice crackled back. "Roger that, Major. Good hunting. Blow it to hell." "Count on it," Ray replied. At 1:12:54, the amber light began to pulse. At precisely 1:12:54:55, it flashed green. Ray toggled the switch marked 1. There was no jolt, only a faint whisper from below. But on his video monitor, he watched the Fast Hawk streak away, accelerating to its blistering top speed and etching a white contrail across the blue like a scratch on glass. Major Ray made the sign of the cross, finishing by kissing the base of his thumb. "Go with God," he murmured. The missile was now traveling at 3,500 miles per hour, 50 miles from its destination. The missile's onboard computer initiated its final approach sequence. It had traveled east of the White Mountains, now roughly 30 miles west of Conway, New Hampshire. Its velocity decreased sharply from 3,500 to 1,850 miles per hour as it began its descent. The guidance system identified Route 302, which serves as the main thoroughfare in North Conway. Below, people on the street glanced upward with a sense of foreboding. In the parking lot of the Settlers' Green Outlet Mall, a woman squinted at the sky and asked her friend, "Should a plane be flying that low?" Had the Fast Hawk's computer possessed a voice, it might have replied with a smug, "Just you wait." Crossing from New Hampshire into Maine at 3,000 feet, it generated a sonic boom that shattered glass and set nerves on edge. Once it detected Route 119, the missile descended further, first to 1,000, then to a mere 500 feet. The computer was now fully engaged, processing guidance data and executing countless minor trajectory adjustments every minute. Back in Washington, Colonel James O. Cox announced to his team, "Final approach. Everyone hold on tight." The Fast Hawk located Little Bitch Road and dropped to an altitude barely clearing the ground, still traveling at nearly twice the speed of sound. It navigated every curve and hill, its tail a blinding streak of light, filling the air behind it with the acrid smell of rocket fuel. The force of its passage stripped leaves from trees and even sparked small fires. It obliterated a roadside farm stand in Tarker's Hollow, sending wooden planks and pumpkin debris spiraling into the air. The thunderous boom that followed knocked people off their feet. "This has to work," Cox thought with a surge of desperate confidence. "It's hitting the mark perfectly." Inside Dipper's Roadhouse, 800 people stood packed together in silence. Lissa Jameson's lips moved in a silent prayer to whichever spiritual entity she was favoring that day, a crystal gripped tightly in her hand. Reverend Piper Libby pressed her mother's cross to her lips. Ernie Calvert broke the quiet, stating simply, "It's coming?" "Where?" Marty Arsenault snapped. "I don't see it. Just listen," Brenda Perkins interrupted. A strange mechanical hum swelled from the town's western edge, a low mum that escalated to a deafening mm in mere seconds. The large TV screen showed almost nothing in real time. The crucial details would only be visible later, long after the mission's failure. When Benny Drake played the recording back frame by frame for those who remained, the slowed footage revealed the Fast Hawk skidding around the sharp curve known as Little Bitch Bend. It flew a mere 4 feet above the pavement, almost touching its own distorted shadow. In the subsequent frame, the missile, tipped with a warhead meant to detonate on impact, was suspended in the air over the former Marine bivouac site. The next frames flooded the screen with a blinding white light that made the viewers avert their eyes. As the glare faded, they saw a cloud of missile fragments like a swarm of black insects against the fading explosion, and a massive charred circle where the target's red X had been painted. The weapon had struck its precise coordinates. Then the audience watched the woods on the Tarker's Hollow side of the barrier erupt into flames, and the roadway asphalt there bubble and melt away. "Fire the second one," Colonel Cox said, his voice flat and drained of hope. Jean Ray complied. The second missile broke more windows and terrified more residents across 2 states, but the outcome was identical. It was a total failure. A heavy silence fell over the McClatchy home at 19 Mill Street as the recording concluded. Norrie Calvert broke into renewed sobs. Benny Drake and Joe McClatchy exchanged a helpless look over her bowed head before each put an arm around her shaking shoulders, locking their hands in a wordless gesture of solidarity. "Is that all?" Claire McClatchy asked, her voice thick with disbelief. She wasn't crying, but her eyes shone with unshed tears. Claire McClatchy stood with her husband's photograph clutched tightly in her hands. She had taken it down from the wall not long after Joe and his friends arrived with the DVD. "Is that really everything?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. No one replied. Barbie was leaning against the arm of Julia's chair, his mind racing. I could be in serious trouble here, he thought, though his first concern had been for the town itself. Mrs. McClatchy rose to her feet, still holding the framed picture. Sam had driven to the weekly flea market at the Oxford Speedway that Saturday, a regular trip for him since he enjoyed restoring old furniture. He often found hidden gems among the stalls. 3 days later, he was still stranded in Oxford, sharing a cramped room at the Raceway Motel with hordes of reporters. Phone lines were down, but he and Claire had managed to stay connected through email for now. "What happened to your computer, Joey?" Claire asked, a fresh tear tracing a path down her cheek. "Did it explode?" Joe, who still had an armor on Norrie and a firm grip on Benny's wrist, shook his head. "I don't think so. It probably just melted down." He turned to Barbie, his expression grim. "That heat could start a forest fire out there. Someone needs to handle it." "I doubt there are any working fire trucks left in town," Benny added quietly. "Maybe a couple of old relics." "Let me see what I can arrange," Julia offered, standing up. Claire McClatchy towered over her. It was clear where Joe got his height. "Barbie, it might be better if I handled this alone." "Why?" Claire looked confused. "Joe said the government put you in charge, Mr. Barber, the president himself." Barbie shifted uncomfortably. "I had a disagreement with Mr. Rennie and Chief Randolph over the video feed. Things got heated. I don't think either of them would welcome my suggestions right now." He glanced at Julia. "And honestly, I'm not sure they'd welcome yours either, at least not yet. If Randolph has any sense at all, he'll send deputies out with whatever equipment is left in the fire station. There should be hoses and portable pumps at the very least." Julia considered this, then said, "Would you step outside with me for a moment, Barbie?" He looked toward Claire, but she was no longer paying them any mind. She had gently moved Joe aside and was now sitting with Norrie, who buried her face against Claire's shoulder. "Hey, the government owes me a new computer," Joe called out as Barbie and Julia moved toward the door. "Noted," Barbie replied, "and thank you, Joe. You did good work." "Better than their useless missile," Benny muttered under his breath. Outside, on the McClatchy's front steps, Barbie and Julia stood in silence, gazing toward the town common, the Presteel stream, and the Peace Bridge. Then Julia spoke, her voice low and thick with frustration. "He's not. That's the whole problem. That's the damn problem. Who's not what? Peter Randolph is not even remotely competent. Not even a little. I went to school with him from kindergarten, where he was the undisputed champion of wetting his pants, all the way to senior year, where his biggest achievement was snapping bra straps. He was a C- student who got B- because his dad was on the school board, and his brain hasn't improved since. Our beloved Mr. Rennie has surrounded himself with idiots. Andrea Grinnell is the exception, but she's also hooked on OxyContin back pain." Barbie said. Rose mentioned it. Enough leaves had fallen from the trees on the common for them to see Main Street clearly. It was empty for now. Most people were likely still at Dippers, trying to process what they'd witnessed, but soon the sidewalks would fill with dazed residents wandering back home, people too afraid to even ask each other what would happen next. Julia sighed, running her hands through her hair in a gesture of sheer exhaustion. "Jim Rennie thinks if he just clutches all the control in his own fists, everything will somehow turn out right. For him and his circle, anyway. He's the absolute worst kind of politician, profoundly selfish, too, wrapped up in his own ego to see he's completely outmatched, and a coward hiding behind that blustery, can-do facade. When the pressure mounts, he'd sacrifice this entire town to save his own skin. A leader driven by fear is the most dangerous thing you can have. You're the one who should be in charge here." "I'm flattered you think so. But it's not going to happen, not because of what your Colonel Cox or the President wants. It wouldn't happen if 100,000 people marched through Times Square waving banners with your picture. Not while that goddamn dome is still hanging over us." "You keep talking, and you sound less like a Republican every time," Barbie noted. She punched him hard on the arm. "This isn't funny." "I know it's not," Barbie replied. "It's time to demand an election, and I'm telling you to run for second selectman yourself." She gave him a look of pure pity. "Do you honestly believe Jim Rennie will allow an election while the dome is up? What planet are you on? Don't underestimate this town, Julia, and don't you underestimate James Rennie. He's been running things here for decades, and people are used to him. He's also a master at finding someone to blame. An outsider, a drifter, really, would be perfect for that role right now. Know anyone who fits that description? I was hoping for a plan from you, not a campaign strategy." For a second he thought she might hit him again. Instead, she took a deep breath and smiled. "You play the humble guy, but you've got some sharp edges, don't you?" The town hall whistle started blasting short, urgent notes into the still, warm air. "That's a fire call," Julia said, and I think we both know where." They looked west, where a dark smudge of smoke was staining the blue sky. Barbie figured most of it was coming from the Tarker's Mills side, but the intense heat had likely sparked smaller blazes on the Chester's Mill side, too. "You want an idea? Fine. I'll find Brenda. She'll be at home or over at Dipper's with the crowd, and propose she takes command of the firefighting. What if she refuses?" "I don't think she will. At least there's hardly any wind on our side, so it's probably just brush and grass. She'll know which people to recruit, the same ones Howie would have chosen. None of Rennie's new deputies, I assume. I'll leave that to her judgment, but I doubt she'll be calling Carter Thibodeau or Melvin Searles, Freddie Denton either. He's been on the force 5 years, but Brenda told me Duke was going to fire him. Freddie does a great Santa at the elementary school, fantastic ho-ho-ho, but he's got a vicious side. You'd be going around Rennie again?" "Correct. The backlash could be severe. I can handle severe, so can Brenda if she's pushed. Then do it, and make sure she asks Romeo Burpee for putting out a brush fire. I'd trust him over anyone from the town firehouse. He's got every possible tool in that store of his." She nodded. "That's actually a smart idea. Sure you don't want me to come with you? You've got your own mission. Did Brenda give you Duke's key to the fallout shelter?" "She did." "Then this fire might be the perfect distraction. Go get that Geiger counter." She headed for her Prius, then turned back. Finding that generator, if it even exists, is probably this town's best shot. Maybe its only shot. And Barbie. "Right here," he said, offering a slight smile. She didn't return it. "Don't dismiss Big Jim Rennie until you've heard one of his rally speeches. There are reasons he's stayed in power so long. Good at stirring up fear and pointing fingers, I imagine." "Exactly, and this time the target is likely to be you." She drove off to locate Brenda and Romeo Burpee. The crowd that had witnessed the Air Force's unsuccessful attempt to breach the dome left the area near Dipper's much as Barbie had predicted, moving slowly, heads bowed, largely silent. Many walked with arms linked for support, others wept openly. 3 police cruisers were stationed across the road, with half a dozen officers leaning against them, braced for unrest that never came. Further up, parked in front of Brownie's store, its window bearing a handwritten sign reading "Claude, you until freedom, brings fresh supplies," sat the Green Chief's car inside. "Chief Randolph and Jim Rennie observed the scene there," Big Jim said, a note of clear satisfaction in his voice. "I do hope they're pleased with themselves." Randolph glanced at him, puzzled. "Didn't you want the attempt to succeed?" Big Jim winced as a pain shot through his sore shoulder. "Naturally, but I never believed it would. And that fellow with the feminine name and his new ally Julia got everyone's hopes up, didn't they?" "Absolutely. Do you realize her newspaper has never once endorsed me for office?" Not a single time. He gestured toward the people trudging back toward town. "Take a good look, my friend. This is the result of incompetence, false hope, and too much information. Right now they're just sad and let down, but once that wears off, they'll be angry. We're going to require more officers." "More?" "We already have 18, counting part-timers and the new deputies. It won't be sufficient, and we've got." The town whistle began to sound in short, urgent blasts. They looked west and saw smoke billowing upward. "We have Barbara and Shumway to thank for that," Big Jim finished. "Perhaps we should consider doing something about that fire that's a Tarker's Mills issue, and the federal government's, of course. They started a fire with their darn missile, let them handle it. But if the heat spreads something to our side, stop worrying like an old woman and drive me back to town. I need to locate Junior. He and I have matters to discuss." Brenda Perkins and Reverend Piper Libby stood by Piper's Subaru in Dipper's parking lot. "I never truly believed it would work," Brenda admitted. "But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed." "Me as well," Piper replied. "Profoundly so. I'd offer you a ride, but I need to visit a parishioner." "Not out toward Little Bitch Road, I hope," Brenda said, jerking a thumb at the rising smoke. "No, the other direction. Eastchester. Jack Evans. He lost his wife on Dome Day. A freak accident." "Not that all of this isn't freakish." Brenda nodded. "I saw him at Dinsmore's field holding a sign with his wife's photograph. Poor, poor man." Piper walked to the open driver's side window of her car where her dog Clover sat behind the wheel, watching the departing crowd. She fished in her pocket, gave him a treat, and said, "Move over, Clove. You know you failed your last driver's test miserably." To Brenda, she confided, "He's utterly hopeless at parallel parking." The shepherd hopped to the passenger seat. Piper opened the car door and gazed at the smoke. "I'm sure the woods on the Tarker's Mills side are burning nicely, but that's hardly our concern. she offered Brenda a bitter smile. "We have the dome to protect us." "Good luck," Brenda said. "Give Jack my sympathy and my affection." "I will," Piper said, and drove away. Brenda was walking out of the lot with her hands in her jeans pockets, wondering how she would endure the rest of the day, when Julia Shumway pulled up and provided an answer. The missiles detonating against the dome did not rouse Sammy Bushy. It was the clattering wooden crash, followed by little Walter's shrieks of pain, that did. Carter Thibodeau and his companions had taken all her refrigerator stash when they departed, but they hadn't conducted a thorough search, so the shoebox with a crudely drawn skull and crossbones on the lid remained in the closet. A message was scrawled on it in Phil Bushy's backward slanting handwriting: "My stuff, touch it and you die." The trailer held no marijuana. Phil had dismissed pot as something for casual socialites, and she felt no pull toward the bag of crystal meth. She imagined the so-called deputies would have happily smoked it, but to Sammy, meth was the stuff of unhinged minds, who in their right frame would breathe in fumes laced with the chemical residue of matchbook strippers soaked in acetone. There was, however, a smaller bag tucked away, holding half a dozen dreamboats. After Carter and his crew finally left, she washed one of the pills down with warm beer from a bottle hidden under the bed where she now slept alone, unless she brought little Walter in with her, that is, or sometimes Dodie. For a bleak moment she considered swallowing every last dreamboat and putting an end to her miserable, aching existence. She might have gone through with it, too, if not for her son. If she were gone, who would look after him? He could waste away in his crib, a terrifying image. Suicide wasn't an option, but she had never in her life felt so utterly defeated, so soiled and broken. She'd been humiliated before, God knows, sometimes by Phil, who'd indulged in drug-fueled group encounters before sex lost all appeal for him, sometimes by other men, sometimes by her own choices. Sammy Bushy had never mastered the art of being her own ally. Sure, there'd been one-night stands, and back in high school, after the Wildcats clinched the Class D championship. She'd taken on 4 of the starting players in a row at the victory party. It had been her own foolish idea. She'd also sold what Carter, Mel, and Frankie de Lesseps had taken by force, most often to Freeman Brown, who ran Brownie's store, where she shopped because he extended her credit. He was elderly and carried a stale odor, but he was eager, which worked in her favor. It meant he finished fast. 6 thrusts on the storeroom mattress was usually his limit, ending with a grunt and a spurt. It was never the high point of her week, but it was a comfort to know that line of credit existed, especially when money ran thin at month's end, and little Walter needed diapers, and Brownie had never caused her pain. What happened last night was something else entirely. De Lesseps hadn't been the worst, but Carter had bruised her breasts and made her bleed between her legs. Then came the worst part. When Mel Searles dropped his pants, he was wielding something she'd only seen in the porn films Phil used to watch before meth consumed him. Searles hammered into her, and though she tried to recall the closeness she'd shared with Dodie just days earlier, it didn't help. She stayed as parched as a drought-stricken August field, until, that is, what Carter had only scraped open, tore wide. Then came the wetness, pooling beneath her, warm and thick wetness on her face, too, tears tracking down to gather in the hollows of her ears. During Mel's relentless assault, it struck her that he might actually kill her. If he did, what would become of little Walter? And threading through it all, the piercing, nagging voice of Georgia Rue. Do her, do that bitch, make her scream, and scream she did. She screamed until her throat was raw, and from the other room, little Walter wailed along with her. In the end, they warned her to stay quiet and left her bleeding on the couch, battered but breathing. She watched their headlights sweep across the living room ceiling, then dwindle as they drove off toward town. Then it was just her and her son. She paced with him back and forth, pausing only once to pull on a pair of underwear. Not the pink ones. She never wanted to see those again, and stuffed the lining with toilet paper. She had tampons, but the thought of inserting anything made her shudder. Finally, little Walter's head grew heavy against her shoulder, and she felt his drool soak into her skin, the sure sign he was deeply, finally asleep. After settling him back into his crib, hoping desperately he'd stay asleep until morning, she retrieved the shoebox from the closet. The dreamboat, some potent sedative she couldn't name, had first dulled the pain deep inside her, then erased the world entirely. She'd slept for more than half a day, and now this little Walter's cries sliced through her grogginess like a flashlight beam in thick fog. She stumbled from bed and rushed to his room, certain the damn crib, which Phil had assembled while half out of his mind, had finally given way. Little Walter had been rattling it fiercely the night before, while those so-called deputies were occupied with her. That must have loosened everything enough that this morning, when he started moving. Little Walter was on the floor amid the wreckage. He crawled toward her, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. "Little Walter," she cried, scooping him into her arms. Turning, she tripped over a broken slat, went down on one knee, then scrambled up and hurried into the bathroom, the baby wailing against her chest. She twisted the faucet, but of course nothing came out. The power was off. So the well pump was dead. Grabbing a towel, she dabbed his face dry, revealing the cut, not deep, but long and jagged. It would leave a mark. She pressed the towel to it as firmly as she dared, trying to block out little Walter's fresh screams of pain and fury. Blood dotted her bare feet in coin-sized drops. Looking down, she saw the blue underwear she'd put on after the deputies left was now soaked a muddy purple. At first she thought it was little Walter's blood, but her own thighs were streaked with it too. Somehow she managed to get little Walter to hold still long enough to line the cut with 3 cartoon bandages and wrestle him into an undershirt and his last clean pair of overalls, the bib embroidered with Mommy's Lil Devil in red thread. She dressed herself while little Walter crawled in slow circles on her bedroom floor, his frantic sobs fading to tired sniffles. She began by tossing the bloodied underwear in the trash and pulling on a fresh pair. She patted herself with a folded dish towel, tucking an extra away for later. The bleeding hadn't stopped. It wasn't a flood, but it was heavier than her worst period, and it had gone on all night. The sheets were stained. She packed little Walter's diaper bag, then lifted him. He was a solid weight, and a fresh, throbbing ache settled deep in her belly, the kind you get from lousy food. "We're going to the health center," she told him. "Don't you worry, little Walter. Dr. Haskell will patch us both up. Besides, scars aren't so bad for boys. Sometimes girls even think they're kind of tough. I'll drive fast, and we'll be there before you know it." She opened the door. Everything's going to be fine. But her beat-up old Toyota was anything but fine. The deputies had ignored the back tires, but they'd slashed both front ones. Sammy stared at the car, a heavier gloom pressing down on her. A thought, sharp and fleeting, crossed her mind. She could share the last of the dreamboats with little Walter. She could crush his portion and mix it into one of his Playtex bottles, the ones he called his boggies. She could mask the taste with chocolate milk. Little Walter loved chocolate milk. With the idea came the title of one of Phil's old albums, Nothing Matters, and What If It Did? She shoved the thought aside. "I'm not that kind of mom," she murmured to little Walter. He stared up at her with an expression that reminded her of Phil, though in a good way. What looked like bewildered dullness on her ex-husband's face was adorably silly on her son's. She kissed his nose, and he smiled. It was a sweet smile, but the bandages on his forehead were already blooming red. That part wasn't sweet. "Little change of plan," she said, and carried him back inside. At first the papoose was nowhere to be seen, but she eventually located it tucked behind what she would forever after refer to as the rape couch. Getting little Walter settled into it was a struggle, and the effort sent fresh waves of pain radiating through her body. The makeshift pad in her underwear was growing uncomfortably damp, but a quick check of her sweatpants revealed no telltale stains. That was a small relief. "How about a walk, little Walter?" Little Walter merely nuzzled his face deeper into the curve of her neck. Normally, his limited vocabulary worried her. She knew other babies chattering away in full sentences by his age, while he had barely a handful of words, but not today. Today her mind was occupied with heavier concerns. The weather felt unseasonably, oppressively warm for late October. The sky was a washed-out blue, the sunlight hazy and diffuse. Sweat beaded on her forehead and neck almost immediately, and with each step the throbbing in her crotch intensified, a sharp, insistent pain that made her reconsider turning back for aspirin. Wouldn't that just make the bleeding worse? And besides, she wasn't even sure she had any. There was another, more daunting thought she barely acknowledged. If she went back inside that house, she might not find the will to leave again. A white slip of paper was tucked under the left windshield wiper of her Toyota. It was torn from her own kitchen notepad, the top adorned with daisies, and the phrase, "Just a note from Sammy." The sheer audacity of it sparked a weary kind of fury. Scrawled beneath the flowers was a message, "Tell anyone and more than your tires will be flat." Below that, in a different hand, was added, "Next time, maybe we'll turn you over and play the other side." "In your dreams, you bastard," she muttered, her voice thin and exhausted. She crumpled the note and let it fall beside one of the flattened tires. Her poor Corolla looked about as defeated as she felt, then made her way to the end of the driveway. She paused, leaning against the mailbox for support. The metal was warm against her skin, the sun beating down on her neck. There was barely a whisper of a breeze. October was supposed to be crisp and refreshing. Maybe it's that global warming everyone talks about, she thought. She wouldn't be the last to have that idea, though the term that would eventually stick wasn't global at all. Moughton Road stretched out before her, empty and bleak. To her left, about a mile away, lay the tidy new homes of Eastchester, where the more affluent commuters from the mill returned after their days in Lewiston Auburn's offices and shops. To her right was downtown Chester's mill and the health center. "You ready, buddy?" Little Walter offered no opinion. He was asleep against her shoulder, softly snoring and leaving a damp spot on her Donna the Buffalo t-shirt. Sammy drew a deep breath, tried to ignore the persistent ache from what she grimly thought of as the southern hemisphere, adjusted the papoose, and started toward town. When the whistle atop the town hall began to sound, the short, repeated blasts signaling a fire, her first thought was that the noise was inside her own aching head. Then she spotted the smoke, a distant plume far to the west. It was nothing to do with her and little Walter, unless some passing Samaritan, eager for a closer look, decided to offer them a ride. If that happened, surely they'd be kind enough to drop her at the health center on their way to the spectacle. She tried to hum a James McMurtry song that had been popular the previous summer, getting as far as "We Roll Up the Sidewalks at 8:15. It's a small town, can't sell you no beer," before her throat tightened and she stopped. Her mouth was too dry. She blinked, realizing she had drifted to the very edge of the opposite ditch. She'd been weaving across the entire width of the road, a perfect way to get run over instead of rescued. She glanced back, hoping for any sign of traffic. The road to Eastchester was deserted, the asphalt not quite hot enough to shimmer in the stillness. She stumbled back to what she considered her spot, her legs feeling weak and unsteady, like a sailor who'd had too much rum. The old sea shanty ran through her mind. What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Except it wasn't morning at all. The afternoon sun hung heavy, and she'd slept straight through the day. When she glanced down, the gray sweatpants were stained a deep purple at the crotch, just like the underwear she'd worn earlier. "That's never coming out," she thought miserably, "and I only own 2 other pairs that fit." Then she recalled one of those had a huge tear right in the seat, and the tears came cool against her flushed skin. "It's okay, little Walter," she whispered. "Dr. Haskell will take care of us. Everything's going to be just fine." Good as new. Suddenly a dark flower seemed to open in her vision, and the strength drained from her legs all at once. She felt it go, slipping away like water through cupped hands. Sammy collapsed, clinging to one clear instruction. "Roll to your side, don't crush the baby." She managed that much, then lay still on the gravel shoulder of Moughton Road, unconscious under the thick July sun. Little Walter stirred awake and started to cry. He squirmed against the snug papoose carrier, but Sammy had fastened him securely. He was stuck. His cries grew louder, more frantic. A fly landed on his forehead, tasting the blood seeping through the cheerful SpongeBob print, then buzzed away, perhaps to share the discovery back at some insect headquarters. Grasshoppers chirred in the dry grass. The town's fire whistle blared on. Trapped against his motionless mother, little Walter wailed a while in the heat before finally quieting, lying limp as sweat beaded and rolled from his fine hair. Under the sagging marquee of the long-closed Globe Theater, it had shut down 5 years back. Barbie had a clear line of sight to both town hall and the police station. His so-called friend Junior was perched on the cop shop steps, rubbing his temples as if the wailing siren pounded inside his skull. Al Timmons hurried out of town hall and trotted down to the street. Still in his gray custodian uniform, but now with binoculars around his neck, and an empty Indian pump strapped to his back, clearly empty given how lightly he carried it. Barbie figured Al had been the one to sound the alarm. Just go away, Al, he thought. How about it? A small convoy of trucks came rolling up the street, 2 pickups first, then a panel truck, all painted in that eye-searing Burpee's department store yellow. The pickups bore the store logo on the doors. The panel truck proudly displayed the old local slogan, "Meet me for Slurpees at Burpee's." Romeo Burpee himself drove the lead truck, his hair perfectly coiffed in its usual elaborate style, with Brenda Perkins riding beside him. In the truck bed were shovels, hoses, and a shiny new sump pump, its manufacturer's stickers still attached. Romeo pulled up next to Al. "Hop in the back, partner," he said, and Al climbed aboard. Barbie edged deeper into the theater's shadowy overhang. He had no interest in being recruited to fight some fire out on Little Bitch Road. He had his own business right here in town. Junior hadn't moved from the steps, still massaging his head. Once the trucks had passed, Barbie hurried across the street. Junior didn't look up, and soon the ivy-covered bulk of Town Hall blocked him from view. On the steps, Barbie paused to read the notice board. Town meeting Thursday, 7 p.m. if crisis is not resolved. He remembered Julia's warning. Until you've heard Big Jim Rennie's stump speech, don't sell him short, come Thursday night. He might get that chance. Rennie would surely argue to keep control of the situation, and he'll want more power, too, Julia's voice added in his mind. Of course he will, all for the good of the town. The town hall, constructed from quarried stone over a century and a half ago, felt cool and shadowy inside its vestibule. With the generator shut down and the building supposedly empty, the quiet was deep. Yet voices drifted from the main meeting hall, children's voices. Barbie peered through the slightly open oak doors. Up by the selectman's table, a lanky man with thick, graying hair sat across from a girl of about 10, a checkerboard between them. The man rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought over his next move. Further down the aisle between the benches, a young woman was playing leapfrog with a small boy, their laughter bright in the hushed space. Barbie tried to slip away, but the young woman glanced up and spotted him. "Hello," she called, scooping the boy into her arms and walking over. The checker players looked up as well. So much for a quiet exit. "I'm Carolyn Sturgis," she said, offering a free hand while balancing the child on her hip. "That's my friend Thurston Marshall. This little guy is Aiden Appleton. Say hello, Aiden." The boy murmured a soft hi before popping his thumb into his mouth, his wide blue eyes fixed on Barbie with quiet curiosity. The girl hurried up to stand beside Carolyn. "I'm Alice, Rachel Appleton," she announced. "Aiden's big sister. Take your thumb out, Aid." Aiden kept it right where it was. "Pleased to meet you all," Barbie replied, deliberately avoiding giving his name. He almost wished for a disguise, a fake mustache, maybe. But these people struck him as outsiders, which could work in his favor. Thurston Marshall approached, his expression weary and strained. "Are you with the town?" Marshall asked. "If so, I have a complaint to file." "Just the janitor," Barbie said, then remembered Al Timmons had likely been through. "The other janitor? You probably met Al?" "I want my mom," Aiden said softly. "I miss her a lot. We met him," Carolyn confirmed. "He said the government fired missiles at whatever's trapping us here, and they just bounced off and started a fire." "That's true," Barbie began, but Marshall cut in, his voice rising. "I want to lodge a formal complaint. No, I want to press charges. I was assaulted by a police officer, punched in the stomach. I had my gallbladder out a few years back, and I could have internal injuries. And Carolyn was verbally abused, called a degrading name." Carolyn touched his arm gently. "Thirst, before we go making charges? Remember we had DOPE?" "Dope," Alice chimed in immediately. "Our mom smokes it sometimes because it helps with her PERIOD. "Oh," Carolyn said, her smile faint. "Right." Marshall drew himself up, indignation plain on his face. "Possession is a misdemeanor? What happened to me was felony assault, and it hurts like hell." Carolyn shot him a look that blended fondness with sheer frustration. Barbie suddenly grasped their dynamic. A vibrant young woman and a bookish older man now thrown together as refugees in this New England version of purgatory. "Thirst, I'm not sure that misdemeanor argument would hold up in court," she said, then offered Barbie an apologetic glance. "We had quite a bit. They confiscated it." "Maybe they'll smoke the evidence," Barbie suggested. Carolyn laughed, but Marshall didn't crack a smile. His bushy eyebrows knitted together. "I intend to file that complaint regardless." "I'd hold off," Barbie advised. "Given the situation here, a punch in the gut isn't going to top anyone's list of concerns while we're still under this dome." "I consider it a very big deal, my young janitor friend," Marshall insisted. This time, Carolyn's expression held more exasperation than affection. "Thirst. On the bright side, nobody's going to make a federal case over a little marijuana, either," Barbie remarked. "Call it a wash, like they say at the tables. How'd you end up with the kids?" "The officers who stopped by Thurston's place spotted us at the diner," Carolyn explained. "The owner said they were closed until dinner, but she felt sorry for us when we mentioned we were from Massachusetts. She fixed us sandwiches and coffee." "She gave us peanut butter and jelly and coffee," Thurston corrected. There wasn't any choice, not even tuna. I told her peanut butter gums up my dentures, but she claimed they were rationing supplies. Isn't that the most absurd thing you've ever heard? Barbie did think it was absurd, but since it had been his suggestion in the first place, he kept quiet. When I saw the police walk in, I braced for more problems, Carolyn said, but Aidan and Alice seemed to have softened them up. Thurston let out a dismissive snort, not so soft that they offered an apology. Or did I miss that grand gesture? Carolyn sighed, then turned her attention back to Barbie. They mentioned the minister at the Congregational Church might help find the four of us an empty place to stay until this mess is over. Looks like we're going to be temporary guardians, at least for a while. She gently brushed the boy's hair. Thurston Marshall didn't look thrilled about the idea of becoming a foster parent, but he draped an arm around the girl's shoulders, and Barbie respected him for that. One cop was named Junior, Alice chimed in. He's nice and totally cute. Frankie wasn't as handsome, but he was nice too. He gave us a Milky Way. Mom says not to take candy from strangers, but... She shrugged, a gesture that seemed to say the old rules didn't apply anymore. A reality she and Carolyn grasped far better than Thurston. They weren't nice earlier, Thurston grumbled. They weren't nice when they were hitting me in the gut, Carol. You have to take the bad with the good, Alice said with unexpected wisdom. That's what my mom always says, Carolyn laughed. Barbie joined in, and after a moment Marshall did too, though he winced and held his stomach, shooting his young girlfriend a look of mild reproach. I walked up the street and knocked on the church door, Carolyn continued. No one answered, so I went inside. It was unlocked, but the place was empty. Any idea when the pastor might be back? Barbie shook his head. If I were you, I'd take your checkerboard and head on up to the parsonage. It's around back. You're looking for a woman named Piper Libby. Cherchez la femme, Thurston said. Barbie gave a slight shrug, then nodded. She's good people, and heaven knows there are plenty of vacant houses in Milltown. You could practically take your pick, and you'll likely find some canned goods in the pantry wherever you land. The thought made him remember the fallout shelter again. Alice, in the meantime, had snatched up the checkers, stuffing the pieces into her pockets and clutching the board. Mr. Marshall's beaten me every game so far, she informed Barbie. He says it's patronizing to let kids win just because they're kids. But I'm improving, right, Mr. Marshall? She beamed up at him. Thurston Marshall returned the smile. Barbie felt a flicker of hope that this unlikely foursome might just make it. Youth must be served, my dear Alice, Thurston said, but not necessarily on the first try. I want Mommy, Aidan said gloomily. If only there was a way to reach her, Carolyn murmured. Alice, you're positive you don't remember her email address? She glanced at Barbie. Her mom left her cell phone back at the cabin, so that's a dead end. She's a hotmail, Alice offered. That's all I know. Sometimes she jokes she used to be a hot female, but Dad took care of that. Carolyn looked at her much older boyfriend. Shall we blow this pop stand? Indeed. We may as well repair to the parsonage and hope the good lady returns promptly from whatever errand of mercy she's currently running. The parsonage might be unlocked too, Barbie added. If it isn't, try checking under the doormat. I wouldn't presume, Thurston said stiffly. I would, Carolyn said and giggled. The sound brought a small, fleeting smile to the little boy's face. Presume. Alice Appleton shouted, racing up the aisle with her arms wide and a checkerboard waving from her hand. Presume, presume, everyone, let's presume. Thurston let out a weary breath and followed. If you wreck that board, Alice, you'll never win against me. Yes, I will, because youth gets its way, she called back without slowing. We can always fix it with tape. Hurry up. In Carolyn's arms, Aidan squirmed until she put him down to run after his sister. Carolyn offered her hand. Thank you, mister. Absolutely my pleasure, Barbie said, shaking it firmly. He turned to Thurston, whose handshake felt limp and cold, the kind Barbie linked to men who spent more time thinking than moving. They headed after the children. At the double doors, Thurston Marshall glanced back. A dusty beam of sunlight from a high window cut across his face, etching years onto it, making him seem ancient. I was the editor for the latest issue of Plowshares, he stated, his voice trembling with hurt and outrage. It's one of the finest literary magazines in America. They had no right to hit me or to mock me. No, Barbie agreed quietly. They didn't take good care of those kids. We will, Carolyn said, taking the man's arm and giving it a reassuring squeeze. Come on, Thurs. Barbie waited until the outer door clicked shut, then turned to find the stairs leading up to the town hall conference room and kitchen. Julia had mentioned the fallout shelter was just half a flight below that area. Piper's initial impression was that someone had dumped a sack of trash beside the road. Drawing nearer, she realized it was a person. She swerved over, scrambling from her car so hastily she stumbled to one knee, scraping it raw. Pushing upright, she saw it wasn't one but two bodies, a woman and a small child. The toddler, at least, was alive, feebly moving its arms. Piper rushed over and gently turned the woman onto her back. She was young, her face vaguely familiar, though not a member of Piper's congregation, her cheek and forehead badly bruised. Piper carefully freed the child from its carrier, and as she cradled him, stroking his damp hair, he began a raspy, exhausted cry. The sound made the woman's eyes flutter open. Piper noticed then that the woman's jeans were soaked with blood. "Leo Walter," the woman managed, her voice a dry croak. Piper misheard the name. "Don't worry, I have water in the car. Just lie still. I've got your baby. He's safe." She said it without knowing if it was true. "I'll look after him. Leo Walter," the woman in the bloodied jeans repeated, and her eyes closed again. Piper sprinted back to her car, her heart hammering so hard she felt it behind her eyes, a coppery taste on her tongue. "God help me," she prayed, and finding no other words, she thought it again. God, oh God, help me, help her. Her Subaru had air conditioning, but she seldom used it, believing it wasn't eco-friendly despite the day's heat. Now she turned it on full blast. She placed the baby on the back seat, rolled up all the windows, shut the doors, and started back toward the woman lying in the dust, when a dreadful idea struck. What if the baby climbed over the seat, pushed a button, and locked her out? God, I'm such a fool. The most useless minister when it counts. Help me not be so stupid. She rushed back, yanked the driver's door open, and peered over the seat. The boy lay where she'd left him, now sucking his thumb. His eyes drifted to her briefly, then lifted to the ceiling as if watching something fascinating there, maybe mental cartoons. His little T-shirt beneath his overalls was drenched with sweat. Piper twisted the electronic key fob back and forth in her fist until it snapped free from the key ring. Then she ran back to the woman who was attempting to sit up. "Don't," Piper said, kneeling beside her and slipping an arm around her shoulders. "I really don't think you should." "Leo Walter," the woman croaked again. "Crap. I forgot the water. Seriously, why did I let that happen?" The woman was already trying to get up, which went against every first-aid rule Piper knew. But with the road empty and the sun beating down, leaving her there wasn't an option. It would only make things worse. So Piper helped her stand instead, slipping an arm around her waist to steady her. "Take it slow," she murmured, guiding the woman's unsteady steps. "Easy now. The car's cool, and I've got water." "Lil Walter." The woman swayed, caught her balance, and tried to hurry. Piper kept her voice calm. "Water first, then I'm driving you to the hospital." "Hell Center," Piper understood but shook her head. "Not a chance. You and your baby are going to the hospital." "Lil Walter," the woman whispered again, head bowed, hair covering her face as Piper helped her into the passenger seat. Piper grabbed the bottle of Poland Spring from the console, unscrewed the cap, but the woman snatched it before she could offer it. She drank desperately, water spilling down her chin and darkening her T-shirt. "What's your name?" Piper asked. "Sammy Bushy." Then, even as her stomach cramped from the water, that dark bloom began to unfold behind Sammy's eyes once more. The bottle slipped from her hand, gurgling onto the floor mat as she passed out cold. Piper drove fast. Moughton Road was still deserted, but when she reached the hospital, she learned Dr. Haskell had died the day before, and the physician's assistant, Everett, was nowhere to be found. Sammy was examined and admitted by the renowned medical expert Dougie Twitchell. While Ginny worked to stop Sammy Bushy's vaginal bleeding and Twitch administered IV fluids to a severely dehydrated little Walter. Rusty Everett was sitting quietly on a park bench at the edge of the common near Town Hall. The bench sat under the wide branches of a tall blue spruce, and Rusty figured the deep shade made him nearly invisible as long as he kept still. He'd planned to go straight to the storage building behind Town Hall. Twitch called it a shed, but the long wooden structure that also housed the mills for snowplows was more substantial than that to check the propane supply. But then a police car pulled up, Frankie de Lesseps behind the wheel. Junior Rennie got out from the passenger side. The two spoke briefly before de Lesseps drove off. Junior climbed the peaty steps but didn't go inside. He just sat down, rubbing his temples like someone with a brutal headache. Rusty decided to wait. He didn't want to be spotted checking on the town's energy reserves, especially not by the second selectman's son. At one point, Junior took his cell phone out, flipped it open, listened, spoke, listened again, then snapped it shut. He went back to massaging his temples. Dr. Haskell had mentioned something about that young man, migraines maybe. It sure looked like one. It wasn't just the rubbing, it was the way he kept his head down, trying to avoid the glare. Probably left his Imitrex at home, Rusty thought, assuming Haskell ever prescribed it. Rusty half rose, intending to slip across Commonwealth Lane to the back of Town Hall. Junior clearly wasn't paying close attention. But then he noticed someone else and settled back down. Dale Barbara, the short-order cook who'd reportedly been promoted to colonel by the president himself, if the rumors were true, was standing under the marquee of the Globe, even deeper in the shadows than Rusty was. Barbara seemed to be keeping a watchful eye on young Mr. Rennie as well. It was interesting. She appeared to reach the same conclusion Rusty had already drawn. Junior wasn't simply observing his surroundings. He was waiting, possibly for someone to collect him. Barbara hurried across the street and, once safely concealed from Junior's line of sight by the bulk of the town hall, stopped to examine the community bulletin board out front before heading inside. Rusty chose to remain on his bench a while longer. The shade of the tree was pleasant, and his curiosity was piqued about who Junior might be expecting. People were still trickling back from dippers. A few would have lingered far longer if the alcohol had been available. Most, like the young man slumped on the distant steps, kept their heads lowered, not from physical pain, Rusty guessed, but from a deep sense of defeat. Perhaps in the end, those two things were the same. It was a somber thought worth considering. Then a familiar, boxy black gas guzzler appeared, Big Jim Rennie's Hummer. It honked impatiently at a small group of townspeople ambling in the street, scattering them like startled sheep before pulling up to the police department. Junior glanced up but didn't rise. The doors swung open. Andy Sanders emerged from the driver's side, Rennie from the passenger seat. Rennie letting someone else drive his cherished Black Pearl from his bench. Rusty's eyebrows shot up. He couldn't recall ever seeing anyone but Big Jim himself behind the wheel of that beast. Maybe he's decided to promote Andy from general errand boy to personal chauffeur, he mused. But as he watched Big Jim climb the steps to where his son remained seated, he reconsidered. Like most experienced medical professionals, Rusty was a decent long-distance diagnostician. He'd never prescribed treatment based on it, but you could spot a man who'd had a hip replacement 6 months prior versus one currently battling hemorrhoids just by his gait. You could identify a neck strain by the way a woman turned her entire body instead of simply glancing over her shoulder. Big Jim held his arm tightly against the upper curve of his substantial stomach as he ascended. The classic posture of a man nursing a recent shoulder or upper arm injury, or both. Suddenly it wasn't so surprising that Sanders had been tasked with piloting the vehicle. The three conversed. Junior remained seated, but Sanders sat down beside him, fished in his pocket, and produced a small object that glinted in the hazy afternoon light. Rusty's eyesight was sharp, but he was a good 50 yards too far to identify what it was. Glass or metal, that was his only certainty. Junior pocketed the item, and the discussion continued. Rennie gestured toward the Hummer with his uninjured arm. Junior shook his head. Sanders then pointed at the vehicle as well. Junior refused again, dropped his head, and resumed massaging his temples. The two men exchanged a look, Sanders craning his neck upward from his seat on the steps and squarely within Big Jim's shadow, which Rusty found fitting. Big Jim offered a resigned shrug, a what-can-you-do gesture. Sanders stood, and the two men entered the PD building, Big Jim pausing briefly to pat his son's shoulder. Junior offered no reaction. He just kept sitting there as if he planned to wait out the entire century. No sooner had the two selectmen disappeared inside than a group of 4 exited the town hall. An older gentleman, a young woman, a girl, and a boy. The girl was holding the boy's hand and carrying a checkerboard. The boy looked nearly as miserable as Junior, Rusty thought, and wouldn't you know it, he was also rubbing one temple with his free hand. The foursome cut across Calm Lane, passing directly in front of Rusty's bench. "Hello," the little girl said cheerfully. "I'm Alice. This is Aiden." "We're moving into the parsonage," the small boy named Aiden announced gloomily, still rubbing his temple, his complexion unusually pale. "That sounds like quite the adventure," Rusty replied. "I've sometimes thought living in a parsonage would be interesting." The man and woman caught up to the children, their hands linked. Rusty initially assumed they were father and daughter. "We're actually hoping to speak with Reverend Libby," the woman explained. "You wouldn't happen to know if she's returned yet." "Afraid not," Rusty said. "We'll just head over and wait, then, at the parsonage." She offered a smile to the older man as she said it, making Rusty reconsider their relationship. That's what the custodian suggested. Al Timmons? Rusty had seen Al climbing into a Burpee's department store delivery truck earlier. "No, the other fellow. the man clarified. He thought the Reverend might assist us with finding a place to stay. Rusty gave a nod. Was his name Dale? I don't believe he ever actually introduced himself, the woman said. Come on. The boy released his sister's hand and tugged at the woman's sleeve instead. I want to play that other game you promised. His tone was more whiny than excited, likely due to mild shock, or perhaps a physical discomfort. Rusty hoped it was just a minor chill. The last thing the town needed was a flu outbreak. They've been separated from their mother, at least for the time being, the woman confided in a hushed tone. We're looking after them. That's very good of you, Rusty said sincerely. Son, is your head hurting? No. Does your throat feel sore? No, Aiden stated firmly, his serious eyes fixed on Rusty. You know what? If we don't even go trick-or-treating this year, I don't mind. Aiden Appleton, Alice exclaimed, sounding utterly scandalized. Rusty gave a slight start on the bench before smiling. No? Why's that? Because Mommy always takes us, and Mommy went for splies. He means supplies, Alice said, with an air of big sister patience. She went for whoops, Aiden insisted, his small face etched with the concern of a worried old man. I'd be too scared to go Halloweening without Mommy. Come along, Caro, the man urged. We really should. Rusty stood up from the bench. Ma'am, could I have a quick word with you? Just over here by the spruce. Caro looked both puzzled and cautious, but followed him a few steps to the side of the blue evergreen. Has the boy shown any signs of seizure activity? Rusty asked quietly. That could involve suddenly going still and unresponsive, a vacant stare, repetitive mouth movements. Nothing like that, the man interjected, joining them. No. Caro agreed, though she now appeared frightened. The man noticed her expression and fixed Rusty with a stern frown. Are you a medical doctor? A physician's assistant. I just thought, well, we certainly appreciate your concern, Mr. Eric Everett. Rusty is fine. We appreciate it, Mr. Everett, but I believe it's unnecessary. Please remember these children have just lost contact with their mother. And they spent 2 nights alone with very little food, Caro added. They were trying to reach town on their own when those 2 officers, she wrinkled her nose as if the word tasted sour, found them. Rusty nodded slowly. That could explain it, I suppose, though the little girl seems perfectly fine. Children react differently to stress, and we really must go. They're getting away from us, Thurse. Alice and Aiden were dashing across the park, sending up vibrant clouds of autumn leaves, with Alice waving the checkerboard and shouting, "Passionnage, passionnage," at the top of her voice. The boy kept pace, yelling alongside her. The kid just had a brief mental lapse, that's all, Rusty told himself. The rest was mere coincidence, or not even that, since what American child isn't dreaming of Halloween in late October? One thing was certain. If questioned later, these people would remember exactly where and when they'd met Eric Rusty Everett. So much for keeping a low profile. The gray-haired man called out, "Children, slow down, please." The younger woman studied Rusty for a moment, then extended her hand. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Everett. Rusty probably just being overly cautious. It's a hazard of the job. You're completely forgiven. This has been the most insane weekend in recorded history. Let's just blame it on that." "Absolutely. And if you need me, try the hospital or the health center." He gestured toward Kathy Russell, which would become visible through the bare trees once the remaining leaves dropped. If they ever did fall. "Or this bench," she said, her smile lingering. "Or this bench, right?" He smiled back. Caro, Thurse's voice carried a note of impatience. "Let's go." She offered Rusty a tiny wave, just a flicker of her fingertips, then hurried after the others. She moved with a light, graceful run. Rusty found himself wondering if Thurse understood that girls who ran with such lightness and grace almost invariably ended up running away from their older lovers, eventually. Perhaps he did know, perhaps it had happened to him before. Rusty watched them move across the common toward the spire of the Congo church until the trees finally hid them from view. When he glanced back at the police department, Junior Rennie was no longer there. Rusty remained seated for another minute or two, his fingers tapping a restless rhythm on his legs. Then he reached a decision and stood up. The task of checking the town storage shed for the hospital's missing propane tanks could wait. He was far more interested in discovering what the mill's sole Army officer was up to inside the town hall. As Rusty crossed Calm Lane, Barbie was standing in the fallout shelter, letting out a low, appreciative whistle. The space was as long as a dining car on a train, and its shelves were packed. They were loaded with canned goods, most of which looked decidedly aquatic, piles of sardines, rows of salmon, and plenty of something labeled Snow's Clam Fryettes, which Barbie earnestly hoped he'd never have to taste. There were boxes of dry staples, including large plastic containers marked rice, wheat, powdered milk, and sugar. Stacked flats of bottles were labeled drinking water. He counted 10 big cartons of U.S. Guffed surplus crackers and 2 more marked U.S. Goat surplus Cocolate bars. A faded, yellowing sign on the wall above them read 700 calories a day keeps hunger at bay. "Keep dreaming," Barbie muttered under his breath. A door stood at the far end. He opened it to utter darkness, fumbled along the wall, and found a light switch. This revealed a second room, slightly smaller but still sizable. It had an old, forgotten feel, not dirty as someone, presumably Al Timmons, had been dusting and dry mopping, but clearly neglected. The water here was stored in glass bottles, something he hadn't seen since a short deployment overseas. This back room held a dozen folded cots with plain blue blankets and mattresses sealed in clear plastic. More supplies lined the walls, including half a dozen cardboard canisters marked sanitation kit and another dozen labeled air masks. A small auxiliary generator, now humming to life since he'd flipped the lights, provided minimal power. Flanking the generator were 2 shelves. On one sat a radio that appeared to be vintage, possibly from the era when a certain novelty trucker song topped the charts. On the other shelf were 2 hot plates and a metal box painted a glaring yellow. The logo on its side was from a time when the initials CD meant something very different. It was exactly what he had come to find. Barbie picked it up and nearly fumbled it. The thing was surprisingly heavy. On its face was a gauge marked counts per second. If you switched it on and aimed the sensor, the needle might rest safely in the green, climb into the yellow zone, or swing over into the red. That, Barbie figured, would be very bad news. He turned it on. The small power light remained dark, and the needle didn't budge from 0. "Battery's dead," a voice said from directly behind him. Barbie nearly leapt out of his shoes. He spun around to see a tall, broad-shouldered man with blond hair standing in the doorway between the 2 rooms. For a moment, the man's name slipped his mind, even though he was a regular at the restaurant most Sunday mornings, often with his wife and always with his 2 young daughters. Then it clicked. "Rusty Evers, isn't it?" "Close. It's Everett." The man extended his hand. With a touch of caution, Barbie stepped forward and shook it. "Saw you arrive, and that," he nodded toward the Geiger counter, "is likely a smart move. Something's clearly holding it all in place." He didn't specify what it was, and he didn't have to. "Glad you think so? You nearly scared me into an early grave. But I suppose you could handle that. You're a doctor, right?" "Physician's assistant," Rusty corrected. "That means—" "I know what it means." "All right, you win the prize." Rusty gestured at the device. "That gadget probably runs on a 6-volt battery. I'm fairly sure I saw some at Burpee's Hardware. Less sure anyone's minding the store right now. So, maybe a little more reconnaissance." "What exactly are we scouting?" The storage shed out back. "And why would we want to do that?" "That depends on what we find. If it's what went missing from the hospital, you and I might share a bit of information." "Care to share what you lost? Propane, my friend?" Barbie weighed the offer. "What the hell? Let's go take a look." Junior stood at the base of the shaky stairs running up the side of Sanders' hometown drug, doubting he could make the climb with his head pounding like this. Maybe? Probably. Then again, he felt like his skull might burst halfway up, like some cheap party favor. The flickering spot was back in his vision, dancing in time with his pulse, but it wasn't white anymore. It had deepened to a vicious red. I'd be fine in the dark, he thought, in the pantry with my companions. If this went according to plan, he could go there right now. The pantry in the McCain house on Prestile Street seemed like the most perfect refuge on earth. Sure, Coggins was there too, but so what? Junior could just shove that Bible-thumping nuisance out of the way, and Coggins had to stay hidden, for now at least. Junior felt no urge to shield his father, and was neither shocked nor bothered by what the old man had done. He'd always known Big Jim Rennie had a killer inside him, but he was very interested in wrecking Dale Barber's plans. If we play this right, we can do more than just sideline him. Big Jim had said that morning over bitter coffee. We can use him to pull this town together through the crisis, and that meddling reporter, I've got a notion about her, too. He'd placed a heavy paternal hand on Junior's shoulder. We're a team, son. For the time being, they were hitched to the same wagon. And they would settle things with Barbie. It had even crossed Junior's fevered mind that Barbie was the cause of his headaches. If Barbie really had served overseas, Iraq was the scuttlebutt. Then he could have brought back some strange souvenir, a toxin, for instance. Junior had eaten at the Sweetbriar Rose plenty of times. Barbara could have slipped something into his food or his coffee, and if Barbie wasn't cooking himself, he could have convinced Rose to do it. That woman was wrapped around his finger. Junior began climbing the stairs, moving slowly, pausing every few steps. His head didn't explode, and when he finally reached the top landing, he fumbled in his pocket for the apartment key Andy Sanders had given him. At first he couldn't locate it and feared he'd lost it, but then his fingers found it, tucked beneath some loose coins. He scanned the street below. A few folks were still wandering back from dippers, but no one glanced up at him standing outside Barbie's door. The key turned in the lock, and he slipped inside. He didn't switch on the lights, even though the town generator was probably supplying power. The gloom made the throbbing spot in his vision less aggressive. He looked around with a dull curiosity. The place was full of books, shelves and shelves of them, a quiet library belonging to a man he was determined to destroy. Had Barbie been planning to abandon his belongings when he skipped town? Or had he set something up, maybe with Petra Searles, who worked downstairs, to have them shipped somewhere? If that were the case, he likely would have made the same arrangements for that rug in the living room. Some tacky-looking souvenir Barbie probably grabbed at a local market when he wasn't busy waterboarding suspects or messing with little boys. But no, Junior concluded. Barbie hadn't arranged for anything to be shipped. He didn't need to, because he never intended to leave in the first place. Once that thought clicked, Junior couldn't believe he hadn't seen it sooner. Barbie was happy here. He'd never walk away on his own. The guy was as content as a maggot in a pile of dog crap. Find something he can't talk his way out of. Big Jim had ordered. Something that belongs only to him. Do you understand me? What do you think I am, Dad? An idiot? Junior thought bitterly. If I'm so stupid, how come I'm the one who saved your hide last night? Still, his father packed a hell of a punch when he lost his temper. No denying that. He'd never slapped or spanked Junior as a kid, something Junior always credited to his late mother's calming presence. Now he wondered if it was because his father knew deep down that if he ever started, he might not be able to stop. Like father, like son, Junior muttered, and let out a choked giggle. It made his head pound, but he laughed anyway. Wasn't there some old saying about laughter being the best medicine? He wandered into Barbie's bedroom, noticed the bed was perfectly made, and briefly fantasized about taking a huge dump right in the center of it. Yeah, and then wiping himself with the pillowcase. How would you like that, Barbie, instead? He went to the dresser. The top drawer held 3 or 4 pairs of jeans and 2 pairs of khaki shorts. Under the shorts was a cell phone, and for a second he thought that might be it. But no, it was a cheap prepaid thing, what the college kids called a burner. Barbie could always claim it wasn't his. The second drawer contained half a dozen pairs of underwear, and another 4 or 5 pairs of plain white athletic socks. The third drawer was completely empty. He checked under the bed, his head throbbing and pounding, definitely not getting better. It seemed nothing under there, not even dust bunnies. Barbie was a neat freak. Junior thought about taking the Imitrex in his watch pocket, but decided against it. He'd already taken 2, with no effect except a nasty metallic taste in his throat. He knew what he really needed, the dark pantry on Presteel Street, and the company of his girlfriends, but for now he was here, and there had to be something. "Sumpin'?" he whispered. "Gotta be a little sumpin'?" He started back toward the living room, wiping moisture from the corner of his aching left eye, not noticing it was tinged with blood, then stopped, struck by a sudden idea. He returned to the dresser and opened the sock and underwear drawer again. The socks were rolled into balls. Back in high school, Junior had sometimes hidden a little weed or a couple of uppers in his rolled-up socks. Once, even one of Adriette Nedo's thongs. Socks were a good hiding spot. He took out the neatly bundled socks one by one, squeezing each one. He hit pay dirt on the third ball, feeling what seemed like a flat piece of metal. No 2 of them. He unrolled the socks and shook the heavier one over the dresser top. What tumbled out were Dale Barber's dog tags, and despite the terrible headache, Junior smiled. "Got you, Barbie," he thought. "You're so in the frame." On the Tarker's Mills side of Little Bitch Road, the fires started by the Fast Hawk missiles were still burning fiercely, though they'd likely be out by dark. Fire crews from 4 towns, backed by a mixed detachment of Marines and Army soldiers, were on the scene and making progress. It would have been under control even sooner. Brenda Perkins figured if the firefighters over there didn't have to battle a brisk wind on the mill side, they hadn't faced that particular issue. It felt like a gift right now, though tomorrow it could easily turn into a burden. There was just no telling. Brenda refused to let the uncertainty spoil her mood this afternoon, because for the first time in what felt like forever, she actually felt good. If someone had asked her yesterday when she might experience that again, her honest answer would have been a grim, maybe next year, maybe never. She was self-aware enough to understand this high was temporary. A solid 90 minutes of intense physical labor had a lot to do with it. Whether you were jogging or beating back flames with the broadside of a shovel, exercise pumped out endorphins. But this sensation ran deeper than just brain chemistry. It was the satisfaction of leading a critical task, one she was fully capable of handling. Other volunteers had converged on the smoke. 17 people now stood along Little Bitch Road, a mix of men and women. Some still clutched the spades and rubber mats they'd used to smother the creeping fire, while others had shrugged off the Indian pumps from their backs, setting the heavy tanks down on the hard-packed dirt. Over by the Burpee's department store truck, Al Timmons, Johnny Carver, and Nell Toomey were coiling hoses and tossing them into the bed. Tommy Anderson from Dipper's restaurant and Lissa Jameson, who might have been a bit new age in her beliefs but was undeniably as strong as an ox, were hauling the sump pump they'd used to draw water from the creek toward another vehicle. Brenda caught the sound of laughter and realized she wasn't the only one riding that post-exertion wave of relief. The brush lining both sides of the road was charred and still sending up tendrils of smoke. A few trees had been lost, but the damage stopped there. The dome had actually been an unlikely ally, blocking the wind, and by partially damming the creek, turning their side into a soggy, marshy area that helped contain the flames. The fire on the Tarker's Mills side, however, was a whole other nightmare. The men fighting it over there were just shimmering, ghostly shapes seen through the accumulating grime and heat haze on the dome's surface. Romeo Burpee ambled over, a soaked broom in one hand and a rubber floor mat in the other. A price tag still clung stubbornly to the mat's underside. The words charred but legible. "Every day is sale day at Burpee's." He dropped it and thrust out a soot-streaked hand, surprised but willing. Brenda gave it a firm shake. "What's that for, Rami?" "For you running one hell of an operation out here," he said. She laughed, a little embarrassed but undeniably pleased. Anyone could have managed it with these conditions. It was just a contact fire, and the ground so waterlogged it probably would have fizzled out on its own by dusk. "Maybe," he conceded, then pointed through the trees toward a ragged clearing where a crumbling stone wall snaked across the field. Or maybe it would have jumped into that tall grass, hit the tree line on the far side, and then all hell would have broken loose. Could have burned for a week, a month even, especially with no damn fire department to speak of. He turned his head and spat. Even without wind, a fire finds a way if it gets a taste. They got coal mine fires down in Pennsylvania that have been smoldering for decades. Read about it in a magazine. No wind down there either, and who's to say a good breeze won't kick up here? We don't know jack about what that thing does or doesn't let through. They both turned to look at the dome. The layer of soot and ash made it faintly visible now, a grimy wall climbing nearly 100 feet into the air. It also blurred their view of the other side, and that detail sat uneasily with Brenda. She didn't want to examine the feeling too closely, not when it threatened to steal the glow from the afternoon's success, but the truth was, it unnerved her. It brought back the memory of last night's strange, blurred sunset. "Dale Barber needs to call his contact in Washington," she said, her tone shifting from satisfied to sharply practical. "Tell them that once they've got their own fire under control, they need to hose that gunk off. We can't reach it from here." "Solid plan," Romeo agreed, but he had something else on his mind. "You take a good look at your crew here, ma'am, because I sure have." Brenda looked startled. "They're not my crew." "Oh, but they are," he said, a note of firm insistence in his voice. "You were the one calling the shots that makes them yours." "See any police around?" he asked. She scanned the street. "Not a single one," Romeo replied. "No Randolph, no Henry Morrison, none of the deputies like Freddie Denton or Roop Libby, not even Georgie Frederick, and none of those new young officers either. They're likely occupied with—" Her voice faded. Romeo gave a slow nod. "Exactly. Occupied with what? You don't know, and I don't either. But whatever's keeping them busy, I have my doubts about its value. There's a town meeting scheduled for Thursday night. If this situation continues, I believe we'll need to discuss some serious adjustments." He hesitated, his accent thickening. "I might be overstepping my bounds here, but I think you should consider running for chief of police and fire." Brenda thought it over, her mind drifting to the file she'd discovered labeled Vader. After a moment, she shook her head. "It's far too early for that kind of move. What about just fire chief, then? How about that? The Lewiston inflection was stronger now. Brenda looked out at the scene, the smoldering brush, the trees scorched into blackened skeletons. It was an ugly sight, reminiscent of some bleak photograph from a World War I trench, but the immediate danger was gone. The people who had rallied here had taken care of it. Her team. A faint smile touched her lips. That, she said, I might actually consider. The first time Ginny Tomlinson hurried down the hospital corridor, she was sprinting in response to an urgent, blaring alarm, and Piper didn't attempt to stop her. Piper had been in the waiting room long enough to understand the stark reality. A skeleton crew of 3, 2 nurses and a teenage candy striper named Gina Buffalino, was holding this entire hospital together. They were managing, but just barely. When Ginny returned, her pace was slow, her shoulders slumped. A medical chart hung loosely from her hand. "Ginny?" Piper ventured. "Are you all right?" Piper expected a sharp retort, but instead Ginny offered an exhausted smile and sank into the chair beside her. "I'm fine, just worn out." She let out a slow breath. "Also, Ed Carty just passed." Piper took her hand. "I'm so sorry." Ginny squeezed her fingers briefly. "Don't be. You know how women sometimes talk about childbirth?" One had an easy delivery. Another had a difficult one. Piper nodded. "Death can be like that, too," Ginny said softly. "Mr. Carty was in labor for a long time, but now he's been delivered." Piper found the notion strangely beautiful, something she might weave into a sermon, though she suspected a congregation trapped under the dome wouldn't want to hear about death this Sunday. They sat in silence for a while, Piper searching for the right words. In the end, she didn't need them. "She was assaulted," Ginny said abruptly, her voice low, "probably repeatedly. I was worried Twitch would have to stitch her up, but I finally managed to stop the bleeding with a pack." She paused, her composure cracking slightly. "I was crying. The girl was too out of it to notice, which was a small mercy. And the baby? A basically healthy toddler, but he gave us a scare. He had a minor seizure, likely from sun exposure, combined with dehydration and hunger. He also has a cut." Ginny drew a line across her own forehead. Twitch came down the hall and joined them, looking utterly drained, a world away from his usual cheerful self. "Did the men who hurt her also injure the child?" Piper asked. Her voice stayed calm, but a narrow crimson crack of fury was beginning to form in her thoughts. "Little Walter? I think he just took a fall," Twitch said. "Sammy mumbled something about the crib breaking. It wasn't very clear, but I'm fairly sure that part was an accident." Piper looked at him puzzled. "That's what she was saying. I thought she was asking for a little water." "I'm sure she wanted water, too," Ginny said. "But the baby's name is actually Little Walter. First name Little, second name Walter. Named after some blues harmonica player, I think." She and Phil, Ginny brought her fingers to her lips in a universal gesture. "Oh, Phil was into a lot more than just pot," Twitch said flatly. When it came to substances, Phil Bushy was a real overachiever. "Is he dead?" Piper asked. Twitch shrugged. "Haven't laid eyes on him since spring. If he is, good riddance to bad rubbish." Piper gave him a look of gentle reproach. Twitch ducked his head. "Sorry, Reverend." He turned his attention back to Ginny. "Is there any sign of Rusty?" "He needed a break," she replied, "so I told him to take it. I'm sure he'll be back before long." Piper sat quietly between them, her expression composed. Internally, a familiar crimson crack was splitting wider. A bitter flavor coated her tongue. She recalled a night from her teens when her father had grounded her from meeting friends at the mall's skate scene after she'd mouthed off to her mother. Back then, Piper Libby had possessed an endless supply of clever retorts. She'd stormed upstairs, phoned the friend she was supposed to meet, and explained in a sickeningly sweet, utterly calm tone that plans had changed. "Maybe next weekend?" "Absolutely. Yeah, have fun." "No, really. I'm totally fine. Goodbye." Then she demolished her bedroom, finishing by ripping her prized Oasis poster from the wall and shredding it. By that point she was sobbing with raw, furious screams, one of those tempests that used to rage through her adolescence like a Category 5 hurricane. Her father had appeared in the doorway at some point, just watching. When she finally noticed him, she glared back, breathless, thinking how much she despised him, how much she despised both of them. If they were gone, she could live with her fun Aunt Ruth in New York City. Aunt Ruth actually understood how to enjoy life. Unlike certain people, he had simply held his hands out to her, palms open and empty. It was a strangely vulnerable gesture, one that shattered her anger and nearly broke her heart. "If you don't control your temper will control you," he had said, before turning and walking slowly down the hall with his head bowed. She hadn't slammed the door. She had shut it, very softly. That was the year she declared war on her own vicious temper. Eradicating it completely felt like destroying a part of herself. But she knew if she didn't change something fundamental, a crucial piece of her would be stuck at 15 forever. She began the hard work of building control, and most of the time she succeeded. Whenever that control threatened to slip, she would remember her father's words, that open-handed offering, and his weary walk down the hallway of her childhood home. She spoke at his funeral 9 years later, telling the gathering, "My father once told me the most important thing I've ever heard." She didn't specify what it was, but her mother, seated in the front pew of the very church where Piper was now ordained, knew. For 2 decades, whenever the nearly irresistible urge to lash out arose because people could be so astoundingly, willfully obtuse, she would hear her father's voice, "If you don't control your temper will control you." But now the red fissure was spreading, and she felt the ancient impulse to hurl something, to claw at skin until blood beaded to the surface. "Did you ask her who was responsible?" "Of course I did," Ginny answered. "She won't say. She's terrified." Piper remembered her initial thought upon seeing the mother and baby by the roadside, that they were just a heap of trash. And that, of course, was all they had been to the person who did this. She stood, "I'm going to speak with her." "That might not be the best idea right now," Ginny cautioned. "She's been given a sedative, and—" "Let her try," Twitch said. His face was ashen. His hands were clenched tightly between his knees, knuckles popping. "And make it count, Rev." Sammy's eyelids were heavy. They drifted open slowly as Piper sat beside her bed. You're the one who—" "Yes," Piper said, taking her hand. "I'm Piper Libby." "Thank you," Sammy whispered, her eyes already starting to close again. "Thank me by telling me the names of the men who hurt you in the dim, warm room. The hospital's air conditioning silent." Sammy shook her head weakly. "They said they'd come for me if I told." She looked at Piper, a gaze dull with exhausted surrender. "They might hurt little Walter, too." Piper simply nodded. "I know you're scared," Piper said, her voice low and steady, "but I need you to tell me who they were. Give me the names. Didn't you listen?" Sammy whispered, turning her face toward the wall. "They told me they'd come back, and—" Piper felt her patience thinning. If she didn't act now, the girl would retreat completely. She reached out and took Sammy's hand, not gently. "You're going to give me those names?" "I can't." Tears welled in Sammy's eyes, spilling over. "You will," Piper insisted, leaning closer, "because if I hadn't found you when I did, you might not be breathing right now." She let that hang in the air before delivering the final blow, a tactic she knew was cruel but necessary. She might hate herself for it tomorrow, but today the frightened woman in the hospital bed was merely a barrier to the truth. "And your son, he might be gone too. I saved you both. Now I want those names, no." But the resistance was fading, and a dark, unfamiliar part of Piper, Reverend Libby, found a grim satisfaction in it. Later she would recoil. Later she would think, "You're no better than they are. Coercion is coercion." But in this moment there was a bitter thrill, not unlike the day she'd ripped a cherished photograph from its frame and torn it into confetti. "I take this bitter cup," she thought, "and I drink it because it is mine." She bent over the sobbing girl. "Listen carefully, Sammy. Clean the cotton from your ears and hear me. They will do this again. And when the next woman is brought in here violated, and possibly carrying a monstrous child, I will find you and I will say, 'Please don't. You let it happen. You were there watching, maybe even laughing along.'" "No," Sammy cried out, a raw pain sound. "That wasn't me. That was Georgia. Georgia was the one laughing." A cold, sickening wave washed over Piper. A woman had been present. In her mind a crack widened, glowing with a furious, molten heat. "The names," she said, her voice like stone, and Sammy gave them outside the Food City supermarket. Officers Jackie Weddington and Linda Everett sat in their cruiser. The store was closing early at 5 instead of 8, and Chief Randolph had sent them expecting possible unrest. It was a foolish notion. The parking lot was nearly deserted, holding barely a dozen cars. The handful of remaining shoppers moved as if sleepwalking through a shared nightmare. Inside, they'd seen only one cashier, a young man named Bruce Yardley, who was taking cash and writing paper receipts since the credit systems were down. The meat section was looking sparse. Though there was still poultry, and the shelves of canned beans and pasta remained full, they were waiting for the final customers to trickle out when Linda's phone buzzed. Seeing Marta Edmonds's name, the woman who watched Janelle and Judy when she and Rusty were both on duty, which had been constantly since the dome sealed them in, sent a sharp spike of anxiety through her gut. She answered quickly. "Marta, is everything okay?" She prayed. "It was nothing. Just a question about taking the girls to the park." "Well, yes, I suppose so." But the unease in Marta's voice was unmistakable. "It's about that spell you warned me about?" "Oh, no. Did she have one?" "I think so," Marta said. Then rushed to add, "They're both fine now, absolutely fine, coloring in the next room. Tell me what happened." "They were on the swings. I was tending to my flower beds, getting them ready for the first frost." "Marta, please," Linda interrupted, and Jackie placed a calming hand on her forearm. "All right." Audie started barking, so I turned around. I called, "Sweetheart, are you okay?" She didn't answer. She just climbed out of the swing and sat down right under it, in that little hollow worn into the dirt from all the feet. She didn't fall, she just sat. She was staring straight ahead and making that chewing motion with her lips. "The one you told me to watch for?" I ran over, gave her a little shake, and she said. Marta paused, searching for the words. Here it comes, Linda thought, bracing for the old familiar warning. "Stop Halloween!" But the words were different, strange, and chilling. She said, "The pink stars are falling." "The pink stars are falling in lines," she had said. "Then it's so dark, and everything smells bad." After that, she woke up and everything was fine again. "Thank goodness for that," Linda replied, her mind briefly drifting to her own 5-year-old. "Is Judy all right? Did it frighten her?" A lengthy silence hung on the phone before Marta finally spoke. "Oh, what does 'oh' mean?" It was Judy, Linda, not Janelle. This time it was Judy. "I want to play that other game you mentioned." Aidan had told Carolyn Sturgis when they paused on the common to speak with Rusty. The game he meant was red light, though Carolyn only vaguely remembered the rules, unsurprising, as she hadn't played since she was maybe 6 or 7. But once she stood facing a tree in the spacious backyard of the rental house, it all came flooding back. Unexpectedly, Thurston remembered too, and not only was he willing to play, he seemed genuinely eager. "Listen up," he instructed the kids, who somehow had missed out on the joys of red light themselves. "She can count to 10 as fast as she likes, and if she catches you moving when she spins around, you have to go all the way back to the start." "She won't catch me," Alice declared. "Me neither," Aidan said firmly. "We'll see about that," Carolyn said, turning her face to the rough bark of the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, red light. She whirled around. Alice was frozen with a grin, one leg stretched out in an enormous step. Thurston, also smiling, held his hands up in dramatic claw-like poses. She caught the tiniest motion from Aidan, but didn't consider sending him back. He looked utterly happy, and she had no desire to ruin that. "Excellent," she said. Perfect little statues, ready for round 2. She turned back to the tree, that old childish thrill of knowing people were creeping up behind her, washing over her. "Honnête 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and into red light." She spun. Alice was now only about 20 feet away. Aidan was 10 paces behind her, wobbling on one foot, a scab on his knee clearly visible. Thirst was behind the boy, one hand on his chest like a speaker, smiling. Alice was clearly going to be the one to tag her, but that was fine. In the next game, the girl would be it, and her brother would win. She and Thirst would make sure of it. She turned to the tree once more. "Honnête Thrifo," then Alice screamed. Carolyn turned and saw Aidan Appleton on the ground. At first she thought he was still playing one knee, the one with the scab, drawn up as if he were trying to run while lying on his back. His eyes were wide, staring at the sky. His lips were pursed into a small, round a dark patch was spreading on his shorts. She rushed over. "What's wrong with him?" Alice asked, all the strain of the awful weekend collapsing onto her young face. "Is he okay, Aidan?" Thirst asked, leaning closer. "You all right, buddy?" Aidan kept trembling, his lips working as if sipping an invisible straw. His bent legs straightened, then kicked out. His shoulders jerked. "He's having some kind of seizure," Carolyn said, her voice tight. "Probably from getting too excited. I think he'll come out of it if we just give him a min." "The pink stars are falling," Aidan said, his voice oddly flat. "They make lines behind them. It's pretty. It's scary. Everyone is watching. No treats, only tricks. Hard to breathe. He calls himself the chef. It's his fault. He's the one." Carolyn and Thurston exchanged a look of pure dread. Alice was kneeling beside her brother, clutching his hand. "Pink stars," Aidan murmured. They fall, they feff." "Wake up," Alice shouted into his face. "Stop scaring us." Thurston Marshall gently touched her shoulder. "Sweetheart, I don't think yelling is helping." Alice ignored him completely. "Wake up, you jerk." And Aidan did. He blinked at his sister's tear-streaked face, confused. Then he looked at Carolyn and smiled, the most heartbreakingly sweet smile she thought she'd ever seen. "Did I win?" he asked. The generator in the town hall's storage shed was in rough shape, with a dented metal basin placed beneath it to collect leaking oil. Rusty figured it was probably as wasteful with fuel as a gas-guzzling SUV. His real focus, however, was on the large silver propane tank connected to it. Barbie gave the noisy machine a quick glance, wrinkling his nose at the fumes, before turning his attention to the tank. "It's not as large as I imagined," he remarked, though it was certainly bigger than the standard canisters used at Sweetbriar Rose or the one he'd swapped out for Brenda Perkins. "That's the municipal size," Rusty explained, recalling a contentious town meeting from the previous year. Sanders and Rennie made a whole show about how the smaller units would save taxpayer money in these times of high energy costs. Each one holds 800 gallons. "So that's a weight of around 6,400 pounds. Rusty nodded. "Plus the tank itself, you'd need serious equipment to lift it, like a forklift. But moving it is a different story. A heavy-duty pickup is rated for that kind of load, maybe even more. One of these tanks would fit right in the bed, just hanging off the back a bit, throw a safety flag on it, and you're road legal." "Only one tank is here," Barbie observed, his voice low. "When it's empty, the lights in this building go dark." "Unless Rennie and Sanders have a secret stash somewhere," Rusty agreed. "And I'd bet my next paycheck they do." Barbie ran his fingers over the blue stenciled letters on the tank. "C.R. Hosp. This is what you're missing." "We didn't misplace it. It was taken. That's what I believe. And there should be 5 more of our tanks right here because we're short a total of 6. Barbie scanned the long, cluttered shed. Despite the snow plows and boxes of spare parts, the area around the generator felt conspicuously bare. Forget what was taken from the hospital for a second. Where are all the town's other reserve tanks? I don't know. And what in the world could they be using them for? "I don't know," Rusty repeated, his jaw tightening. "But I'm sure as hell going to find out." Stepping outside, Barbie and Rusty both drew in deep breaths of the open air. It carried a faint, smoky scent from the recently contained fire west of town, but it felt wonderfully fresh compared to the shed's exhaust. A lazy breeze brushed against their faces. Barbie carried the Geiger counter in a plain brown shopping bag he'd found in the shelter. "This is unacceptable," Rusty stated, his expression hard. "What are you planning to do?" Barbie asked. "Right now? Nothing. I'm heading back to the hospital to check on my patients. But tonight, I'm going to march right up to Jim Rennie's door and demand a damn explanation. He'd better have one, and he'd better have our remaining propane, because even with every non-essential system shut down, the hospital will be completely out by the day after tomorrow. This whole situation might be over by then. Do you actually believe that?" Barbie avoided the question. Pushing Selectman Rennie right now might be a dangerous move. "Just now? That comment proves you're still a newcomer. I've been hearing warnings about Big Jim for what feels like a decade while he's been running this town. His standard move is to either brush people off or preach patience for the good of the town. That's his favorite line. The annual town meeting in March is a complete farce. A proposal for a new sewer system. Sorry, taxes are too high. A vote on more commercial zoning. Fantastic idea. The town needs the money. Let's put a big box store out on Route 117. A university study says there's pollution in Chester Pond. The selectmen recommend ignoring it because everyone knows those scientists are just a bunch of radical atheist do-gooders, but the hospital is for the good of the town, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes," Barbie said, slightly taken aback by the passionate rant. "I certainly would." Rusty stood with his hands shoved deep in his back pockets, his gaze fixed on the dirt. Finally, he looked up. "I heard the president chose you to step in. Honestly, it's about time you did." "Maybe," Barbie replied with a slight smile, "but there's a catch. Rennie and Sanders have their own cops. Where are mine?" Rusty's phone buzzed before he could answer. He checked the screen. "Linda, what is it?" He listened, his expression tightening. "Okay, I get it. If you're certain they're both fine now, and you're sure it was Judy, not Janelle." After another pause, he continued, "This might be good news in a way. I saw 2 other children this morning with brief seizures that passed quickly long before I arrived, and they recovered just fine. Got calls about 3 more. Ginny Tomlinson handled another. It could be a side effect of whatever's fueling the dome." He listened again, his voice patient and calm. Barbie could guess the question on the other end. Kids have been having seizures all day, and you're only telling me now? You're getting the kids now? Rusty asked. He nodded as he listened. Good. If anything feels off, call me immediately. I'll come running and keep Audie with them. Yes. Love you too. He clipped the phone back to his belt and dragged both hands through his hair, pulling his features taut for a second. Good Lord! Who's Audie? Our golden retriever. Tell me more about these seizures, Rusty filled him in, including Janie's mention of Halloween and Judy's talk of pink stars. The Halloween bit sounds like what the Dinsmore boy was yelling about, Barbie noted. Right? What about the other children? Did any mention Halloween or pink stars? The parents I spoke with today said their kids were babbling during the episode, but they were too panicked to catch the words. And the kids don't remember? They didn't even know they'd had a seizure. Is that typical? It's not untypical. Is there a chance your younger girl was imitating the older one? Maybe competing for attention? Rusty hadn't had a moment to consider that possibility. He turned it over. It's possible, but I doubt it. He gestured toward the old yellow Geiger counter in the bag. Planning to go prospecting with that? Not me, Barbie said. That thing belongs to the town, and the current leadership isn't exactly my fan club. I'd rather not get caught with it. He offered the bag to Rusty. Can't. I'm swamped right now. I know, Barbie said, and laid out what he needed Rusty to do. Rusty listened carefully, a faint smile appearing. All right, he agreed. I can work with that. What will you be doing while I'm running your errands? Cooking dinner at Sweetbriar. Tonight's special is Barbie's chicken. Want me to send some up to the hospital? Nice, Rusty said. On his walk back to Kathy Russell Hospital, Rusty detoured to the Democrat office and passed the Geiger counter to Julia Shumway. He relayed Barbie's instructions as she listened, a thin smile on her lips. The man understands delegation. I'll give him that. I'll handle this gladly. Rusty considered warning her to be discreet about having the town's equipment, but it was unnecessary. The bag had already vanished beneath her desk. As he neared the hospital, he called Ginny Tomlinson and asked about the seizure report she'd taken. A little boy named Jimmy Wicker. His grandfather, Bill Wicker, called it in. Rusty knew him. Bill delivered their mail. He was watching Jimmy while the boy's mother went to get gas. Speaking of which, they're almost out of regular at the gas and grocery, and Johnny Carver has the nerve to hike the price to $11 a gallon. 11. Rusty listened patiently, thinking he could have had this conversation in person since he was nearly at the hospital. When she finished venting, he asked if little Jimmy had said anything during the seizure. Oh, yes, Ginny said. Bill mentioned he'd been rambling on quite a bit. I recall it had something to do with pink stars, or perhaps Halloween. Then again, I might be mixing it up with what Rory Dinsmore muttered after he got shot. People haven't stopped discussing that one, you know. Of course they haven't, Rusty thought with a dark certainty. And they'll be chattering about this new mess just as eagerly once it gets out, which it inevitably would. All right, he said. Thanks, Ginny. When are you heading back, Red Ryder? Just about to pull in now? Good, because we've got a new case. Sammy Bushy. She was assaulted. Rusty let out a weary sigh. Just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Piper Libby brought her in. I couldn't get the girl to name who did it, but I have a feeling Piper managed too. She tore out of here like her hair was on fire, and her backside was about to catch flame. A brief pause followed, filled by Ginny's audible, jaw-cracking yawn. Was catching up fast. Ginny, my dear, when was the last time you actually slept? I'm perfectly fine. Go home. Are you serious? She sounded utterly horrified. Absolutely not. Go home, sleep, and don't you dare set an alarm. An idea then occurred to him. But why not swing by the Sweetbriar Rose on your way? Heard a reliable tip they're serving up fried chicken tonight. But the Bushy girl. I'll be checking on her in 5 minutes. What you're going to do is buzz off like a bee. He ended the call before she could launch another protest. Big Jim Rennie felt surprisingly well for a man who had ended a life the previous evening. This was partly because he refused to label it as murder. Much like he never considered his late wife's passing to be murder, cancer had taken her. It was inoperable. True, he might have given her a few too many pain pills in her final days, and ultimately he'd had to gently assist her with a pillow, just a soft pressure, really, slowing her breath, guiding her peacefully into the arms of Jesus, but it was an act of love and mercy. What happened to Reverend Coggins was admittedly a touch more forceful, but the man had been so stubborn, so utterly incapable of prioritizing the town's well-being over his own pride. Well, he's dining with the Lord tonight, Big Jim declared to the empty room. Roast beef, mashed potatoes with gravy, apple crisp for dessert. He himself was working through a generous plate of fettuccine Alfredo, courtesy of Stouffer's. Probably a cholesterol bomb, he mused. But with Dr. Haskell no longer around to lecture him, what did it matter? I outlasted you, you old fuss budget. Big Jim told his silent study, chuckling amiably. His pasta and a tall glass of milk, Big Jim did not touch alcohol, sat on his desk blotter. He often ate here, and saw no reason to change his habits simply because Lester Coggins had met his end in this very room. Besides, everything was neatly squared away and spotless again. Oh, he supposed one of those fancy forensic teams from television could probably find blood spatter with their luminol and special lights, but none of those folks were likely to show up any time soon. As for Pete Randolph conducting any real investigation, the notion was laughable. Randolph was a fool. But, Big Jim informed the empty room in a professorial tone, he's my fool. He slurped up the last few strands of pasta, dabbed his substantial chin with a napkin, and returned to scribbling notes on the yellow legal pad beside the blotter. He'd filled many pages since Saturday. There was an immense amount to manage, and if the dome remained, there would be even more. Big Jim rather hoped it would stay put, at least for a little while. The dome presented challenges he felt confident he could meet, with God's assistance, naturally. The top priority was to solidify his control over the town. For that he needed more than a simple scapegoat. He needed a genuine monster to fear. The clear candidate was Barbara, the outsider the Democrat Party's radical leadership had foolishly chosen to try and replace James Rennie. The study door creaked open when Big Jim glanced up from his notes. His son was standing in the doorway. The boy's face was pale and utterly blank. There was something distinctly off about Junior these days. A quiet disturbance lurking behind his eyes that even a master planner like Big Jim couldn't quite decipher. Big Jim was swamped with town business and their other ventures, but he understood the situation clearly. He still trusted the kid, though. Even if Junior slipped up, Big Jim was certain he could manage. He'd built his own fortune through sheer will. That wasn't about to stop. And the boy had taken care of moving the remains. That tied him to everything, which was perfect, really. It captured the heart of small-town living. In a place like this, everyone was meant to be involved in everything. Wasn't there some corny song about it? Something about backing the home team? "You doing okay, son?" he asked. "I'm fine," Junior replied. He wasn't, not entirely, but he was improving as the worst of his headache faded. Spending time with his girlfriends had settled him, just as he'd expected. The air in the McCain pantry hadn't been pleasant, but after sitting there a while, holding their hands, he'd grown accustomed to it. He imagined he might even start to appreciate that scent. "Did you turn up anything at his place?" "Yeah." Junior laid out what he'd discovered. "Outstanding, son. Truly outstanding. And are you prepared to tell me where you left him?" Junior moved his head slowly side to side, yet his gaze never wavered, locked on his father's face. It was unsettling. "You don't need that information, I already said. It's secure, and that's all that matters. So now you're deciding what I need to be aware of?" But he said it without his typical edge. "In this instance, yes." Big Jim studied his son closely. "You positive you're all right? You look washed out." "I'm fine. Just a headache. It's passing. Why not grab a bite?" "There are a couple more fettuccine dinners in the freezer, and the microwave handles them perfectly." He offered a smile. "Might as well enjoy them while we still can." Those dark, thoughtful eyes dipped briefly to the smear of white sauce on Big Jim's plate before rising again to meet his father's. "Not hungry. When should I locate the bodies?" "Bodies?" Big Jim stared. "What are you talking about, bodies?" Junior's lips curved just enough to reveal the edges of his teeth. "Don't worry about it. It'll help your credibility if you seem as shocked as everyone else. Let's just say once we make our move. This town will be eager to string Barbie from the nearest tree. When do you want to go ahead tonight? Because that could work." Big Jim pondered the question. He glanced down at his legal pad, covered in scribbled notes and speckled with Alfredo sauce. Only one entry was circled. "Newspaper bitch. Not tonight. If we handle this smartly, we can use him for more than just Coggins. And what if the dome collapses while you're scheming?" "We'll be all right," Big Jim said, thinking privately. "And if Barbara somehow wriggles out of the frame, unlikely. But roaches always find cracks when the light hits. There's always you, and those other bodies. Now go get something to eat, even if it's just a salad." But Junior didn't budge. "Don't drag this out, Dad," he said. "I won't." Junior seemed to weigh the words, studying him with those oddly intense eyes before his attention drifted. He yawned. "I'm heading up to my room to sleep for a bit. I'll eat later." "Just be sure you do. You're getting too skinny." "Skinny is stylish," his son answered, flashing a hollow grin that was even more disturbing than his stare. To Big Jim, it resembled the smile of a skull. It reminded him of the man who now went only by the chef, as if his past as Phil Bushy had been erased. When Junior left, Big Jim let out a quiet sigh of relief without even realizing it. He picked up his pen, so much to do. He would get it done and do it well. It wasn't out of the question that when this was over, his face might grace the cover of Time magazine. Meanwhile, with her generator still running, though it wouldn't last much longer unless she could locate more propane tanks, Brenda Perkins managed to start up her husband's printer and produce a hard copy of everything in the Vader file. The sheer volume of crimes Howie had documented and clearly intended to act upon before he died felt more tangible to Brenda now that she held the papers in her hands. Staring at the list, each item clicked into place, painting a portrait of Jim Rennie that was both familiar and newly horrifying. She'd always sensed the man was a predator, but she'd never grasped the true scale of his hunger. Even the details about Coggins's fervent church made a sick kind of sense. It wasn't a house of worship so much as a sanctified laundry, spinning dirty drug money clean. According to Howie's notes, the operation it funded was potentially among the largest the country had ever seen. Yet, as both Police Chief Perkins and the State Attorney General had noted, there were complications. These hurdles were why Operation Vader's evidence collection had stretched on for so long. Jim Rennie wasn't merely a greedy monster, he was a cunning one. That was his genius in perpetually playing second selectman. He had Andy Sanders out front, a cheerful, backslapping fool to blaze the trail and wear the bullseye. For years, Andy was the only one against whom Howie had gathered ironclad proof, the figurehead who likely had no idea he was leading a parade of corporate documents straight into the financial murk of the Bahamas and the Cayman Islands. Had they moved prematurely, Andy would have been the first to pose for a mugshot, probably the only one, easily swayed by Big Jim's empty promises to fix everything if he just stayed quiet. And he would have, who better to play the silent patsy than a man built for the role? Things had finally begun shifting last summer, inching toward what Howie viewed as the final act. That was when Rennie's name started surfacing on paperwork obtained by the AG, most notably linked to a Nevada shell company called Town Ventures. This money had flowed west, not east, diverting to mainland China, where bulk ingredients for decongestants could be purchased with no questions asked. Why would Rennie risk such exposure? Howie had theorized the profits had simply grown too massive, too fast for a single holy washing machine to handle. Subsequently, Rennie's signature appeared on documents connected to several other fundamentalist churches across the Northeast. Town Ventures and these satellite operations were Rennie's first genuine stumbles. They left loose threads, and threads, when pulled, make everything unravel. You just couldn't help yourself, could you, Brenda thought, seated at her husband's desk. You'd amassed a fortune, tens of millions perhaps, and the risks were becoming astronomical. Yet you clung on, like a monkey with its fist trapped in a jar because it won't release the prize. Here you were, sitting on a mountain of cash, yet you still lived in that creaky 3-story house and peddled cars at that dismal lot on Route 119. Why? But she knew. It wasn't about the money. It was about the town. His town, lounging on a Costa Rican beach or hiding behind the walls of a Namibian compound. Big Jim would shrink into Small Jim. A man without a purpose, even one with bloated bank accounts, is ultimately a small man. The question now was whether she could use what she knew to force him out. Could she confront him and broker a deal, his exile for her silence? She wasn't sure. The very idea filled her with dread. It would be ugly, potentially violent. She would want Julia Shumway beside her, and Barbie. But Dale Barber was now the one wearing the target. Howie's voice, steady and resolute, echoed in her mind. You could afford to wait a little longer. I was waiting for a few final pieces of evidence myself, but I wouldn't wait too long, sweetheart, because the longer this standoff continues, the more dangerous he'll get. She remembered Howie beginning to reverse down the driveway, then pausing to kiss her in the sunlight, his lips as familiar and cherished as her own. His hand had gently brushed her neck as he did it, almost as if he sensed what was coming and that one final touch would have to last a lifetime. It was a sentimental thought, perhaps, but she nearly believed it, and her vision blurred with tears. All at once the documents and their intricate schemes felt less urgent. Even the dome itself seemed to fade in importance. What truly mattered was the sudden, gaping void in her life, pulling away all the simple happiness she had always assumed would be there. She wondered if poor, confused Andy Sanders felt this same hollow ache. She imagined he did. "I'll give it one more day. If the dome is still standing tomorrow evening, I'll take this material, copies of this material, straight to Rennie and demand he step aside for Dale Barbara. I'll tell him that, if he refuses, he'll see his entire drug operation splashed across the front page." "Tomorrow?" she whispered, closing her eyes. Within minutes, she was asleep in Howie's chair. In Chester's Mill, supper time had arrived. Some meals, including a large batch of chicken a la king for about 100 people, were prepared on electric or gas stoves powered by the town's remaining generators. But many others had turned to their wood-burning stoves either to save generator fuel or because wood was now their only option. Smoke drifted upward from hundreds of chimneys into the motionless air, slowly spreading. After handing over the Geiger counter, the man accepted it readily, even with enthusiasm, and vowed to start scanning with it first thing Tuesday. Julia made her way toward Burpee's department store with Horace on his leash. Romeo had mentioned he had 2 brand-new Kyocera photocopiers in storage, both still sealed in their original boxes. She was welcome to take them. "I've also got a small propane stash put aside," he said, giving Horace an affectionate scratch behind the ears. "I'll make sure you get what you need, for as long as I can, anyway. We've got to keep that newspaper going right. More crucial now than ever, don't you think?" It was precisely what she thought, and Julia had told him so. She'd even given him a quick kiss on the cheek. "I owe you for this, Rami. I'll be expecting a hefty discount on my weekly ad flyer once all this is over," he'd replied. Then he tapped the side of his nose with a finger, as if they shared some enormous secret. Maybe they did. As she was leaving, her cell phone rang. She pulled it from her pocket. "Hello, this is Julia. Good evening, Miss Shumway." "Oh, Colonel Cox, what a pleasure to hear your voice," she said, her tone artificially cheerful. "You can't imagine how excited us small-town folks get when we receive a call from the outside world. How's life beyond the dome?" "Life in general is probably just fine," he answered. "Where I'm stationed, it's a bit run-down. You're aware of the missile attempt? Watch them strike. And bounce right off. They started quite a blaze on your side." "It's not and a decent-sized one on ours, too." "I'm calling on behalf of Colonel Barbara," Cox said, "who really ought to be carrying his own damn phone by now." "Damn right he should," she exclaimed, still in that overly bright voice. "And folks in damn hell ought to have damn ice water." She halted in front of the gas and grocery, which was locked up tight. A handwritten sign in the window read, "Hours of operation tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Arrive. Early, Miss Shumway." "We'll talk about Colonel Barbara in a moment," Julia cut in. "First, I want answers to 2 things. When will the press be permitted at the Dome? Because the American people deserve more than the government's polished version of events. Wouldn't you agree?" She fully expected him to disagree, to state that no reporters from the New York Times or CNN would be allowed near the Dome any time soon, but Cox surprised her, likely by Friday, assuming our remaining options don't pan out first. "What else is on your mind, Ms. Shumway? Keep it short. I'm not a public relations specialist. That's above my pay grade. You're the one who called, Colonel, so you're stuck with me. Deal with it, Ms. Shumway, respectfully. Your phone isn't the only one in Chester's Mill I can contact. I don't doubt that, but I suspect Barbie won't be very receptive if you brush me off. He's less than thrilled about his new role as the town's likely jailkeeper." Cox let out a tired breath. "What's your question?" "I need the temperature reading from the south or east side of the Dome, an accurate one, away from the fire your people started." "Why? Do you have that data or not?" "I believe you do, or can get it. I imagine you're staring at a computer screen right now with access to just about everything, maybe even my bra size." She waited a beat. "And if you guess a 16, this conversation ends." "Are you trying to be funny, Miss Shumway, or is this your usual demeanor?" "I'm exhausted and frightened. Blame it on that." There was a silence on Cox's end. She thought she caught the faint tap of keyboard keys. Then he said, "It's 47 degrees in Castle Rock. Will that suffice?" "Yes." The gap wasn't as severe as she'd dreaded, but it was still significant. The thermometer outside the mill gas and grocery reads 58. That's an 11-degree difference across less than 20 miles. Unless there's some massive warm front sweeping through western Maine tonight, I'd say something unusual is happening. Wouldn't you agree? He avoided her question, but his next words diverted her attention completely. We're attempting another approach. Around 9 tonight. That's what I intended to tell Barbie. Let's hope Plan B works better than Plan A. Right now, I hear the president's man is serving dinner at the Sweetbriar Rose. Rumor says it's chicken a la king. She could see the restaurant lights down the block, and her stomach growled. Will you listen and relay a message? She could almost hear the unspoken words. You difficult woman? Gladly, she replied, smiling faintly, because she could be difficult when necessary. We're testing an experimental acid, a man-made hydrofluoric compound, 9 times more corrosive than the standard type. Better living through chemistry indeed. I'm told it could, in theory, eat through 2 miles of bedrock. Your employers are endlessly entertaining, Colonel. We're going to try where Motton Road crosses. There is a rustle of paper. Where it enters Harlow, I plan to be on site. Then I'll let Barbie know he should find someone else to handle cleanup. Will you be joining us as well, Miss Shumway? She opened her mouth to say I wouldn't miss it, but that was when chaos erupted up the street. What's happening there? Cox asked. Julia didn't answer. She ended the call, shoved the phone into her pocket, and was already running toward the shouts and something else, a low, snarling sound. A gunshot rang out while she was still half a block away. Piper returned to the parsonage to find Carolyn, Thurston, and the Appleton children waiting. She was relieved to see them. They provided a brief distraction from thoughts of Sammy Bushy. She listened to Carolyn describe Aidan Appleton's earlier seizure, but the boy appeared fine now, happily devouring a stack of Fig Newtons. When Carolyn asked if he should see a doctor, Piper said, unless it happens again, I'd guess it was caused by hunger and the excitement from the game. Thurston offered a sheepish smile. We all got caught up in it, having a good time. Considering possible places for them to stay, Piper first thought of the McCain house nearby. Only she had no idea where they might have hidden a spare key. Little Alice Appleton was on the floor, carefully sharing Fig Newton crumbs with Clover. The shepherd continued its affectionate routine, nudging Piper's ankle between accepting treats. He's the most wonderful dog, she remarked to Piper. I wish we could have one. I have a dragon. Aidan chimed in from Carolyn's lap. Alice gave a knowing smile. That's his invisible friend, of course, Piper replied. Her initial thought of breaking a window at the McCain property, desperate times and all, was quickly replaced by a better option as she stood to tend the coffee. The Dumagins. I should have considered them immediately. They're in Boston for a conference. Coralie asked me to water her plants. I teach in Boston, Thurston mentioned at Emerson. I edited the latest issue of Plowshares. He released a weary sigh. The spare key is under a flower pot to the left of the door, Piper explained. They don't have a generator, but there's a wood stove in the kitchen. She paused, considering their backgrounds. Do you know how to cook on one without burning the place down? I grew up in Vermont, Thurston said. I was responsible for keeping the stoves going in the house and the barn until I left for college. Funny how things circle back, isn't it? He sighed once more. They'll have food in the pantry, I'm sure, Piper added. Carolyn nodded in agreement. That's what the janitor at Town Hall told us. Also, Junior, Alice interjected. He's a police officer, kind of cute. Thurston's expression soured. Alice's cute cop assaulted me, he stated. Him or the other one. They looked identical to me. Piper's eyebrows lifted. He punched Thurston in the stomach, Carolyn said softly, called us massholes, which technically we are, and laughed at us. For me, the laughter was the worst part. They were better once the children were with them, but... She shook her head. They were completely out of control. Instantly, Piper's thoughts returned to Sammy. A slow, heavy pulse began to throb in her neck, but she kept her voice steady. What was the other officer's name? Frankie, Carolyn answered. Junior called him Frankie D. Do you know them, you must living here? I know them, Piper said. She provided directions to the Dumagin house, which had the added benefit of being close to Kathy Russell, if the boy had another seizure, and sat at her kitchen table after they left, slowly sipping tea. She took a deliberate sip, set the cup down, and repeated the process. Clover whined softly, attuned to her mood, likely sensing her simmering anger. Maybe it alters my scent, makes it sharper. A disturbing picture was coming together. A bunch of new, very young officers, sworn in less than 2 days ago, and already acting like they owned the town. The behavior they'd shown with Sammy Bushy and Thurston Marshall probably wouldn't extend to veterans like Henry Morrison and Jackie Weddington. At least she hoped not. But Fred Denton, Toby Whelan, possibly. Probably. Under Duke's leadership, Those guys had been tolerable. Not exceptional, the type to give you unnecessary lip after pulling you over, but tolerable. Certainly the best the town's limited budget could manage. Her mother used to say, "Buy cheap, get cheap." And with Peter Randolph now in charge, something needed to be done. But she had to master her anger first. If she didn't, it would master her. She took the leash from the hook by the door. Clover was up immediately, tail swishing, ears alert, eyes bright. "All right, big guy, we're going to file a complaint." Her shepherd was still licking fig Newton crumbs from his muzzle as she led him outside. Walking across the town, Common with Clover heeling neatly beside her, Piper believed she had her temper in check. She felt that way right up until she heard the laughter. It reached her just as she and Clove were nearing the police station. She saw the very individuals whose names she had gotten from Sammy Bushy, de Lesseps, Thibodeau, and Searles. They were lounging against a patrol car, sharing a joke that seemed to involve a crumpled map one of them was waving around, a detail of trivial normalcy that somehow made the scene feel more sinister. Georgia Rue was there as well, the same Georgia who, according to Sammy, had encouraged them. "Do that, bitch." Freddie Denton sat with them, too. They were all perched on the top steps of the Stone Police Department, sipping sodas and talking loudly among themselves. Duke Perkins would never have permitted such a scene, and Piper thought that if he could see them from wherever he was now, he'd be spinning in his grave so violently he'd ignite his own bones. Mel Searles cracked a joke, and they all erupted again, howling with laughter and slapping each other's backs. Thibodeau had his arm draped around the Rue girl, his fingertips resting against the curve of her breast. She whispered something, and their laughter swelled even louder. It struck Piper then they were laughing about the rape, reminiscing about what a grand, riotous time it had been. After that realization, any advice from her father was utterly silenced. The Piper who tended to the poor and the sick, who presided over weddings and funerals, who preached charity and tolerance every Sunday, was shoved roughly to the back of her mind. From there, she could only watch as if through a distorted, watery windowpane. It was the other Piper who took command now. The girl who had wrecked her own room at 15, weeping furious tears instead of sad ones. Between the town hall and the newer brick police building lay a slate-paved square called War Memorial Plaza. At its center stood a statue of Lucien Calvert, father of Ernie Calvert, awarded a posthumous Silver Star for heroism in Korea. The base was engraved with the names of Chester's Mills war dead, tracing back to the Civil War. 2 flagpoles rose from the plaza. One flew the stars and stripes, the other the state flag with its farmer, sailor, and moose. Both hung motionless in the deepening crimson light of the approaching sunset. Piper Libby moved between the poles as if in a trance, Clover still heeling neatly behind her right knee, ears alert. Another burst of hearty laughter rolled down from the officers on the steps, and she pictured trolls from one of her father's old fairy tales, trolls in a cave, gloating over heaps of stolen treasure. Then they noticed her and fell silent. "Good evening," Reverend Mel Searles said, rising and giving his belt a self-important little tug as he did so, standing in the presence of a lady. Piper thought. His mother probably taught him that. The finer points of rape he likely picked up elsewhere. He was still smiling as she reached the steps, but his grin wavered and grew uncertain. He must have seen her expression. She didn't know what that expression looked like. From the inside, her face felt frozen, utterly immobile. She noticed the biggest of them, Thibodeau, watching her intently. His face was as still as hers felt. "He's like Clover," she thought. "He smells it on me. The rage—" "Reverend?" Mel asked. "Everything okay? Is there a problem?" She climbed the steps, not fast, not slow, Clover still heeling precisely behind her. "You bet there's a problem," she said, looking up at him. "What? You?" she said. "You're the problem." She shoved him. Mel wasn't expecting it. He was still clutching his cup of soda. He tumbled into Georgia Rua's lap, arms flailing uselessly for balance, and for an instant the soda hung in the air like a dark manta ray against the reddening sky. Georgia yelped in surprise as Mel landed on her, sprawling backward and spilling her own drink. It streamed across the wide granite slab in front of the double doors. Piper caught a whiff, whiskey or bourbon. Their cokes had been spiked with liquor the rest of the town could no longer obtain. No wonder they'd been so merry. The red crack inside her mind widened further. "You can't," Frankie started, beginning to rise himself. She pushed him. Somewhere in a distant galaxy, Clover, usually the gentlest of dogs, was growling. Frankie landed on his back, eyes wide and startled, for a moment resembling the Sunday school boy he might once have been. "Rape is the problem," Piper shouted. "Rape?" "Shut up," Carter said. Carter remained seated, Georgia pressed against him in a frightened huddle, but his composure was unshaken. The fabric of his blue, short-sleeved shirt strained over the tense muscles in his arms. "You need to shut your mouth and leave right now unless you want to spend the night in a cell downstay." "You're the ones heading for a cell?" Piper countered, her voice steady. "Every last one of you." "Make her stop," Georgia pleaded, her voice trembling on the edge of a whimper. "Make her stop, Cart, ma'am." It was Freddie Denton, his uniform shirt hanging loose and the smell of bourbon thick around him. Under different leadership, he'd have been fired on the spot. He started to rise, and this time it was he who ended up sprawled on the floor, wearing an expression of stunned disbelief that might have been funny in another situation. Piper was grateful for the height advantage her standing position gave her, though a pounding ache had taken root in her temples. She focused on Thibodeau, the real threat. He watched her with an infuriating, detached calm, as if she were some carnival oddity he'd paid to gawk at. But he was looking up, and that was her edge. "But it won't be a cell downstairs?" she said, locking eyes with him. "It'll be Shawshank, where they deal with playground bullies like you the same way you dealt with that girl." "You're a stupid bitch," Carter stated, his tone as casual as a weather report. "We weren't anywhere near her place." "That's right," Georgia said, sitting up straighter. A splash of coke stained one cheek, highlighting the fading remnants of a bad teenage complexion. "Besides, everyone knows Sammy Bushy is just a lying lesbo cunt." Piper's lips curved into a thin, cold smile, which she directed at Georgia. The younger woman flinched back from the crazy lady who had interrupted their peaceful sunset drinks. "How did you know the lying lesbo cunt's name?" "I never said it." Georgia's mouth fell open in a perfect O of shock. For the first time a crack appeared in Carter Thibodeau's placid facade. Whether it was fear or mere irritation, Piper couldn't tell. Frank de Lesseps rose cautiously to his feet. "You shouldn't go around making accusations you can't prove, Reverend Libby, or assaulting police officers," Freddie Denton added, brushing himself off. "I'm willing to let it slide given the stress everyone's under, but you need to stop these allegations right now." He hesitated, then tacked on weakly, "And the shoving, of course." Piper kept her gaze fixed on Georgia, her right hand clenched so tightly around the black plastic grip of Clover's leash that it pulsed with her heartbeat. The dog stood braced, head low, a continuous growl rumbling in his chest like an idling engine. The fur on his neck was bristled so thickly it hid his collar. "How'd you know her name, Georgia?" I just assumed." Carter gripped her shoulder and gave it a hard squeeze. "Shut up, babe." Then, still not rising. "Because he doesn't want to get knocked down again, the coward," Piper thought. He addressed her. "I don't know what bee you've got in your bonnet, but we were all together last night out at Alden Dinsmore's farm. We were trying to get information from the soldiers posted on Route 119, which we didn't. That's clear on the other side of town from the Bushy place." He glanced at his friends for backup. "Right?" Frankie agreed. "Right?" Mel echoed, eyeing Piper with suspicion. "Yeah," Georgia said. Her moment of doubt vanished now that Carter's arm was around her again. She stared at Piper defiantly. "Georgie just assumed it was Sammy you were yelling about," Carter explained with that same maddening calm. "Because Sammy's the biggest lying scumbag in this whole town." Mel Searles let out a whooping laugh. The sound grated, a jarring note in the tense air. "But you didn't use protection," Piper said quietly, the words slicing through the noise. Sammy had told her this, and the sudden tightness in Thibodeau's face confirmed it was true. A fresh, sickening detail came to her then, something she hadn't considered before, the clinical chill of examination room, the invasive procedure meant to gather evidence. You didn't use protection, and they had to rape kit her. She had no idea if that last part was factual, and in that moment she didn't care. The statement hung there, ugly and absolute. Shifting the very atmosphere in the room, Piper saw their eyes widen with belief, and that belief was all she needed. "When they match your DNA to the evidence—" "That's enough," Carter snapped. "Shut your mouth." She turned a furious smile toward him. "No, Mr. Thibodeau, we're just getting warmed up, son." Freddie Denton made a grab for her. She shoved him back only to feel her left arm seized and wrenched. She twisted and met Thibodeau's gaze. The calm was gone, replaced by a blazing rage. "Hello, brother," she thought, the notion flashing through her mind. "You goddamn bitch," he snarled, and this time the shove sent her flying. Piper tumbled backward down the staircase, instinctively trying to curl into a ball, desperate to avoid cracking her skull on one of those unforgiving stone steps. A blow like that could kill her outright, or worse, leave her a hollow shell. She landed hard on her left shoulder, and a sharp, familiar agony erupted. She'd dislocated that same shoulder playing varsity soccer 2 decades ago, and wouldn't you know it, she'd just done it again. Her legs flipped over her head in a clumsy somersault, wrenching her neck before she crashed down onto her knees, skin splitting open. She finally came to a stop on her stomach, nearly at the foot of the stairs. Her cheek was bleeding, her nose was bleeding, her lips were bleeding, her neck screamed in protest, but oh God, her shoulder was the true nightmare. Hunched up at that sickening, crooked angle she remembered all too well. The last time she'd seen a deformity like that, it had been under a red nylon Wildcats jersey. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stand, thanking heaven her legs still obeyed. She could have just as easily been paralyzed. She'd lost the leash during the fall, and now Clover launched himself at Thibodeau. Teeth snapping at the man's chest and stomach, tearing his shirt open and driving him backward as he went for the kill. "Get him off me!" Carter shrieked. All composure vanished. "He's going to kill me!" And Clover was certainly trying. His front paws planted on Carter's thighs, pumping up and down as Carter thrashed. He looked like some demented shepherd pedaling a bike. He shifted his weight and sank his teeth deep into Carter's shoulder, drawing another scream. Then he went for the throat. Carter barely got his hands up in time to shield his windpipe. "Make him stop!" Frank lunged for the dragging leash. Clover whirled and snapped at his fingers, sending Frank scrambling backward before refocusing on the man who had hurt his mistress. His muzzle opened, baring a gleaming set of white teeth as he drove toward Thibodeau's neck. Carter threw up a hand and howled in agony as Clover seized it and began to shake it violently like it was one of his favorite rag toys, only his toys didn't bleed and Carter's hand certainly did. Piper staggered back up the steps, cradling her left arm against her body. Her face was a bloody mask. A tooth clung to the corner of her mouth like a stray piece of food. "Get him off me. For Christ's sack. Get your damn dog off me." Piper was drawing breath to command Clover to stand down when she saw Fred Denton pulling his service weapon. "No!" she screamed, the sound raw. "No, I can stop him." Fred glanced at Mel Searles and jerked his head toward the dog. Mel stepped forward and kicked Clover hard in the flank, putting his whole weight into it, the way he used to boot footballs back in the day. The impact whipped Clover sideways, breaking his hold on Thibodeau's mangled, bleeding hand, where 2 fingers now pointed in bizarre, unnatural directions. "No!" Piper screamed again, so violently the world washed gray at the edges. "Don't you hurt my dog!" Fred ignored her. He even ignored Peter Randolph as the man burst through the double doors, shirt-tail untucked, pants unzipped, still clutching a copy of Outdoors he'd been reading in the bathroom. Fred simply raised his service automatic, pointed it at the dog, and fired. The gunshot was deafening in the confined space. Clover's skull erupted in a burst of crimson and shattered bone. He staggered forward 1 step, then another, toward his shrieking, bleeding owner before collapsing. Fred's pistol, still gripped in his hand, marched over and seized Piper by her injured arm. A wave of agony screamed from the misshapen lump of her shoulder. Yet her gaze remained locked on the lifeless body of her dog, the companion she had raised since he was a puppy. "You're under arrest, you lunatic," Fred spat. He thrust his face, pale, slick with sweat, eyes bulging wildly, so close to hers she could feel the moisture of his breath. "Anything you say can and will be used against you." Across the street, patrons streamed out of the Sweetbriar Rows. Barbie was among them, still in his apron and cap. Julia Shumway arrived first, her journalist's mind instantly assembling the scene into a single horrifying snapshot. The dead dog, the gathered officers, the bleeding, screaming woman with one shoulder grotesquely elevated, Officer Fred Denton shaking her by that very arm, more blood smeared on the steps, hinting at a violent fall. On pure instinct, Julia did something unprecedented. She dug into her handbag, flipped open her wallet, and charged up the steps, brandishing it like a shield while shouting, "Press, press, press! It worked! At least to stop the shaking." 10 minutes later, in the office that had so recently belonged to Duke Perkins, Carter Thibodeau sat on the sofa beneath framed certificates. A fresh bandage covered his shoulder, and paper towels were wrapped around his hand. Georgia Rue sat rigidly beside him. Beads of sweat dotted Thibodeau's brow from the pain, but after muttering, "Don't think nothing's broke," he fell silent. Fred Denton occupied a chair in the corner, his service weapon surrendered and lying on the chief's desk. "Had to do it," Fred had insisted. "Just look at Carter's hand." Piper Libby sat in the chair now belonging to Peter Randolph. Julia had used paper towels to clean most of the blood from her face. Piper trembled from shock and searing pain, but like Thibodeau, she offered no complaint. Her eyes, however, were sharp and clear. "Clover only attacked him," she said, tilting her chin toward Carter. "After he shoved me down the stairs. I lost hold of the leash because of that assault. My dog was protecting me." "She came at us," Georgia shrieked. "The crazy witch came up those steps spewing a bunch of lies." "Enough." Barbie cut in, his voice low but commanding. "All of you just stop." He turned to Piper. "This isn't the first time your shoulder has come out, is it?" "I want you to leave, Mr. Barbara," Randolph said, "though the order lacked any real force." "I can handle this," Barbie replied, locking eyes with the acting chief. "Can you?" Randolph had no answer. Outside the door, Officers Mel Searles and Frank de Lesseps lingered, their expressions uneasy. Barbie focused back on Piper. "This is a subluxation, a partial dislocation. It's not severe. I can put it back in place now before the swelling gets worse. If you wait for the hospital, they'll have to put you under." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a murmur only she could hear. "And while you're unconscious, they'll be busy telling their version of events." "What did you say to her?" Randolph asked sharply. "I said it's going to hurt," Barbie replied smoothly. "Right, Reverend?" Piper gave a tight nod, a flicker of grim humor in her eyes. "Do it. My old basketball coach managed it on the sidelines, and she was a complete idiot. Just be quick, and please don't mess it up." "Julia," Barbie instructed, "grab a sling from the first aid kit, then help me get her lying flat on her back." Julia, her face ashen and stomach churning, complied. Barbie sat on the floor to Piper's left, removed one of his shoes, and then firmly took hold of her forearm just above the wrist with both hands. "I'm not familiar with Coach Gromley's technique," he explained, "but I remember a medic from my time in Iraq who used this approach. On the count of 3, I need you to shout 'Wishbone' as loud as you can." "Wishbone," Piper repeated, a flicker of amusement crossing her face despite the agony. "All right, then, you're the expert here." Julia's mind raced. Rusty Everett was currently the town's only semblance of a medical professional. She'd reached out to Linda for his number, but the call went straight to voicemail. A heavy silence filled the room, with even Carter Thibodeau's attention fixed on the scene. Barbie gave Piper a confirming nod. Sweat glistened on her brow, yet her expression was set with determined focus, a resilience Barbie deeply admired. He positioned his sock-clad foot firmly into her left armpit, securing it. Then, applying steady, gradual traction to her arm while pressing back with his foot, he said, "All right, let's do this. I need to hear you." 1, 2, 3. "Wishbone," as Piper yelled. Barbie pulled. A distinct, solid pop echoed in the quiet room as the shoulder slid back into its socket, the unnatural bulge beneath her blouse vanishing instantly. She cried out but managed to stay conscious. He carefully fitted the sling over her head and around the arm, stabilizing it as best he could. "Any improvement?" he asked. "Better," she breathed, relief washing over her. "Much better, thank goodness. It still aches, but nothing like before." "I have aspirin in my bag," Julia offered. "Give her the aspirin and then leave," Randolph ordered. "All of you, except for Carter, Freddie, the Reverend, and myself." Julia stared at him in disbelief. "You can't be serious. The Reverend needs the hospital. Can you walk, Piper?" Piper rose unsteadily. "I think so, for a short distance." "Sit back down, Reverend Libby," Randolph commanded. But Barbie detected the futility in his tone. Her resolve was already clear. "And how do you propose to make me?" She cautiously raised her left arm within the sling. It shook visibly, but it functioned. "I'm certain you could pop it out again quite easily. Go ahead, show these gentlemen that you're no different." "And I'll feature every detail in the paper," Julia added cheerfully. "Our readership would skyrocket," Barbie interjected. "Chief, I'd recommend postponing this matter until tomorrow. Let the lady get some proper pain medication and have those knee wounds examined by Everett. Given our situation with the dome, it's not as though she can go anywhere." "Her dog attacked me," Carter stated, his voice unnervingly calm again, despite his own discomfort. "Chief Randolph, along with de Lesseps, Searles, and Thibodeau, are responsible for rape." Piper was beginning to sway, and Julia moved to support her, but Piper's voice remained strong and clear. "Rue acted as an accessory." "That's a lie," Georgia protested shrilly. "They should be suspended right now." "She's making it up," Thibodeau insisted. Chief Randolph looked like a spectator at a rapid volley, his head turning between speakers. He finally settled his gaze on Barbie. "Are you giving me orders, son?" "No, sir. Just offering a suggestion based on my own law enforcement experience overseas. The final decision is yours. Randolph seemed to ease slightly. All right, then, all right. He looked down, his brow furrowed in thought. Everyone watched as he noticed his still unzipped fly and discreetly rectified the situation. Looking up again, he declared, Julia, take Reverend Piper to the hospital. As for you, Mr. Barbara, I don't care where you go, but I want you out of this building. I'll take statements from my officers tonight and from Reverend Libby tomorrow. Hold on, Thibodeau said, extending his bent fingers toward Barbie. Can you fix these? I'm not sure, Barbie replied, aiming for a neutral tone. The immediate confrontation had passed, now giving way to the delicate political maneuvering he remembered all too well from dealings with certain Iraqi officials. Not so different from the man on the couch and the others lingering in the doorway. It was all about maintaining civility with people you'd rather despise. Can you say Wishbone Rusty had powered down his cell phone before approaching Big Jim's residence? Now he found himself in the chair facing the desk, the seat reserved for those seeking favors or delivering answers. The room, Rennie likely listed as a home office for the IRS, carried a sharp, clean scent of pine cleaner, yet Rusty Everett felt an immediate, deep-seated discomfort that went beyond the aggressively white Jesus in the framed Sermon on the Mount, the self-congratulatory plaques, or the gleaming hardwood floor that cried out for a rug. It was all those things, and something more. A faint, unsettling atmosphere that felt almost haunted, which was ridiculous for a man who put zero stock in the supernatural. He just unnerves you, Rusty told himself. That's all this is. Hoping his unease wasn't visible, he laid out the facts, the hospital's missing propane tanks, finding one of them powering the town hall generator, and the complete absence of the others. So I've got two questions, Rusty stated. How did a hospital tank end up downtown, and where are all the rest? Big Jim Rennie leaned back in his chair, lacing his thick fingers behind his head as he gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling. Rusty's eyes were drawn to the trophy baseball on the desk, propped before a note from former Red Sox pitcher Bill Lee, deliberately angled for visitors to see. The whole display screamed of calculated prestige, a tinny testament to small-town influence, and the desperate need to prove you'd rubbed shoulders with the famous. It perfectly encapsulated why the room felt so phony. I wasn't aware you had authorization to go snooping around in our town shed, Big Jim remarked to the ceiling tiles, his tone conversational. Are you a town official now, and I missed the memo? My mistake if so, I had you pegged as more of a nurse with prescription privileges. Rusty recognized the tactic, a cheap attempt to provoke and derail him. I'm not an official, he replied evenly, but I'm a hospital employee and a taxpayer, and he could feel the heat rising in his cheeks. That makes it partly my shed, too. He paused, but the man behind the desk remained a stone wall. Besides, it was unlocked, which is irrelevant. I saw what I saw, and I want an explanation as a hospital employee and a taxpayer, Rennie added with a faint smirk. Don't forget that part. Rusty just stared, refusing to give him the nod. I can't give you one, Rennie finally said. Really? Rusty's eyebrows shot up. I thought you had your fingers on the pulse of everything here. Wasn't that your big campaign promise? Now you're telling me you have no idea where the town's propane vanished to? I don't buy it. For the first time, a flicker of irritation crossed Rennie's face. I don't particularly care what you buy. This is news to me. But as he said it, his eyes darted almost imperceptibly to the side, checking his autographed photo of Tiger Woods, a classic, telling gesture of a man who wasn't being straight. The hospital is nearly out of liquid propane. Rusty pressed, his voice hardening with a sarcastic edge that cut through the previous tension. Without it, the handful of us still working might as well be setting up a field hospital at Gettysburg. Our current patients, including a post-heart attack case and a diabetic facing a possible amputation, will be in dire straits if we lose power. The potential amputation is Jimmy Siroes. His car's in the lot. It's got a bumper sticker that says, Elect Big Jim. I'll look into it, Big Jim said, with the magnanimous air of someone granting a boon. The town supply is probably stored at another facility. As for your hospital's tanks, I surely can't say. What other facilities? Rusty demanded, not backing down an inch. Rusty stood, fighting the urge to clench his fists. I'll ask you one last time directly. Do you know where those propane tanks are? No, Big Jim Rennie replied, his gaze shifting briefly to a framed photo of Dale Earnhardt on the wall. And I won't read anything into that question, son, because if I did, I'd take offense. Why don't you head out and check on Jimmy Siroat? Give him my regards and tell him I'll stop by once all this petty nonsense settles down. Rusty felt his control slipping. Run along, you seem to forget you're a public servant, not some private ruler. As the acting chief medical officer for this town, I demand some ands." The ring of Big Jim's cell phone cut him off. The selectman snatched it up, listened, and the grim lines around his mouth deepened. "Good grief, every time I look away." He listened further, then said, "Pete, if you've got company in the office, button your lip before you say too much. Call Andy, I'll be right there, and the three of us will handle this." He ended the call and rose. "I'm needed at the police station. Could be an emergency, could be more nitpicking. I'll know when I arrive, and you're likely wanted at the hospital or the health center. There appears to be an issue with Reverend Libby. What happened to her?" Big Jim's cold eyes assessed him from their hard sockets. "I'm sure you'll hear her version. How much truth is in it, I couldn't say. So go attend to your duties, young man, and let me attend to mine." Rusty walked down the hall and out of the house, his temples pounding. To the west, the sunset burned a violent, bloody red. The air hung heavy and still, carrying a faint, smoky odor at the bottom of the steps. Rusty turned and pointed a finger at the public servant, waiting for him to leave. Rennie glared at the gesture, but Rusty held it steady. "No one needs to tell me to do my job, and searching for that propane is now part of it. If I find it somewhere it shouldn't be, someone else will be doing your job. Selectman Rennie. That's a promise." Big Jim waved a dismissive hand. "Get off my property, son. Go to work. In the first 55 hours under the dome, more than 24 children experienced seizures. Some, like the Everett sisters, were officially recorded. Many others went unnoticed, and in the following days these episodes quickly dwindled to none. Rusty later likened it to the minor static shocks people felt when they got too close to the dome's barrier. The first encounter brought that electric prickle that made the hair on your neck stand up. After that, most felt nothing. It was as if they'd been immunized. Linda would later ask him, "So the dome is like chicken pox? Get it once and you're done?" Janelle Everett had 2 seizures, as did a young boy named Norman Sawyer, but in both cases the second was milder than the first and without any accompanying confused speech. Most children Rusty saw had only one episode, with no apparent lasting effects. Only 2 adults had seizures during that initial period. Both occurred near sunset on Monday evening, and both had clear, identifiable causes. For Phil, the chef Bushy, the cause was an overindulgence in his own homemade product. Around the time Rusty and Big Jim concluded their tense meeting, Chef Bushy was seated outside the storage barn behind WCIK, gazing dreamily at the darkened, soot-streaked sunset, his makeshift pipe held loosely in one hand. A sudden, unexpected memory of his daughter's laughter from years ago flashed through his hazy mind, a sharp pang of regret cutting through the chemical fog before it faded away. He was soaring, his mind rocketing past the ionosphere and into the black. In the few crimson-tinged clouds drifting through that unnatural sunset, he saw the faces of his family, his mother, his father, his grandfather, and the visages of old friends like Sammy and little Walter. Every spectral face seemed to weep trails of blood. When his right foot started to jerk, followed quickly by his left, he paid it no mind. Twitching was just part of the ride, common knowledge. But then his hands began to shake violently, and his pipe tumbled from his grip, vanishing into the tall, brittle grass that had yellowed from the factory fumes saturating the air. A moment later, his head started snapping side to side. "This is it," he thought, with a strange, detached relief. "I finally pushed too far. I'm checking out. Maybe it's for the best," yet he didn't die, or even black out. Instead, he slumped slowly onto his side, muscles convulsing as a dark sphere swelled in the red sky. It grew from a marble to a bowling ball, then ballooned into a vast, overinflated beach ball, expanding until it consumed the entire bloody horizon. The end of the world, he mused. Probably for the best. For a fleeting second he thought he was mistaken, because stars appeared, but they were the wrong color, a sickly, vibrant pink. And then, oh God, they began to streak downward, painting the sky with long, rosy trails. What followed was fire. A roaring, furnace-like inferno, as if a hidden trap-door had been flung open, unleashing hell itself upon Chester's mill. "It's our treat," he mumbled, unaware of his pipe searing a mark into his arm. He lay convulsing in the parched grass, eyes rolled back to glistening whites that mirrored the lurid dusk. "Our Halloween treat, first the trick, then the treat." The flames began to coalesce, morphing into a face, a blazing orange version of the bloody visages he'd seen earlier. It was the face of Jesus, and he was scowling directly at him, and he was speaking, issuing a declaration. The responsibility for bringing this fire was his alone. The fire and the purity, he whispered into the grass. No, the purification. At that, the fiery countenance seemed to soften, its anger fading. Why? Because the chef had finally understood. The sequence was clear. First, the falling pink stars, then the purifying blaze, and then, at last, the trial would be over as the seizure ebbed, his body stilled, slipping into the first genuine deep sleep he'd known in weeks, maybe months. He awoke to full darkness, every trace of crimson gone from the sky. He was chilled to the marrow, yet completely dry. Under the dome, the dew no longer fell. While the chef was witnessing the face of Christ in that evening's corrupted sunset, Third Selectman Andrea Grinnell sat on her couch, struggling to focus on a book. Her generator had failed, or had it ever actually run, she couldn't recall. Thankfully, she had a mighty bright reading light, a gadget her sister Rose had stuffed into her Christmas stocking the previous year. She'd never needed it until now, but it worked perfectly. You just clipped it to the book and switched it on, easy peasy. So light wasn't the issue. The words, however, were a disaster. They squirmed and danced on the page, sometimes swapping places entirely, and Nora Roberts's typically crystal-clear prose had become utter nonsense. Yet Andrea kept trying, because what else was there to do? The house reeked, even with every window wide open. She was plagued by relentless diarrhea, and the toilet wouldn't flush anymore. Hunger gnawed at her, but the thought of food turned her stomach. She'd forced down a simple cheese sandwich around 5 o'clock, only to vomit it into the kitchen wastebasket minutes later. A real shame, given the sheer effort it had taken to eat it. She was drenched in sweat. She'd already changed clothes once, and probably should again if she could muster the energy, and her feet wouldn't stop jittering and kicking. They don't call it kicking the habit for nothing, she thought bitterly. There was no way she could make the emergency town meeting tonight, if Big Jim even still planned to hold it. Given how her last confrontation with Big Jim and Andy Sanders had gone, maybe that was a blessing. Showing up would only give them another chance to bully her. She forced herself to do things she had no desire to do. It was better to keep her distance until she was free of this poison, she muttered, pushing her damp hair away from her face. This awful poison in my veins. Once she felt like herself again, she would confront Jim Rennie. It was time she would do it despite the constant ache in her back, which was unpleasant without her medication, though not the searing pain she had braced for, a small relief. Rusty had suggested methadone. Methadone, of all things. Just heroin wearing a different name. If you're considering quitting cold turkey, don't, he warned. You could have seizures. But his method might take 10 days, and with this terrible dome sealing the town, she didn't think she could wait that long. Better to get it done. Having decided, she flushed every last pill. Not just the methadone, but a few final OxyContin tablets she discovered tucked in the back of her nightstand, down the toilet. That was only 2 flushes before the toilet finally clogged for good, and now she sat shivering, trying to persuade herself she'd made the correct choice. It was the only choice, she reflected. That sort of removes the question of right and wrong altogether. She attempted to turn a page in her book, and her clumsy hand knocked the reading light. It clattered to the floor, its beam shooting up to the ceiling. Andrea stared at it and felt herself suddenly lifting out of her own body. Rapidly. It was like being whisked upward in a glass elevator. She had just a second to glance down and see her physical form still on the couch, jerking helplessly. Foamy saliva trailed from her mouth down her chin. She noticed the dark, wet patch spreading across the front of her jeans and thought, well, another change of clothes, then, if I survive this anyway. Then she passed through the ceiling, through the bedroom above, through the attic with its towers of dusty boxes and forgotten lamps, and out into the night. The Milky Way stretched above, but it was distorted. The Milky Way had turned a strange, rosy pink, and then it began to fall. Somewhere, miles and miles below, Andrea could hear the body she had abandoned. It was screaming. Barbie assumed he and Julia would talk about what happened to Piper Libby during their drive out of town, but they rode mostly in silence, each wrapped in private thoughts. Neither voiced their relief when that eerie crimson sunset finally began to dim, but both felt it. Julia tried the radio once, found only WCIK blaring All Prayed Up, and shut it off. Barbie spoke just once, shortly after they turned off Route 119 onto the narrower pavement of Motton Road, where the woods pressed in close on both sides. Did I handle that right? In Julia's view, he had handled a great many things correctly during the showdown in the chief's office, including skillfully treating 2 people with dislocated joints, but she knew what he meant. Yes, it would have been a spectacularly bad moment to try and take charge. He agreed, but felt weary and defeated, unequal to the task he was starting to envision ahead. I'm fairly certain Hitler's opponents said much the same thing. They said it in 1934, and they were correct. In 1936, and they were correct, again in 1938. Not the right time to stand against him, they said, and by the time they realized the right time had finally arrived, they were shouting their protests from inside Auschwitz or Buchenwald. "This isn't the same," she replied. "You really believe that?" She didn't answer, but she understood his point. Hitler was said to have been a wallpaper hanger. Jim Rennie sold used cars. Different trades, same dangerous potential. Up ahead, beams of light cut through the trees, casting a stark pattern of shadows on the patched asphalt of Moughton Road. Several military vehicles were parked on the far side of the dome. That was Harlow over there at this border, and 3 or 4 dozen soldiers moved around with clear intent. Everyone had gas masks clipped to their belts. A silver tanker truck, marked with bold warnings to stay clear, had been reversed until it nearly met a door-sized outline spray painted onto the dome's surface. A plastic hose was secured to a valve at the tanker's rear, handled by 2 figures in glossy, full-body suits and helmets, complete with air tanks on their backs. On the Chester's Mill side, a single observer stood watching. Lissa Jameson, the town librarian, leaned beside an antique lady's Schwinn bicycle, fitted with a milk crate carrier on the back fender. A sticker on the crate proclaimed, "When the power of love is stronger than the love of power, the world will know peace, Jimi Hendrix." "What brings you out here, Lissa?" Julia asked, stepping from her car and raising a hand to block the harsh glare of the lights. Lissa was anxiously toying with the ankh pendant hanging from a silver chain around her neck. Her gaze shifted from Julia to Barbie and back again. "I take my bike out when I'm troubled or anxious. Sometimes I ride late into the night. It calms my spirit. I saw the lights and followed them." She spoke in a rhythmic, almost chant-like manner, releasing her pendant briefly to trace an intricate symbol in the air. "What's happening here?" "We came to observe an experiment," Barbie replied. "If it succeeds, you could be the first person to leave Chester's Mill." Lissa offered a smile that seemed slightly strained, though Barbie appreciated the attempt. "If I did that, I'd miss Tuesday's special at the Sweetbriar. Isn't it usually meatloaf?" "Meatloaf is the plan," he agreed, not mentioning that if the dome remained by next Tuesday, the house specialty would likely be zucchini quiche. "They won't speak to me," Lissa said. "I already tried." A stout fireplug of a man emerged from behind the tanker and into the light. He wore khakis, a poplin jacket, and a cap bearing the Maine Black Bears logo. Barbie's first thought was that James O. Cox had gained weight. The second was his heavy jacket zipped up tight beneath what was now approaching a double chin. No one else, Barbie, Julia, or Lissa, wore a jacket. There was no need on their side of the dome. Cox offered a salute. Barbie returned it, and it felt surprisingly satisfying to snap off a crisp one. "Hello, Barbie," Cox said. "How's Ken?" "Ken's just fine," Barbie replied, "and I remain the one who ends up with all the good stuff." "Not this time, Colonel," Cox said. "This time it looks like you got the raw end of the deal." "Who is he?" Lissa whispered, still fidgeting with her ankh. Julia thought the chain might soon break if she kept it up. "And what are they doing over there?" "Trying to get us out," Julia said, "and after today's rather dramatic failure, I'd say they're smart to keep it quiet." She started forward. "Hello, Colonel Cox. I'm your favorite newspaper editor. Good evening." Cox's smile was, to his credit, only faintly sour. "Miss Shumway, you're even more attractive than I pictured." "I'll give you this. You're quick with the empty flattery." Barbie intercepted her several yards from where Cox stood and took her by the arms. "What is it?" she asked. "The camera." She had nearly forgotten it was around her neck until he pointed to it. "Is it digital?" "Yes, it's Pete Freeman's spare." She began to ask why, then understood. "You think the dome might destroy it? That would be the best outcome," Barbie said. "Remember what happened to Chief Perkins's pacemaker?" "Damn," she muttered. "Damn. Maybe my old Kodak is in the trunk." Lissa and Cox were studying each other with what Barbie thought was mutual curiosity. "What are you going to do?" Lissa asked. "Will there be another explosion?" Cox hesitated. Barbie said, "You might as well be straight with her, Colonel." "If you don't tell her, I will," Cox sighed. "You demand complete openness, don't you?" "Why wouldn't I? If this works, the people of Chester's Mill will be singing your praises. You're keeping things quiet out of habit, nothing more." "It's not habit. It's a direct order from my superiors." Your superiors are in Washington, Barbie replied, and the press is over in Castle Rock, probably watching pay-per-view. Out here, it's just us. Colonel Cox let out a sigh and gestured toward the spray-painted outline on the dome's surface. That's where the team in the hazmat suits will apply the experimental compound. If we're fortunate, the acid will eat through the barrier. Then we can remove that section like cutting a piece of glass from a window. And if we're not fortunate, Barbie pressed, what if the dome breaks down and releases a toxic gas that kills everyone here? Is that what the masks are for? Actually, Cox said, the science team believes it's more likely the acid could trigger a chemical reaction that would cause the dome to ignite. He noticed the alarm on Lissa's face and added quickly, they consider either outcome extremely remote. They can afford to think that, Lissa said, her fingers nervously turning the ankh pendant around her neck. They aren't the ones who'd be gassed or burned alive. I understand your concern, ma'am, Cox began. Melissa, Barbie corrected firmly. It felt crucial in that moment that Cox see them as people, not just statistics. Melissa Jameson. She's the town librarian. Also the middle school guidance counselor, and she used to teach yoga classes. I had to stop the yoga, Lissa said with a tense smile. Too many other responsibilities. A pleasure to meet you, Ms. Jameson, Cox said. Look, this is a risk worth taking. And if we disagreed, could we stop you? She asked. Cox sidestepped the question. There's no indication the barrier is weakening or breaking down naturally, unless we can breach it. You're all in this for the long term. Do you have any idea what caused it? Any theory at all? None, Cox said, but his eyes shifted slightly. A tell that Rusty Everett would have recognized from his own dealings with Big Jim. Barbie thought, why lie? Is it just that automatic reflex? Keep the civilians in the dark? Probably, but it set him on edge. Is it powerful? Lissa asked. Your acid, is it very strong? The most corrosive substance we have access to, Cox confirmed. Lissa took 2 deliberate steps backward. Cox turned to the hazmat team. Are you gentlemen ready? They responded with gloved thumbs up behind them. All other activity had halted. Soldiers stood watching, hands resting on their gas masks. Here we go, Cox said. Barbie, I suggest you escort the ladies back at least 50 yards. Look at the stars, Julia whispered. Her voice was soft, filled with awe. Her head was tilted back. And in her wondering expression, Barbie could see the child she'd been decades before. He looked up. The Big Dipper, Orion, the Great Bear, all in their rightful places, yet now blurred and tinged a deep, unsettling pink. The Milky Way looked like a streak of bubble gum smeared across the night sky. Cox, Barbie said. Do you see that? Cox glanced upward. See what the stars. What do they look like to you? Well, exceptionally bright, naturally, virtually no light pollution out here. Then a realization struck him, and he snapped his fingers. Have they changed color? They're beautiful, Lissa murmured, her eyes wide and gleaming. But terrifying, too. They're pink, Julia said. What's happening? Nothing, Cox replied, though he sounded strangely hesitant. What? Barbie demanded. Out with it. And he added almost without thinking, sir. We received the meteorological report at 1900 hours, Cox said. Special emphasis on wind patterns. Just as a precaution. The jet stream is currently moving west as far as Nebraska, dipping south, then riding back up the eastern seaboard. A pretty typical pattern for late October, wouldn't you say? What does that have to do with the stars? As that jet stream pushes north, it travels right over countless cities and industrial centers. All the particulates it gathers from those places are sticking to the dome instead of being carried away toward Canada and the Arctic. There's a significant accumulation now, acting like a giant optical filter. I'm confident it's not hazardous. Not yet, Julia cut in, her voice sharp. But what about next week? Or next month? Are you planning to power wash our atmosphere at 30,000 feet when it starts getting dark in this town? Before Cox could formulate a reply, Lissa Jameson let out a sharp cry, her hand flying up to point at the sky before covering her eyes. The strange pink stars were beginning to descend, each one painting a vivid, lingering trail across the darkness. More painkillers, Piper murmured, her words slurred as Rusty monitored her pulse. He gave her uninjured right hand a gentle pat. The left was a mess of scrapes. No more meds for now, he said softly. You're officially floating. Pretty sure the Lord wants me to have more, she insisted in that same hazy tone. I want to get as high as a mockingbird's nest. I think the saying involves an elephant's eye, but I'll take your request under advisement. She tried to sit up. Rusty attempted to ease her back down, but he was careful to apply pressure only to her right shoulder, and it wasn't enough to stop her. "Will I be discharged tomorrow? I need to see Chief Randolph. Those boys assaulted Sammy Bushy. And they could have killed you," he reminded her gently. "Dislocated shoulder aside, you fell from a moving vehicle. Consider yourself fortunate. Let me handle the concerns about Sammy." "Those officers are a danger," she insisted, her right hand tightening on his wrist. "They can't remain on the force. They'll hurt someone else." She ran her tongue over her lips. "My mouth feels like cotton." "I can help with that, but you need to lie back. Did you collect evidence from Sammy? Can you match it to those boys? If you can, I'll haunt Peter Randolph's every step until he forces them to give DNA. I'll be his personal shadow day and night." "We don't have the capability for DNA analysis here," Rusty said. "Besides, there was no physical evidence to collect. Gina Buffalino had helped Sammy clean up, at Sammy's own insistence." "Let me get you a drink. Most of the refrigerators are off to conserve power, but there's a cooler at the nurse's station." "Juice," she murmured, her eyes closing. "Juice would be perfect. Apple or orange, not vegetable juice, too much salt." "Apple it is," he agreed. "You're on clear fluids tonight." In a whisper so faint he almost missed it, Piper added, "I really miss my dog," before turning her face away. Rusty figured she'd likely be asleep by the time he returned with the juice box. He was halfway down the hallway when Twitch came sprinting around the corner from the nurse's station, his eyes wide with alarm. "You need to come outside, Rusty, right now, just as soon as I get something for Reverend Libby." "No, now. You have to see this." Rusty hurried back to room 29 and glanced in. Piper was already snoring, a hearty, unladylike sound understandable given her swollen nose. He followed Twitch down the corridor, nearly breaking into a run to match the taller man's urgent pace. "What is it?" he asked, the question heavy with dread of the next crisis. "What's happening now?" "I can't explain it," Twitch said, bursting through the lobby doors. "You wouldn't believe me if I tried. You have to see it for yourself." Out in the driveway beyond the protective awning where patients were usually dropped off, stood Ginny Tomlinson, Gina Buffalino, and Harriet Bigelow. A friend Gina had recruited to help at the hospital. The three women had their arms linked, as if bracing one another, and were staring transfixed at the sky. It was filled with those blazing pink stars, and now many of them were streaking downward, leaving long, almost neon-bright trails in their wake. A cold shudder traced its way up Rusty's spine. Judy saw this, he thought with sudden, chilling clarity. She said the pink stars would fall in lines, and here they were doing exactly that. It felt as if the very fabric of the heavens was unraveling around them. Alice and Aidan Appleton slept through the celestial event, but Thurston Marshall and Carolyn Sturgis did not. They stood together in the backyard of the Dumigan house, watching the silent, brilliant descent. The pink lines crisscrossed the night, and where they intersected they briefly formed glowing, cryptic symbols, ancient-looking pink runes that hung in the air for a moment before fading away into nothing. "Is this the end of everything?" Carolyn whispered, her voice tight. Thurston shook his head, his gaze fixed upward. "It's a meteor swarm. We get them in the fall around here, too late for the Perseids, so this is likely just cosmic debris, bits of some ancient asteroid that shattered eons ago." "Imagine that, Caro." She had no desire to imagine it. "Do they always glow pink?" "Not usually," he replied. "Outside the dome, it's probably white, but we're looking through a layer of dust and pollution. It's filtering the light." They watched the silent, rosy spectacle unfold. A memory surfaced, sharp and unsettling. Thirst, the little boy Aidan during his episode, he said, "I remember." Thurston cut in softly, "The pink stars are falling. They make lines behind them." How could he possibly have known? Carolyn's voice trembled. She held on to Thurston tighter, grateful for his solid paternal presence. In this moment of eerie beauty, she felt a child's longing for simple reassurance. How could he have seen this coming? Aidan's other words echoed too. Everyone is watching by 9:30 that Monday night. As the shower peaked, his prediction had become reality. News traveled through texts and calls, but mostly in the old-fashioned way, passed from one person to the next. Soon, Main Street was crowded with silent, upturned faces. A few soft sobs broke the quiet. Leo Lemoyne, a devoted follower of the late Reverend Coggins, began shouting about the apocalypse, claiming to see the four horsemen and predicting the rapture. Sloppy Sam Verdreau, recently released and sober but irritable, told Leo to shut up about the acrocalypse before he made him see stars. Officer Rupi Libby, hand resting on his gun, ordered both men to be quiet and stop frightening everyone, as if the crowd wasn't already terrified. Willow Anderson wept against Tommy's shoulder in the Dippers parking lot nearby, outside the Sweetbriar Rose. Rose Twitchell and Anson Wheeler stood in their aprons, arms wrapped around each other. Norrie Calvert's hand found Benny Drake's, and he clasped it, feeling a thrill that outshone the falling sky. In the Food City lot manager, Jack Cale, and his predecessor, Ernie Calvert, paused their inventory work to stare upward. Stewart and Fernald Bowie watched from their funeral home steps, while across the street, Officer Henry Morrison, Jackie Weddington, and history teacher Chaz Bender observed the scene. "It's merely a meteor shower viewed through polluted air," Chaz explained, though even he sounded humbled. The altered color made the phenomenon feel personal, invasive. The soft sound of crying spread, gentle as a drizzle. Big Jim Rennie, however, cared little for the lights themselves. His focus was on the crowd's reaction. Tonight, they would likely just go home. Tomorrow could be different. The fear etched on their faces wasn't necessarily a problem. Frightened people crave strong guidance. And strong leadership, Big Jim knew with certainty, was something he could supply in abundance. He stood with Chief Randolph and Andy Sanders outside the police station. Already calculating, standing below him, gathered in a tight knot, were his troublesome crew, Thibodeau, Searles, the Rue girl, and Frank Jr.'s friend. Big Jim descended the steps where Libby had taken her earlier tumble. A fall that would have been a blessing for everyone if it had snapped her neck, he mused, and gave Frankie a tap on the shoulder. "Like the light show, Frankie." The boy's wide, frightened eyes made him seem closer to 12 than his actual 22 years. "What's happening, Mr. Rennie, do you know? It's a meteor shower, just the Almighty giving a wave to his flock." Frank de Lesseps seemed to ease a bit at that. "We're heading back in," Big Jim announced, nodding toward Randolph and Andy, who were still staring upward. "We'll have a little chat, then I'll call you 4 inside. I need you all singing from the same hymn sheet when that happens." "Understood, yes, Mr. Rennie?" Frankie replied. Mel Searles stared at Big Jim, his mouth agape and his eyes as wide as dinner plates. Big Jim thought the boy looked like his intelligence might scrape the bottom of the barrel at 70. "Not always a disadvantage, of course. It looks like the world's ending, Mr. Rennie." Mel stammered. "Don't be foolish. Are you saved, boy?" "I suppose so," Mel said. "Then you've got no worries." Big Jim's gaze swept over each of them, finally landing on Carter Thibodeau. "And the path to staying worry-free tonight, gentlemen, is for every one of you to stick to the exact same story. Not everyone witnessed the strange pink stars. Rusty Everett's young children were sound asleep, as were Piper Libby and Andrea Grinnell. The chef was passed out on the brown grass beside what could be the country's largest meth operation. Brenda Perkins had cried herself to sleep on her sofa, the Vader documents strewn across the coffee table before her. The dead did not see them either, unless they were watching from some brighter realm far from this shadowy battlefield where confused forces blindly collide. Myra Evans, Duke Perkins, Chuck Thompson, and Claudette Sanders rested at the Bowie Funeral Home. Dr. Haskell, Mr. Carty, and Rory Dinsmore were in the hospital morgue. Lester Coggins, Dodie Sanders, and Angie McCain remained in the McCain pantry. Junior was there too, positioned between Dodie and Angie, holding their cold hands. His headache was a dull, manageable throb. He considered spending the night right there, a macabre slumber party. Over on Motton Road in Eastchester, not far from where scientists were even then attempting to breach the dome with a experimental acid under that eerie pink sky, Jack Evans stood in his backyard. A bottle of Jack Daniels was in one hand, his Ruger SR-9 pistol in the other. He drank and watched the falling stars, knowing exactly what they were. He made a wish on each one, a single, desperate wish for death. Without Myra, his life had lost all foundation. Living without her was one thing. Living trapped like a lab rat was another. He couldn't bear both. As the meteor shower began to taper off around 10:15, he drained the last of the whiskey, tossed the bottle aside, and ended his life. He was the town's first official suicide. He would not be its last. Barbie, Julia, and Lissa Jamieson observed in silence as the 2 soldiers in bulky suits detached a slender nozzle from a plastic hose. They sealed it inside a zippered opaque bag, which then went into a metal case boldly labeled hazardous materials. Each man used his own key to lock it. Removing their helmets, they looked exhausted, sweaty, and thoroughly defeated. 2 older men, clearly not military, were wheeling a complex piece of machinery away from the testing site where the acid had been applied 3 separate times. Barbie figured these were probably NSA scientists who had been attempting some kind of spectral analysis, with little success. Their gas masks were now pushed up on their heads, sitting there like bizarre, useless crowns. Barbie might have pressed Cox for details on what the tests were meant to reveal, and Cox might have offered a direct reply, but Barbie's own mood was low. Above them, the final streaks of pink light were fading from the sky. Lissa turned toward Eastchester. "I thought I heard a gunshot. Did anyone else catch that?" "More likely a car backfiring or some teenager with fireworks," Julia replied, her own face showing the strain. Earlier, when it became obvious their experiment, the real trial by fire, had failed, Barbie had noticed Julia quickly wiping her eyes. It hadn't stopped her from lifting her Kodak and snapping pictures, though. Cox walked over, his shadow stretching in two directions under the portable lights. He nodded toward the spot where the door outline had been sprayed onto the dome. "I'd estimate this escapade set the American taxpayer back close to $1 million, and that's before you factor in the research costs for developing that special acid compound, which succeeded in stripping off our paint and accomplished precisely nothing else." "Watch your language, Colonel," Julia said, the faintest trace of her usual smile returning. "Thank you for the reminder, Madam Editor," Cox replied, his tone bitter. "Did you honestly believe this would work?" Barbie asked. "No," Cox admitted. "But I also never thought I'd see a manned mission to Mars in my lifetime. Yet the Russians claim they're sending a crew of 4 in 2020. "Oh, I see," Julia said, a dry edge entering her voice. "The Martians caught wind of it, and they're not happy." "If that's the case, they retaliated against the wrong country," Cox said, and Barbie caught a flicker in his eyes. "How certain are you, Jim?" Barbie asked quietly. "I beg your pardon. That the dome was placed here by beings from another world." Julia took 2 quick steps forward, her face pale but her eyes intense. "Tell us what you know right now." Cox held up a hand. "Enough. We don't know anything. There is a working theory, however." "Yes, Marty, could you join us?" One of the senior technicians who had been conducting the analysis walked over, his gas mask dangling from its strap. "Your findings?" Cox asked. Seeing the man's reluctance, he added, "Speak freely." "Well," Marty gave a shrug. "Trace minerals, soil residue, atmospheric pollutants. Beyond that, nothing. According to every reading we have, that structure simply isn't there." "What about the HY-908? Cox clarified for the others. "The acid? It's gone," Marty stated. "The thing that isn't there consumed it. Is that even possible, based on your understanding?" "No." "But the dome itself isn't possible based on our understanding. And does that lead you to conclude the dome could be the creation of a life form with a far more advanced grasp of physics, chemistry, biology, anything?" When Marty paused again, Cox repeated himself. "Speak freely. It's one hypothesis. It's also possible some terrestrial entity with extraordinary resources set it up, a real-world supervillain, or it could be the work of a rogue state." "Who hasn't stepped forward to claim responsibility?" Barbie asked, skeptical. "Personally, I lean toward an extraterrestrial origin," Marty said. He rapped his knuckles against the dome without flinching. He'd already received his minor shock from it. So do most of the scientists currently involved in this. If you can call staring at the impossible involvement, it's the Sherlock Holmes principle. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. "Has a flying saucer landed with a demand to see our leader?" Julia asked. "No," Cox said. "And would you necessarily know if one had?" Barbie pressed a surreal feeling washing over him. "Are we really having this conversation?" "Not necessarily," Cox admitted after a brief hesitation. "It could still be a meteorological phenomenon," Marty offered, "or even a biological one, a living entity. Some are theorizing this might be a kind of engineered bacterial hybrid." "Colonel Cox," Julia said, her voice now low and steady, "are we someone's experiment? Because that's exactly what this feels like." Meanwhile, Lissa Jameson's attention had drifted back toward the comfortable homes of the Eastchester neighborhood, her mind seemingly elsewhere, perhaps wondering about the ordinary lives continuing just out of reach. Most of the streetlights were dark, either because the residents lacked generators or were conserving what fuel they had. "That was a gunshot," she insisted, her voice low and certain. "I'm positive." "Feeling it." Other than his involvement in local politics, Big Jim Rennie had just one personal indulgence: high school girls basketball, specifically the Lady Wildcats. He'd held season tickets since 1998 and rarely missed more than a couple of games each winter. The year they clinched the State Class D championship, 2004, he was in the stands for every single contest. While visitors to his study might notice autographs from famous athletes like Tiger Woods, the signature he valued most was scrawled in fading ink on a team photo that of Hannah Compton, the sophomore point guard who had spearheaded that championship run. Season ticket holders form a familiar community, and Big Jim knew the regulars around him. Some were parents or relatives of the players, often the driving force behind booster clubs funding travel to away games. Others were basketball purists who argued, with good reason, that the girls' game was fundamentally superior. Young women played with a cohesive team spirit the boys often lacked, favoring strategy over flashy solo plays. The deliberate pace allowed you to appreciate every screen and every sharp pass, where boys basketball fans might scoff at low scores. Devotees of the girls' game saw them as proof of tenacious defense and clutch free throw shooting, the hallmarks of classic basketball. And yes, there were always a few spectators who just enjoyed watching athletic teenagers compete. Big Jim understood all these perspectives, but his own deep fascination stemmed from a different unspoken source. Discussing it with fellow fans would have been impolitic. The girls took the sport personally, which made them exceptional at nurturing a collective grudge. The boys wanted to win, of course, and games against arch-rivals like the Castle Rock Rockets could get heated, but for them it was frequently about individual glory. When the final buzzer sounded, it was usually forgotten. The girls, however, carried the sting of a loss with them. They nurtured it as a unit. Big Jim could sense that simmering resentment erupting during a frantic scramble for a loose ball in a tied fourth quarter, a palpable, silent scream of "Get off me, that's mine." He sensed it, and it nourished him. Before Hannah Compton's era, the Lady Wildcats had qualified for the state tournament only once in 2 decades, making a swift exit. Then came Hannah. In Big Jim's view, she was the ultimate competitor, fueled by a magnificent disdain for losing. As the daughter of Dale Compton, a wiry and perpetually contentious mill worker from Tarker's Mills, her fierce demeanor seemed inherited. She spent most of her freshman year on the junior varsity squad, only getting called up to varsity for the final 2 games. In that brief stint, she outscored everyone on the court and left her defensive assignment from the Richmond Bobcats sprawled on the floor after a legal but punishing play afterward. Big Jim had cornered Coach Woodhead. "If that girl isn't starting next season, you've lost your mind," he stated. "My mind is just fine," the coach had replied. The following year, Hannah started strong and finished as a local legend, averaging 27.6 points per game, a story Wildcats fans would recount for years. She could sink a three-pointer on command, but what Big Jim truly loved was watching her slice through the defense on a drive to the hoop. Her determined face was locked in a fierce scowl, those sharp dark eyes challenging anyone to step in her path, her short ponytail jutting out behind her like a defiant gesture. The town's second selectman and top used car salesman was utterly captivated. During the 2004 championship, the Lady Wildcats held a 10-point lead over the Rockers when Hannah fouled out. Fortunately for the Wildcats, only a minute and 16 seconds remained. They clinched the win by a single point of the team's 86 total points. Hannah Compton had poured in a staggering 63. That following spring, her contentious father found himself behind the wheel of a brand-new Cadillac, sold to him at a massive discount by James Rennie. Senior new cars weren't Big Jim's usual trade, but when he wanted one fresh off the truck, he always found a way. Seated in Peter Randolph's office as the last traces of the pink meteor shower faded outside, and with his troublesome underlings waiting, he hoped anxiously to be called in and learn their fate. Big Jim remembered that legendary basketball game. He focused on the first 8 minutes of the second half, which had begun with the Lady Wildcats trailing by 9. Hannah seized control of the game with the ruthless focus of a general taking command, her dark eyes gleaming as if fixed on some basketball paradise invisible to ordinary people, her face set in that perpetual sneer that declared her superiority and a willingness to run right over you. Every shot she launched in those 8 minutes found the net, including one ridiculous heave from half-court she let fly, just to avoid a traveling call after her feet got tangled. There are terms for a streak like that, the most common being in the zone, but Big Jim preferred feeling it, as in, she's really feeling it now. It was as if the game possessed a sacred quality, a rich and glorious fabric like the kind that might hang in the halls of Valhalla, something beyond most players' grasp, though occasionally even average players could touch it and be briefly transformed. Hannah Compton never played her junior year. The championship was her farewell. That summer, driving drunk from a trip to Brownie's for ice cream frappes, her father crashed the family car, killing himself, his wife, and all 3 daughters on the road back to Tarker's Mills. The discounted Cadillac became their coffin. The multi-fatality wreck made front-page news across western Maine. Julia Shumway's Democrat even printed an issue with a black border that week, but Big Jim wasn't stricken with grief. He doubted Hannah would have lasted in college ball anyway. The competition would have been bigger, possibly reducing her to a minor role. She would have never tolerated that. Her fierce drive needed constant action on the court to thrive. Big Jim understood that completely. He sympathized entirely. It was a key reason he'd never seriously considered leaving the mill. In the broader world, he might have amassed more wealth, but money was the cheap beer of life. Power was the champagne. Running the mill was satisfying on regular days. But during a crisis, it was transcendent. In moments like these, you could soar on intuition alone, certain you couldn't make a mistake. You could read the opposing strategy before it even formed, and you scored every single time you had the ball. You were feeling it, and there was no better time for that than a championship game. This was his championship, and every break was going his way. He felt it a deep, unshakable conviction that this was a charmed moment where nothing could truly fail. Even setbacks would twist into advantages, much like Hannah's desperate half-court buzzer beater that had electrified the entire Derry Civic Center, leaving Mill supporters roaring and Castle Rock fans in stunned silence. That same electric current was flowing through him now. It was why fatigue didn't touch him, though his body should have been spent. It was why Junior's quiet, watchful anxiety didn't concern him. It was why Dale Barber and his irritating little band, especially that meddling reporter, were not worth a second thought. So when Peter Randolph and Andy Sanders stared at him, bewildered, Big Jim just kept on smiling. He could afford to. The feeling was everything. Shut down the supermarket? Andy ventured, his voice uneasy. Won't that stir up a whole lot of trouble, Big Jim? The supermarket and the gas and grocery, Big Jim corrected, his smile unwavering. Brownie's is already closed, so that's one less headache. Frankly, it's a grubby little spot anyway. He didn't add his thoughts about the questionable magazines sold there. Jim, there's still a good stock at Food City, Randolph offered. I checked with Jack Cale earlier today. The meat selection is getting slim, but everything else is holding steady. I'm aware, Big Jim replied smoothly. I understand inventory, and Jack certainly does. He's Jewish after all. They have a knack for these things. Well, I'm just saying, things have stayed calm because folks have their own supplies to fall back on. Randolph's expression brightened slightly. Maybe we could limit the store hours instead. I bet Jack would go for that. He's probably considering it already. Big Jim shook his head, the smile never fading. This was just another sign of how the universe bent to your will when you were riding the wave. Duke Perkins would have argued that adding stress was a mistake, especially after tonight's disturbing lights in the sky. But Duke was gone, and wasn't that just wonderfully convenient? Almost providential. Closed, he repeated firmly. Both places locked up tight, and when they reopen, we'll be in charge of handing out the supplies. It'll make everything last longer, and it'll be fairer for everyone. I'll outline a rationing system at the town meeting Thursday. He paused, letting the implication hang. Assuming this dome situation hasn't resolved itself by then, of course. Andy shifted nervously. I'm not sure we actually have the legal authority to shut down private businesses, Big Jim. In a crisis of this magnitude, we don't just have the authority, we have the duty. He gave Randolph a hearty, unexpected thump on the back, making the new police chief jump with a faint squeak. But what if it causes a panic? Andy pressed, his brow furrowed. Well, that's always a possibility, Big Jim conceded, his tone almost cheerful. Kick a mouse nest and they all come scurrying out. We may need to expand our police force considerably if this drags on. Yes, considerably, Randolph looked startled. We're already near 20 officers, including, he tilted his head toward the door. Yep, Big Jim said, and speaking of them, better bring the crew in. Chief, let's wrap this up so they can get some rest. I have a feeling they'll have a very full day tomorrow. And if they pick up a few bruises along the way, all the better. Serves them right for not keeping their urges in check. Frank, Carter, Mel, and Georgia filed in slowly, like they were stepping into a police lineup. Their faces were set in stubborn defiance, but it was a fragile, transparent act. Hannah Compton would have scoffed at it. Their eyes were fixed on their own shoes. Big Jim could see they expected to be fired, or worse, and that suited him perfectly. Fear was the simplest emotion to manipulate. Well now, he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. Look who's here, our courageous officers. Georgia Rue muttered something into her collar. Speak up, sweetheart. Big Jim cupped a hand behind his ear, playing the part of the patient, disappointed elder. I said we didn't do anything wrong, she repeated, her voice still a resentful, childlike mumble. So what exactly happened out there when Georgia, Frank, and Carter all began speaking over each other? He jabbed a finger toward Frank. You tell it, and make it convincing. Frank cleared his throat. We were on patrol when she waved us down. She's the one who invited us inside. Exactly. Georgia cut in, crossing her arms beneath her chest. She was the one who... Quiet? Big Jim leveled a thick finger at her. One voice speaks for the group. That's how a team operates. Are you a team or not? Carter Thibodeau caught the direction this was heading. Yes, sir, Mr. Rennie. We're a team. Glad we agree. Big Jim nodded for Frank to continue. She mentioned she had a few beers, Frank said. With the stores closed, you can't find any in town. So we had one each. Just one. And we were technically off the clock. Fully off duty, Chief Randolph added. Isn't that what you meant? Frank dipped his head respectfully. Yes, Chief, exactly. We finished our beers and said we ought to head out. But then she told us she appreciated everything we're doing for the town and wanted to say thanks. After that, she made an advance. Showed us her business, if you catch my drift, Mel said with a broad, empty grin. Big Jim winced inwardly, thankful Andrea Grinnell wasn't present. Addict or not, she'd have turned the whole conversation into a lecture. She took each of us into the bedroom separately, Frank went on. I know it was poor judgment, and we regret it, but she was completely willing. I don't doubt it, Chief Randolph said. That woman's reputation is no secret. Her husband's isn't much better. You didn't happen to see any drugs out there, did you? No, sir, came the unified reply. And you're certain no one harmed her? Big Jim pressed. I hear she's claiming she was roughed up. Nobody laid a hand on her, Carter stated firmly. If I can offer a theory? Big Jim waved a hand in permission. This Thibodeau was starting to show promise. My guess is she took a fall after we left. Probably more than once. She was pretty far gone. Honestly, someone should step in before she hurts that kid of hers. No one commented on that. With the town cut off, the nearest child welfare office might as well be in another state. So, to be clear, your hands are clean in this, Big Jim summarized. Spotless, Frank affirmed. Well, I believe we're satisfied. Big Jim glanced around the room. Are we satisfied, gentlemen? Both Andy and Randolph nodded, visibly relieved. Good, Big Jim said. It's been a long and trying day. We all need rest, you officers especially. You'll report back at 7 tomorrow morning. With the supermarket and the gas and grocery closed for the duration, Chief Randolph suggested you'd be ideal for keeping order at Food City. Some folks might not take kindly to the new arrangements. Think you can handle that, Mr. Thibodeau, even with your injury? Carter flexed his bandaged arm. It's fine. The dog didn't get to the tendon. We can assign Fred Denton to join them, Chief Randolph added, getting into the plan. Weddington and Morrison should be enough for the gas and grocery. Jim, Andy interjected, maybe we should station the more experienced officers at Food City and the newer ones at the smaller. I disagree, Big Jim said, a smile touching his lips. He could feel the momentum building. These young officers are precisely who we want at Food City. Exactly right. And one more thing. A little bird told me some of you have been keeping personal firearms in your vehicles, a couple even wearing them on patrol. Silence filled the room. You're on probation, Big Jim continued. As Americans, you have a right to own handguns. But if I hear that any of you are armed while dealing with the public at Food City tomorrow, your time on the force ends immediately. Absolutely, Randolph echoed. Big Jim's gaze swept over Frank, Carter, Mel, and Georgia. Any issues with that? Anybody. None of them looked pleased, but no one spoke a word. Big Jim hadn't been sure they would accept his reasoning, but they were getting off light. Thibodeau kept rolling his shoulder and clenching his fist, testing the motion. Frank voiced a quiet concern. What if those guns weren't even loaded? What if they were just props for show? Big Jim raised a single, instructive finger. I'll share with you what my own father once told me, Frank. There is no such thing as an unloaded firearm. We have a fine town here. I'm counting on them to remember that and act accordingly. Should their attitude shift, ours will adapt in turn. Understood, yes, sir, Mr. Rennie, Frank replied. Though he didn't sound convinced. Big Jim was fine with that. He stood up, but instead of heading for the door, he stretched out his hands, palms up. He noted their brief hesitation and gave an encouraging nod, his smile unwavering. Come on, gentlemen. Tomorrow promises to be a significant day. Let's not close this one without a word of prayer. Join me. They took his hands. Big Jim closed his eyes, bowing his head. Dear Lord, the prayer that followed was lengthy and detailed. Barbie climbed the exterior steps to his apartment just before midnight, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion. All he craved was 6 hours of blank sleep before his alarm dragged him back to the Sweetbriar Rose to start the breakfast shift. That weariness vanished the moment he flicked on the lights, still functioning thanks to Andy Sanders's generator. Someone had been inside. The clue was so faint he couldn't immediately pinpoint it. He shut his eyes, then opened them, letting his gaze drift casually across the combined living space and kitchenette, absorbing every detail. The books he intended to abandon were undisturbed on their shelf. The chairs remained in place, one beneath the lamp and the other by the room's solitary window overlooking the alley. His coffee mug and plate sat in the dish drainer by the small sink. Then it clicked, the way these realizations do when you stop straining for them. It was the rug, the one he privately called Not Lindsay, roughly 5 by 2 feet. It featured a repeating diamond pattern in shades of blue, red, white, and brown. He'd purchased it in a Baghdad market, assured by a trusted Iraqi policeman named Latif Hassan that it was a genuine antique Kurdish piece. Very old, very beautiful, Latif had insisted with a broad, white-toothed grin. Looks Turkish, but no, no, no. A week later, a sniper's bullet ended Latif's life. Not Turkey, Iraqi, he'd said, and now the memory was all Barbie had. The rug merchant had worn a yellow T-shirt emblazoned with, "Don't shoot me. I'm only the piano plater." Latif had listened to the man's rapid-fire Arabic, nodding, both of them sharing a laugh. Then the merchant made a crudely perfect American gesture, sparking another round of laughter. "What was that about?" Barbie had asked. Latif explained, "He says an American senator bought 5 rugs like this, Lindsey Graham. $500 each for the cameras, more money under the table. But all senators' rugs are fake. Yes, 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 this one is not fake. This one is real." "I, Latif Hassan, tell you this, Barbie. Not Lindsey Graham rug." Latif had raised his hand for a high five, and Barbie had slapped it. It had been a good day, scorching hot, but filled with a rare, uncomplicated camaraderie. He'd traded $200 American and a multi-region DVD player for the rug. Not Lindsay was his sole keepsake from Iraq, and he made a point never to step on it, always navigating around it. He had planned to leave it behind when he departed the mill, a subconscious attempt, perhaps, to finally leave Iraq behind, too. What a joke! Wherever you went, there you were. The profound, utterly unhelpful Zen truth of modern life. He was superstitious about it. Stepping on it felt like activating some bureaucratic tripwire in Washington that would yank him back to Baghdad or God-forsaken Fallujah. But someone had stepped on it. The rug was mussed, wrinkled, and slightly askew. It had been perfectly aligned when he left that morning, a lifetime ago. He moved quietly toward the bedroom. The bedspread was perfectly smooth, yet the feeling that someone had been in the room was undeniable. Was it a faint, lingering odor of exertion? Some intangible disturbance in the air? Barbie couldn't pinpoint it and didn't bother trying. He walked to his dresser, pulled open the top drawer, and immediately noticed the order was wrong. His most worn pair of jeans, which had been on top of the stack, was now on the bottom. His khaki shorts, which he'd carefully placed with the zippers facing up, were now zippers down. He moved swiftly to the second drawer to the socks. It took him only a few heartbeats to confirm what he already suspected. His dog tags were missing. He felt no surprise, only a cold, settling certainty. He snatched up the disposable cell phone he'd also intended to leave and returned to the main room. On a small table by the door sat the combined Tarker's Mills and Chester's Mill phone directory, a book so slim it was barely more than a pamphlet. He flipped through it, searching for a specific number, fully expecting not to find it. Police chiefs didn't typically list their home numbers, but in a small town, it seemed, some old rules still applied. There it was, a discreet entry, H&B Perkins, 28 Morin Street. Though the hour was well past midnight, Barbie dialed without a second thought. Waiting was a luxury he couldn't afford. Every instinct screamed that time was running out, faster than anyone knew. The phone's chirping dragged her from a shallow, uneasy sleep. For a disorienting moment, she thought it was Howie, calling to say he'd be late, telling her to just lock up and go to bed. Then the awful truth crashed down on her once more, a cascade of grim realizations from a shattered piñata of grief. Howie was gone. She blinked at her watch in the dim light, 12:20. Who could be calling at this hour? It certainly wasn't Howie. Wincing, she pushed herself up from the couch, rubbing a crick in her neck and cursing herself for dozing off there, cursing equally the caller who had ripped her from sleep and so cruelly refreshed her awareness of being alone. A sudden wild hope flared. Perhaps the dome had fallen. Maybe it was over. She hurried toward the phone beside Howie's chair. The sight of it empty sent a fresh pang through her, banging her shin hard on the coffee table and making the scattered papers jump. She snatched up the receiver. "What? What is it? It's Dale Barbara. Barbie, has it broken? Is the dome gone? No. I wish that were the news, but it's not. Then why are you calling? It's the middle of the night. You told me your husband was looking into Jim Rennie?" Brenda went very still, the meaning of his call beginning to crystallize. Her hand rose unconsciously to her throat, to the spot where Howie had touched her for the last time. "He was, but I told you, he didn't have anything definitive yet." "I remember what you said," Barbie interrupted, his voice low and urgent. "You need to listen to me now, Brenda. Can you do that? Are you fully awake?" "I am now. Your husband kept notes?" "Yes, on his laptop. I printed everything." Her eyes drifted to the Vader file, its pages fanned across the coffee table like evidence from a crime scene. "Good. First thing tomorrow, I want you to put that printout in an envelope and take it to Julia Shumway. Tell her to put it someplace secure. An actual safe if she has one, a locked strongbox or file cabinet if she doesn't. She is only to open it if something happens to you, or to me, or to both of us. You're frightening me. She is not to open it otherwise. If you tell her that, will she listen? My gut says she will. Of course she will, but why not let her see it now? Because if the editor of the town's only newspaper sees what your husband had on Big Jim, and Big Jim finds out she's seen it, most of our leverage evaporates. Do you understand?" "Yes, I think so," she said, wishing with a desperate ache that Howie were here to handle this midnight crisis. He'd know what to do. "I told you I might be arrested today if the missile strike failed, remember?" "Of course I remember." Well, I wasn't. That pompous son of Fabich knows how to play a long game, but his patience is wearing thin. "I'm almost certain the move is coming tomorrow, later today. I mean, he's had someone in my place tonight, Brenda. They took my dog tags. It's a message. The clock isn't just ticking, it's about to strike. If you can't make it stop by threatening to expose whatever secrets your husband uncovered, then what? What charge do you think they'll use to arrest you? I have no clue, but it won't be for something petty. And once I'm locked up, I think there might be a convenient accident. I saw plenty of those arranged back in Iraq. That's insane, yet it carried that dreadful ring of truth she recognized from her worst nightmares. Consider it, Brenda. Rennie has something to hide. He needs someone to blame, and the new police chief is under his control. Everything is falling into place for him." "I was already planning to confront him," Brenda replied. "And I intended to bring Julia along just to be safe." "Don't bring Julia," he advised. "But don't go by yourself either. You can't seriously believe he would. I don't know what he's capable of or how far he'd push. Who else do you trust besides Julia?" Her mind snapped back to that afternoon. The fires nearly contained, standing by Little Bitch Road and feeling an unexpected surge of strength despite her sorrow, fueled by adrenaline. Romeo Burpee, suggesting she should consider running for fire chief. "Rami Burpee," she said. "All right, he's the one. Should I tell him what Howie discovered?" "No," Barbie cut in. "He's just your backup, your insurance, and here's another precaution. Secure your husband's laptop." "Okay, but if I lock away the laptop and leave the printout with Julia, what will I show Jim?" "I suppose I could make another copy." "Don't. One copy in circulation is risky enough for now. Putting the fear into him is one thing. Making him panic would make him dangerously unpredictable." "Brenda, do you truly believe he's corrupt?" She didn't pause. "With every fiber of my being. Because Howie believed it, and that was enough for her. And you recall what's in the file?" "Not every figure or every bank they used, but enough. Then he'll believe you," Barbie said. "With or without a second set of papers, he'll believe you." Brenda placed the Vader file into a manila envelope, printing Julia's name on the front. She left it on the kitchen table before going into Howie's study to lock his laptop in the safe. It was a tight fit. She had to turn the Mac sideways, but it finally went in. Following her late husband's instructions, she gave the combination dial 2 full spins instead of 1. As she finished, the lights cut out for a split second. Some primal part of her was convinced she'd caused it by that extra turn. Then she realized the generator out back had simply run out of fuel. When Junior walked in just after 6 on Tuesday morning, his pale face shadowed with stubble and his hair sticking up in wild tufts, Big Jim was seated at the kitchen table. He was wrapped in a white bathrobe roughly the size of a ship's mainsail, sipping a Coke. Junior nodded at the can. Nothing like a balanced breakfast to start the day. Big Jim lifted the can, took a swallow, and set it down. No coffee. Well, there is coffee, but no power. The generator's out of propane. Help yourself to a soda. They're still reasonably cold, and you look like you need it. Junior opened the refrigerator and peered into the dark interior. Am I supposed to believe you couldn't get your hands on some bottled gas any time you wanted? Big Jim gave a slight start, then settled. It was a fair question, and didn't mean Junior knew anything. The guilty man flees where none pursueth, Big Jim reminded himself. Let's just say it might not be the wisest move right now. Uh-huh. Junior shut the fridge door and sat across the table. He regarded his father with a kind of empty amusement, which Big Jim mistakenly took for fondness. The family that slays together stays together, Junior thought. At least for now, as long as it's politic, he said. Big Jim nodded and studied his son, who was now supplementing his early morning drink with a beefsteak. He did not ask, "Where have you been?" He didn't ask what was wrong, even though the harsh morning light in the kitchen made it plain something was. He had a different question. You said bodies, more than one, is that correct? Correct. Junior tore off a large bite of his beefsteak and chased it with a gulp of Coke. The room felt unnaturally quiet without the refrigerator's hum or the coffee maker's gurgle, and every single one of them can be tied to Mr. Barbara. Every one. Another bite, another swallow. Junior watched him steadily, massaging his left temple. Can you make a believable discovery of those bodies around midday? No problem, including the evidence pointing to our Mr. Barbara. Absolutely. A thin smile touched Junior's lips. It's solid evidence. Don't go into the station this morning. Probably should, Junior countered. It might seem odd if I don't, and I'm not tired. I slept with. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. I slept, let's just say. Big Jim didn't inquire about who shared his son's bed. He had more pressing worries than Junior's romantic entanglements. He was simply relieved the boy hadn't been one of those mixing with that piece of trailer trash out on Motton Road. Messing with that sort was a sure way to catch something unpleasant. He's already unwell. A voice, perhaps the fading echo of his wife, murmured in his mind. Just look at him. The voice was likely right, but today concerns larger than Junior's eating habits demanded his attention. I didn't say to sleep. I want you on patrol, and I have a specific task for you. Just steer clear of Food City while you're at it. I anticipate trouble there. A spark of interest lit Junior's eyes. What kind? Big Jim sidestepped the question. Can you locate Sam Verdreau? Sure, he'll be in that shack on God Creek Road. Normally he'd be sleeping one off, but today he's more likely to be jittering himself awake with the shakes. Junior gave a short, ugly laugh at the image, then winced and resumed rubbing his temple. You really think I'm the one to talk to him? He's not exactly my fan club president right now, probably even unfriended me online. I don't follow. It's a joke, Dad. Never mind. Do you think he'd be more receptive if you offered him 3 quarts of whiskey, with the promise of more later for a job well done? That grimy old fool would cozy up to me for a thimbleful of cheap wine. You can get the whiskey from Brownie's, Big Jim said. Besides its dismal groceries and questionable magazines, Brownie's was one of the town's liquor agencies, and the police department held keys to all of them. Big Jim slid a key across the table. Use the back door. Don't be seen. What's Sloppy Sam supposed to do for the booze? Big Jim laid out the plan. Junior listened, his expression blank except for his bloodshot eyes, which gleamed with a restless energy. He had only one further question. Would it actually work? Big Jim gave a firm nod. It will. I can feel it. Junior took another aggressive bite of his snack and another swig of soda. Me too, Dad, he said. Me too. After Junior left, Big Jim swept into his study. His robe flowing around him, he retrieved his cell phone from the center desk drawer where he kept it stored away as often as possible. He considered the devices godless, promoting nothing but idle, wasteful chatter. How many productive hours were lost to mindless blather on these things? And what harmful rays were they pumping into your brain all the while? Still, they had their uses. He believed Sam Verdreau would comply with Junior's instructions, but it seemed foolish not to secure a backup plan. He selected a number from the phone's password-protected hidden directory. It rang several times before it was answered. What? The patriarch of the numerous Killian family snapped. Big Jim flinched and pulled the phone briefly from his ear. As he replaced the receiver, a soft chorus of clucking drifted through the line. Roger, are you in with the chickens? Yes, sir, Big Jim, that's right. These birds need tending, rain or shine. The shift from annoyance to deference was immediate. Roger Killian had every reason to be respectful. Big Jim was the man who'd turned him into a millionaire. If Roger chose to squander his comfortable fortune by rising before dawn to tend a coop, that was simply his lot in life. The man was too stubborn to quit. It was his God-given nature, and today that very quality would prove useful. For the town, Big Jim reminded himself. Everything he did was for the town's welfare. "Roger, I need you and your 3 eldest boys." "Only got 2 here at the house," Roger replied, his thick New England drawl turning home into hum. "Ricky and Randall are around, but Roland was over in Oxford picking up feed when that blasted dome dropped." He paused, reconsidering his words as the chickens murmured behind him. "Pardon my language." "I'm certain the Lord understands," Big Jim said smoothly. "You and the 2, then. Can you get them into town by, let's say, 9:15 at the latest?" "I'll have to wake 'em, but sure," Roger agreed. "What's the job?" "Haulin' some of that extra." "No," Big Jim cut him off, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. "And we won't speak of that. God love you. Just listen." Big Jim laid out the plan. Roger Killian, God love him, listened. In the background, nearly 800 chickens pecked and clucked, gorging on their specially fortified feed. "What you're doing what? Why?" Jack Cale was behind his desk in the Food City manager's cramped office. Surrounded by the inventory lists, he and Ernie Calvert had finally finished at 1 in the morning. Their work had been delayed by the meteor shower. Now he gathered the handwritten sheets from the yellow legal pads and waved them at Police Chief Peter Randolph, who stood framed in the doorway in his full uniform. "Look at these, Pete, before you make a terrible mistake." "Sorry, Jack, the market is closed. It will reopen on Thursday as a community food depot. We share equally now. All records will be kept. The company won't lose a penny, I assure you." "That's not the point," Jack nearly moaned. He was a baby-faced man in his 30s with a wild shock of red hair, which he now raked with his free hand. He thrust the papers forward, but Randolph made no move to take them. "Here, take them. What in the name of all that's holy are you thinking, Peter?" Ernie Calvert charged up from the basement storage, his broad frame covered by a green Food City smock, his gray hair in a perpetual crew cut. His face was flushed. "He wants to shut us down," Jack exclaimed. "Why in heaven's name would you do that when we still have plenty of food?" Ernie demanded, his anger rising. "Why scare people needlessly? They'll have enough to fear if this continues. Whose foolish idea was this?" "The selectmen voted," Randolph stated flatly. "If you have issues with the plan, bring them up at the special town meeting Thursday night. Assuming the situation isn't resolved by then." "What plan?" Ernie shouted. "Are you telling me Andrea Grinnell agreed to this? She knows better than this." "I understand she's down with the flu," Randolph said, completely out of commission, so Andy made the call. Big Jim seconded it. No one had instructed him to phrase it that way. He understood how Big Jim preferred things done. "Rationing might become necessary later," Jack argued, his cheeks flushing to match his hair. "But why start now?" He shook the inventory sheets again. "Why, when we still have so much? The best time to start conserving is when you still have plenty," Randolph replied coolly. "That's rich, coming from a man with a powerboat on Sebago Lake and a Winnebago parked in his driveway," Jack shot back. "Don't forget Big Jim's Hummer," Ernie added bitterly. "Enough," Randolph said, his voice final. "The decision came down from the selectmen," Randolph began, "or at least 2 of them," Jack interjected. Ernie corrected him. "You mean one of them? And we all know which one. And I delivered the message, so that's final." Randolph finished, ignoring them. "Put a sign in the window. Market closed until further notice. Pete, come on, be sensible." Ernie's anger had faded into something closer to a plea. "That's going to terrify folks. If you're dead set on this, why not let me put slowed for inventories? We'll reopen soon. Maybe even add a sorry for the temporary inconvenience." "We could highlight temporary in red." Peter Randolph shook his head with a slow, deliberate gravity. "I can't allow it, Ern. I couldn't even if you were still officially on the payroll like him." He gestured toward Jack Cale, who had abandoned his inventory sheets to run both hands through his hair in frustration, closed until further notice. "That's the directive from the selectmen, and I follow orders. Besides, lies have a nasty habit of circling back to bite you. You know, Duke Perkins would have told them exactly where they could stick an order like that." Ernie shot back, his voice low. "You should be ashamed, Pete, doing that pompous windbag's dirty work. He snaps his fingers and you ask how high. You need to stop talking right now for your own good," Randolph said, his finger jabbing the air toward Ernie. The finger trembled slightly. "If you don't want to spend the rest of the day in a jail cell on a disrespect charge, you'll shut your mouth and comply. We are in a crisis situation." Ernie stared at him, incredulous. A disrespect charge? That's not a real thing. It is now. Test me if you don't believe it. Much later, when it was far too late to matter, Julia Shumway would manage to reconstruct most of how the Food City riot began, though she never got to publish it. Even if she had, it would have been a straightforward news piece, just the facts. Asked to capture the emotional core of it, she would have been at a loss. How could she explain watching people she'd known her whole life, people she respected, even loved, transform into a mindless crowd? She tried to convince herself that being there from the very start would have given her clarity, but that was just an excuse, a way to avoid confronting the chaotic, irrational beast that emerges when scared people are pushed too far. She'd seen such beasts on the news, always in some distant country. She never imagined she'd witness one in her own hometown, and the sheer pointlessness of it all haunted her. The town had been isolated for barely 3 days, and it was overflowing with supplies of almost every kind. Only the propane shortage was puzzling. Later, she'd theorized it was the moment the town finally grasped the reality of their situation. There was probably some truth to that, but it never felt sufficient. All she knew for sure, a truth she kept to herself, was that she watched her town surrender its sanity, and she emerged from it a fundamentally different person. The first to see the sign were Gina Buffalino and her friend Harriet Bigelow. Both girls were in crisp white nurses' uniforms. An idea from Ginny Tomlinson, who believed the whites inspired more patient confidence than the candy stripe or pinafores, and they looked adorably earnest. They also looked exhausted despite their youth. It had been a grueling couple of days at the clinic, with another long shift ahead after a night of fitful sleep. They had come for candy bars, planning to get enough for everyone except poor diabetic Jimmy Saros, and were chatting about the previous night's meteor shower. The conversation died when they saw the notice taped to the door. "The market can't be closed," Gina said, disbelief in her voice. "It's Tuesday morning." She pressed her face to the glass, hands cupped beside her eyes to block the morning sun's glare. As she peered inside, Anson Wheeler's truck pulled up with Rose Twitchell in the passenger seat. They had left Barbie back at Sweetbriar Rose to finish cleaning up after breakfast service. Rose was out of the delivery van with her name on the side before Anson even cut the engine. Her shopping list was long, and she was eager to get everything she could as quickly as possible. Then she spotted the sign on the door, Claude Yuntel further notice. "What on earth?" she muttered. "I just saw Jack Cale yesterday evening, and he didn't mention a thing about closing." She was talking to Anson, who was trailing behind her, but it was Gina Buffalino who replied. "And look, the place is still packed. All the shelves are full. More cars were pulling into the lot. The store was supposed to open in 5 minutes, and Rose wasn't the only one who decided to get a head start on shopping." With the dome still firmly in place that morning, half the town had woken up thinking it was time to lay in supplies. Later, when asked about the sudden rush, Rose would compare it to the panic that sets in whenever a snowstorm warning gets upgraded. "Sanders and Rennie really picked the worst possible day for this nonsense," she'd say. Among the early arrivals were 2 police cruisers from the Chester's Mill PD. Close behind them came Frank de Lesseps in his Nova. He'd recently peeled off that old Ask Gas or Grass bumper sticker, figuring it wasn't exactly fitting for an officer of the law. Carter and Georgia were in one car. Mel Searles and Freddie Denton were in the other. They'd been parked down the street near Leclerc's flower shop on Chief Randolph's orders. "No need to rush in," he'd told them. "Wait until there are a dozen cars or so. Who knows? Maybe they'll just read the sign and leave." Of course, that didn't happen. Big Jim Rennie had known it wouldn't, and the sight of the officers, most of them young and inexperienced, only stirred people up instead of calming them down. Rose was the first to start in on them. She zeroed in on Freddie, waving her long list in his face, and then pointing through the window where most of the items she needed were neatly lined up on the shelves. Freddie started out polite, aware that a growing group of people was watching, but it was hard to keep his cool with this feisty woman right in his space. Didn't she get that he was just following orders? "Who do you think is going to feed this town, Fred?" Rose demanded. Anson tried to lay a hand on her shoulder, but she shook him off. She knew Freddie probably saw her as just angry, not deeply worried, but she couldn't stop herself. "You think a Cisco truck is going to parachute out of the sky with groceries?" "Ma'am, oh, save it. Since when do you call me ma'am? You've been eating blueberry pancakes and that soggy bacon you love at my diner 4 or 5 days a week for 20 years, calling me Rosie the whole time. But you won't be getting pancakes tomorrow if I don't get flour, shortening, syrup," and she broke off, her eyes widening. Finally some sense, thank goodness. Jack Cale was opening one of the double doors. Mel and Frank had positioned themselves in front of it, leaving him just enough room to slip between them. The gathered shoppers, nearly 24 now, even though it wasn't quite 9 o'clock, surged forward, only to stop short when Jack selected a key from his ring and locked the door again. A collective groan went up. "Why'd you do that?" Bill Wicker shouted, sounding genuinely offended. "My wife sent me down here for eggs." "Take it up with the selectmen and Chief Randolph." Jack shot back. His hair was sticking out in all directions. He threw a dark look at Frank de Lesseps and an even fiercer one at Mel Searles, who was struggling to hide a smirk. "I know I will, but for now I've had it. I'm done." He pushed through the crowd with his head down, his cheeks burning even brighter than his red hair. Lissa Jamieson pedaled up on her bicycle, the small milk crate strapped to her rear fender, holding her modest list of necessities. She had to swerve sharply to avoid a man stumbling near the entrance. Carter, Georgia, and Freddie stood posted before the large store window, where garden supplies would normally be displayed. Carter's fingers were wrapped in bandages, and a thicker dressing was visible beneath his shirt. Freddie's hand rested on his holstered weapon as Rose Twitchell berated him, and Carter fought the impulse to shut her up himself. His fingers were fine, but his shoulder throbbed with a deep, persistent ache. What had been a handful of shoppers was now a growing assembly, with more vehicles filtering into the lot. Before Officer Thibodeau could properly assess the situation, Alden Dinsmore stepped directly into his path. Alden appeared gaunt and hollowed out, as if he'd aged years since his son's passing. A black band was fastened around his sleeve, and his eyes held a distant, confused look. "My wife needs me to pick up some canned goods," he stated vaguely, not specifying what. His mind seemed elsewhere, perhaps stuck in an empty bedroom upstairs, a bed that would stay empty, posters that would never be looked at again, a half-built model plane forever unfinished. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dinsmore, but you can't go in there," Carter told him, deliberately mispronouncing the name. "It's Dinsmore," Alden corrected softly, almost to himself, and made a move toward the locked doors. Carter gave him a firm push backward, feeling a flicker of understanding for every exasperated teacher who'd ever sent him to detention. It was incredibly annoying not to be listened to. The heat wasn't helping, despite the painkillers. His shoulder pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The October morning was unseasonably warm, the pale sky promising a scorching afternoon. Alden stumbled into Gina Buffalino, and both would have fallen if not for Petra Searles, a substantial woman catching and steadying them. Alden didn't seem angry, just bewildered. "My wife sent me for the canned," he repeated to Petra. A low murmur rippled through the gathering crowd. It wasn't anger yet, but a building confusion. They'd come for supplies that were visibly just inside, yet the doors were barred. Now a respected farmer had been shoved by a kid who until recently was fixing cars. Gina's eyes widened as she stared at Carter, Mel, and Frank. She pointed directly at them, her voice carrying clearly to her friend Harriet. "Those are the ones. Those are the men who attacked Sammy Bushy." The smirk vanished from Mel's face, all his earlier bravado gone. "You need to shut your mouth," he said coldly. At the edge of the lot, Ricky and Randall Killian pulled up in a pickup while Sam Verdreau approached on foot, his driving days long over. Gina took a step back, staring at Mel in alarm. Beside her, Alden stood motionless, like a machine that had powered down. "And you people are supposed to be cops? Give me a break." "That whole story was a lie from a troubled woman," Frank snapped. "Keep shouting accusations, and you'll be arrested for causing a disturbance." "Damn right," Georgia chimed in, edging closer to Carter. He paid her no mind, his focus on scanning the faces before him. This was officially a crowd, and it was growing. He regretted not having his sidearm. The hostility in the air was becoming palpable. Then Velma Winter arrived with Tommy and Willow Anderson, a formidable woman who styled her hair in a sleek, old-school wave. Velma had buried 2 husbands. Local gossip at the diner insisted she'd loved them both to an early grave and was on the hunt for a third at karaoke nights, which drew a more mature crowd. She surveyed the scene with a sharp, assessing gaze, adding another layer of tension to the standoff. Velma planted herself squarely in front of Carter, hands resting on her broad hips. "Closed, is that right?" she demanded, her tone all business. "Let's see your authorization." Carter felt a surge of irritation, his confusion quickly turning to anger. "Step back. I don't need any papers. We're here on orders from the chief and the selectmen. This is becoming a distribution center." "You mean rationing?" She let out a dismissive snort. "Not in this town." She pushed past Mel and Frank and began pounding on the door. "Open this door. Open up in there. There's nobody inside," Frank said. "You're wasting your time." But Ernie Calvert was still there, emerging from the aisle stacked with pasta and flour. Spotting him, Velma only hammered harder. "Ernie, open up! Open this door right now! Open up!" voices from the gathering crowd echoed. Frank caught Mel's eye and gave a nod. Together they seized Velma and hauled her substantial weight back from the entrance. Georgia Rue had turned and was frantically motioning for Ernie to retreat, but he remained frozen, just staring. "Open up!" Velma bellowed. "Open up! Open up!" Tommy and Willow took up the cry, joined by Bill Wicker, the mail carrier. Lissa's face lit up with excitement. She'd always dreamed of being part of a spontaneous protest, and here was her moment. She raised a clenched fist and began pumping it in a rhythm, 2 quick shakes on open and a forceful thrust on up. Others copied her, and the chant morphed into a pounding, "Oh, pun, up, oh, pun, up." Soon dozens of people were shaking their fists in that same driving tempo, the crowd swelling by the minute. The handful of officers looked desperately thin. The younger cops glanced at Freddie Denton for guidance, but Freddie had none to offer. He did, however, have his sidearm. "You'd better fire a warning shot soon, Baldy," Carter thought, "or this crowd is going to roll right over us." 2 more officers, Rupert Libby and Toby Whelan, sped down Main Street from the police station, where they'd been drinking coffee and watching the news. They blew past Julia Shumway, who was jogging toward the scene with a camera bouncing on her shoulder. Jackie Weddington and Henry Morrison also began heading for the supermarket, but the radio on Henry's belt crackled to life. It was Chief Randolph, ordering them to hold their position at the gas grocery. "But we can hear the—" Henry started. "Those are your orders," Randolph cut in, not mentioning he was merely relaying instructions from a higher authority. "Oh, pun up! Oh, pun up!" The chant thrummed in the warm air, fists punching skyward. The fear was still there, but it was now mixed with a giddy, infectious energy. An observer might have seen a crowd of novices caught in the rush, needing only the right soundtrack to complete the scene. Meanwhile, the Killian brothers and Sam Verdreo were weaving through the packed bodies. They chanted along not as camouflage, but because the pull of the mob was too strong to ignore. Though they didn't bother with the fist-pumping, they had a different task in mind. Few paid them any attention. Later, only a handful would recall seeing them there at all. Nurse Ginny Tomlinson was also making her way through the throng. She had come to fetch the girls. They were needed back at Kathy Russell. There were new admissions, one in critical condition. Wanda Crumley from Eastchester. The Crumleys lived next to the Evans place, out near the Motton line. That morning, Wanda had gone over to check on Jack Evans and found him dead on the grass, not 20 feet from where the dome had severed his wife's hand, an empty bottle beside him and his life spilled on the ground. Wanda had run back to her own house, screaming for her husband, and collapsed from a heart attack the moment she reached him. Wendell Crumley was lucky he didn't wreck his Subaru wagon racing to the hospital. He'd pushed it to 80 most of the way. Rusty was with Wanda now, but Ginny held little hope for the 50-year-old overweight smoker. "Girls," she said, raising her voice over the din. "We need you at the hospital. Those are the ones, Mrs. Tomlinson." Gina shouted, having to yell to be heard. She points at the officers, tears starting to fall, a mix of fear and exhaustion, but mostly raw fury. They're the ones who attacked her. This time, Ginny looks past the uniforms and sees that Gina is telling the truth. Ginny Tomlinson doesn't have Piper Libby's famously nasty temper, but she has a temper all her own, and there's something extra fueling it now. Unlike Piper, Ginny was the one who saw the bushy girl with her clothes removed. She saw the torn and swollen flesh, the massive bruises on her thighs hidden until the blood was cleaned away. So much blood. Suddenly, getting the girls to the hospital isn't on her mind. Neither is leading them away from this explosive scene. She even forgets about Wanda Crumley's heart attack. She pushes forward, shoving someone aside. It happens to be Bruce Yardley, the cashier, who's shaking his fist with the rest, and walks right up to Mel and Frank. They're focused on the growing anger of the crowd and don't notice her approach. Ginny lifts both hands for a second, looking like an outlaw giving up in some old western. Then she swings her arms around and slaps both men at the same time. "You monsters," she yells. "How could you do it? How could you be that cruel? You're going to prison for this." Every last Mel doesn't think. He just swings his fist, connects with the middle of her face, shattering her glasses and her nose. She staggers back, bleeding and crying out. Her old-fashioned nurse's cap, knocked loose from its pins, falls from her head. Bruce Yardley tries to catch her and misses. Ginny crashes into a line of shopping carts, sending them rolling away like a tiny train. She drops to her hands and knees, sobbing in pain and shock. Drops of bright blood from her shattered nose begin to dot the big yellow letters of the no parking zone painted on the asphalt. The crowd falls silent, stunned, as Gina and Harriet rush to where Ginny is crouched. Then Lissa Jameson's voice rings out, clear and sharp. "You filthy animals!" That's when the first rock sails through the air. The person who threw it is never identified. It might be the only crime Sloppy Sam Verdreau ever got away with. Junior had dropped him off at the edge of town, and Sam, dreaming of whiskey, went searching along the east bank of Pressdale Stream for the perfect stone. It needed to be heavy, but not too heavy, or he wouldn't be able to throw it straight. Even though once a lifetime ago it sometimes feels, other times it feels like yesterday. He was the starting pitcher for the Mills Wildcats in the first game of the state championship. He finally found it, not far from the Peace Bridge, about 1.5 pounds, smooth as a river stone. Junior had one last instruction when he dropped Sam off. It wasn't really Junior's idea, but Junior didn't tell Sam that, just like Chief Randolph hadn't told Weddington and Morrison, who had really ordered them to stay put. Wouldn't have been smart. Aim for the girl. That was Junior's final word before driving away. She has it coming, so don't miss. As Gina and Harriet in their white uniforms kneel beside the weeping, bleeding nurse on the ground, and while everyone else is watching them, Sam winds up just like he did back in 1970, lets it go and throws his first strike in over 40 years. In more ways than one, the chunk of granite shot through with quartz hits Georgia Rue square in the mouth, breaking her jaw in 5 places and smashing almost all her teeth. She stumbles backward into the plate glass window, her jaw hanging grotesquely low, her gaping mouth pouring blood. A moment later, 2 more rocks fly, one from Ricky Killian, one from Randall. Ricky's hits the back of Bill Allnutt's head and knocks the janitor to the pavement, not far from Ginny Tomlinson. "Damn it," Ricky thinks. "I was supposed to hit a cop. Randall's orders aligned perfectly with his own long-held desire." With superior aim, he struck Mel Searles directly in the forehead, dropping him like a sack of bricks. A collective gasp followed, a tense, suspended moment like a car balanced on 2 wheels, deciding its fate. Rose Twitchell glanced around, confused and scared, uncertain of the chaos unfolding or how to respond. Anson pulled her close, his arm around her waist. Nearby Georgia Rue wailed through her slack jaw, a sound eerily reminiscent of wind whistling across the waxed string of a homemade noisemaker. Blood streamed over her bitten tongue as she screamed. Reinforcements arrived. Toby Whelan and Rupert Libby, Piper's cousin, though she never boasted of the relation, were first on the scene. They assessed the situation and hung back. Linda Everett came next, on foot, with part-time officer Marty Arsenault huffing behind her. Marty, who hadn't even bothered with his uniform that morning, had just thrown on an old pair of jeans. As Linda tried to push forward, he grabbed her shoulder. She nearly shook him off, then thought of her daughters. Ashamed of her own hesitation, she let Marty steer her toward Toby and Roop, who were watching from a distance. Of the 4, only Roop was armed. Would he actually fire? Not a chance. He could spot his own wife in that crowd, hand in hand with her mother, the very mother-in-law he sometimes fantasized about aiming at. Julia appeared right behind them, breathless but already fumbling with her camera, the lens cap tumbling to the ground in her rush to start shooting. Frank de Lesseps knelt beside Mel's still form, narrowly avoiding a rock that sailed over his head and shattered one of the supermarket's glass doors. Then a shout cut through the noise. No one would ever identify who yelled. Not even the speaker's gender was agreed upon, though most suspected a woman. Rose later told Anson she was almost certain it had been Lissa Jameson. "Get them," another voice boomed. "Groceries." And the crowd surged as one. Freddie Denton fired his pistol once into the air. Panicking, he started to lower it toward the mob, but someone wrestled it from his grip. He fell, crying out in pain, just as Alden Dinsmore's worn farmer's boot connected with his temple. The lights didn't fully go out for Officer Denton, but they faded to a dull gray. By the time his vision cleared, the great supermarket riot was winding down. Blood seeped through the bandage on Carter Thibodeau's shoulder, blooming in small red flowers across his blue shirt, though for now he felt no pain. He planted his feet and swung at the first person within reach. Charles "Stubby" Norman, who ran the antique shop near the edge of town. Stubby dropped, clutching his bleeding mouth. "Back off, you bastards!" Carter snarled. "No looting! Get back!" Marta Edmonds, Rusty's babysitter, moved to help Stubby and caught a fist from Frank de Lesseps across her cheekbone. Staggering, She stared in disbelief at the young man who'd hit her before a wave of charging would-be shoppers knocked her flat on top of Stubby. Carter and Frank threw punches, landing only a few blows before a strange, wailing scream distracted them. It was the town librarian, her hair wild around her usually gentle face. She was pushing a line of shopping carts like a battering ram, screaming what might have been a battle cry. Frank jumped clear, but the carts plowed into Carter, sending him stumbling. He windmilled his arms, trying to stay upright, until his feet tangled with George's outstretched legs. He fell hard on his back and was trampled. Rolling onto his stomach, he laced his hands over his head and waited for the storm to pass. Julia Shumway's finger keeps tapping the shutter, a frantic rhythm against the chaos. She searches the viewfinder for a familiar face, but finds only a sea of strangers, a single-minded tide of people. Deputy Roop Libby draws his pistol and fires 4 sharp cracks into the sky. The sound hangs in the warm air, stark and authoritative, like a row of sonic punctuation marks. Toby Whelan scrambles back into the patrol car, cracking his head on the doorframe and sending his cap emblazoned with Chester's milled deputy in yellow tumbling to the ground. He grabs the bullhorn from the back seat, presses it to his lips, and bellows, "Cease your actions! Step back! This is the police! You are ordered to stop!" Julia captures his strained expression with a click. The crowd ignores both the gunshots and the amplified commands. They pay no heed to Ernie Calvert either as he rounds the corner of the building, his green work coat flapping around his sprinting legs. "Use the back," he shouts, his voice raw. "I've unlocked the rear entrance." You don't have to do this. The mob is singularly focused on forced entry. They surge against the glass doors marked in and out, beneath signs promising everyday low prices. The doors groan, hold for a moment. Then the lock gives way with a metallic snap under the collective pressure. The first people through are crushed against the frame, resulting in a chorus of cracks and cries, 2 with fractured ribs, a wrenched neck, a pair of broken arms. Toby Whelan starts to lift the bullhorn once more, then simply places it down, with deliberate gentleness on the hood of the car. He retrieves his deputy cap, dusts it off, and settles it back on his head. He and Roop move toward the store, then halt, utterly powerless. Linda Everett and Marty Arsenault join their grim huddle. Linda spots Marta Edmonds and guides her over. "What's going on?" Marta asks, her voice foggy with confusion. "Did someone strike me? My whole cheek is burning." "Who's with my girls?" "Your sister took them earlier," Linda assures her, pulling her into a brief hug. "It's okay. Cora. Wendy." Cora, Marta's elder sister, has been out in Seattle for ages. Linda worries Marta might have a concussion and thinks Dr. Haskell should examine her, then recalls with a jolt that Haskell is either in the morgue or at the funeral home. Rusty is on his own now, and his day is about to become impossibly long. Nearby, Carter Thibodeau is half-dragging Georgia Rue toward a squad car. She's still emitting those strange, hollow wails. Mel Searles has swam back to a groggy consciousness. Frankie de Lesseps guides him toward the group of officers. Mel attempts to lift his head, then lets it loll forward again. Blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, his shirt saturated with it. Inside, the market is overrun. People flood the aisles, snatching carts or baskets from a pile near the display for charcoal briquettes, beneath a cheerful sign urging, "Have yourself a fall cookout. It's pure, unhinged sale day madness." Manuel Ortega, who works for Alden Dinsmore, and his buddy Dave Douglas beeline for the cash registers. They start hammering the no-sale buttons, yanking out bills and stuffing their pockets, howling with laughter as they do. Over in the frozen food section, 2 women are in a vicious tug-of-war over the last Pepperidge Farm lemon cake. In the deli, one man clobbers another over the head with a ring of kielbasa, yelling at him to save some of the goddamned cold cuts for everyone else. The affronted shopper wheels around and punches the kielbasa wielder square in the nose, and soon they're a tangle of limbs on the floor, throwing wild punches. Other scuffles erupt instantly. Rance Conroy, the owner of Conroy's Western Maine Electrical Service and Supplies, his motto, ironically, is "Smile's our specialty," swings at retired science teacher Brendan Ellerby when Ellerby snatches the last large bag of sugar. Ellerby hits the floor but clings to the 10-pound bag of dominoes. As Conroy bends to wrest it from him, Ellerby snarls, "You want it? Have it!" and smashes the bag into Conroy's face. The paper bursts, enveloping the electrician in a choking white cloud. Staggering back into a shelf, his face powdered like a clown's, Rance Conroy shrieks that he's blind, that he can't see a thing. Carla Venziano, with her infant son Stephen peering wide-eyed from the carrier on her back, nudged Henrietta Clavard aside to reach the display of Texmati rice. Stephen adored rice, and he loved stacking the empty plastic containers even more, so Carla was determined to stock up. Henrietta, who had celebrated her 84th birthday in January, stumbled backward and landed hard on the bony remains of her backside. Nearby, Lissa Jameson shoved Will Freeman, the local Toyota dealer, out of her path to claim the last chicken in the cold case. But before her fingers could close around it, a teenage girl in a punk rage t-shirt snatched the package, stuck out her pierced tongue, and danced away with a laugh. The crash of shattering glass was followed by a roaring cheer, predominantly male. The beer cooler had been breached. Dozens of shoppers, perhaps envisioning an impromptu fall barbecue, surged toward the sound. The chant had shifted from open up to a rhythmic pounding beer, beer, beer. Others were flooding into the back storerooms. Soon, men and women were emerging with jugs and cases of wine. Some balanced cartons on their heads like porters in some old adventure film, a ridiculous parade of loot. Julia moved through the chaos, her shoes crunching on glass, her camera firing shot after shot outside. The rest of the town's police officers had arrived, including Jackie Weddington and Henry Morrison, who had mutually decided to abandon their post at the gas and grocery. They gathered in an anxious huddle off to the side, merely watching the spectacle. Jackie spotted Linda Everett's devastated expression and pulled her into a tight embrace. Ernie Calvert hurried over, tears cutting through the plumpness of his cheeks, repeating, "It's so senseless, completely senseless. What are we supposed to do now?" Linda asked, her face buried against Jackie's shoulder. Marta stood close by, staring dumbfounded at the market, one hand pressed to the dark, swollen bruise blooming on her cheek. Inside Food City, the noise swelled. Shouts, laughter, sporadic cries of pain. Objects sailed through the air. Linda watched a roll of toilet paper unfurl like a bizarre party streamer as it arched over the housewares aisle. "Sweetheart," Jackie murmured, "I truly don't know." Anson had snatched Rose's shopping list and darted into the market before she could stop him. Rose hovered beside the restaurant's panel truck, wringing her hands, debating whether to follow. Just as she resolved to stay put, an arm slipped around her shoulders. She jumped, then turned to see Barbie. The wave of relief that washed over her was so profound, her knees buckled. She gripped his arm partly for comfort, mostly to keep from fainting. Barbie offered a thin, humorless smile. "Quite the party, huh? I don't know what to do," she confessed. "Anson's in there, everyone is, and the police are just standing there watching. Probably don't want to get more beaten up than they already are. Can't say I blame them." This was well planned and perfectly executed. "What are you talking about? Never mind. Want to try and stop this before it gets completely out of hand? How?" He lifted the bullhorn, taken from the hood of the car where Officer Toby Whelan had left it. When he offered it to her, Rose shrank back, clasping her hands to her chest. "You do it, Barbie." "No. You're the one who's been feeding them for years. You're the face they know. You're the one they might actually listen to." She took the bullhorn hesitantly. "I don't know what to say. I can't think of a single thing that will make them stop. Toby already tried. They ignored him. Toby tried giving orders," Barbie said, his voice steady, and that steadiness began to calm her. "Giving orders to a mob is like shouting commands at an anthill. It just makes them scatter and then regroup somewhere else. I still don't know. I'm going to tell you." He paused, gesturing for Linda Everett to join them. Linda and Jackie approached, arms linked. "Can you get in touch with your husband?" Barbie asked Linda. "If his phone's on," Barbie said. "Tell him to get down here and bring an ambulance if he can. If he doesn't pick up, commandeer a cruiser and head straight for the hospital. He has appointments. He has patients right here. He just doesn't realize it yet." Barbie gestured toward Ginny Tomlinson, who was slumped against the cinder-block wall of the market, hands pressed to her bloody face. Gina and Harriet Bigelow knelt beside her, but when Gina tried to press a folded handkerchief to Ginny's badly broken nose, Ginny cried out and twisted away, starting with one of his last two trained nurses. "Unless I'm wrong." "What are you planning to do?" Linda asked, unclipping her cell phone. "Rose and I are going to make this stop. Right, Rose?" Rose stood frozen just inside the doorway, captivated by the scene. The sharp sting of vinegar hung in the air, mixed with the smells of pickle brine and spilled beer. Mustard and ketchup were splashed across the linoleum of aisle 3 like garish vomit. A hazy cloud of flour and sugar drifted up from aisle 5. Shoppers pushed overflowing carts through the mess, many coughing and rubbing their eyes. Some carts wobbled as they rolled through a scattered pile of dry beans. "Hold there a second," Barbie said, though Rose wasn't moving. She seemed entranced, the bullhorn clutched to her chest. Barbie found Julia snapping photos of the ransacked cash registers. "Stop that and come with me," he told her. "No, I need to document this. There's no one else. I don't know where Pete Freeman is, and Tony. You don't need to photograph it. You need to stop it before something far worse happens." He nodded toward Fern Bowie, who was ambling past with a full basket in one hand and an open beer in the other. A cut above his eyebrow bled down his face. Yet Fern appeared utterly unbothered. "How?" He guided her back to Rose. "Ready, Rose? Showtime." I suppose, remember, stay calm. Don't try to halt them. Just try to cool things down." Rose drew a deep breath, then lifted the bullhorn. "Hello, everyone. This is Rose Twitchell from Sweetbriar Rose." To her immense credit, her voice was remarkably steady. People glanced around, not because she sounded alarmed, Barbie knew, but precisely because she didn't. He'd seen this before in Tikrit, in Fallujah, in Baghdad, usually in the stunned quiet after a blast in a crowded place, just before the sirens wailed, "Please finish your shopping quickly and calmly." A few people chuckled at the absurd normalcy of the request, then looked at one another as if waking up. In aisle 7, a sheepish Carla Venziano helped Henrietta Clavard to her feet. "There's enough rice for both of us," Carla thought, a flush of shame warming her cheeks. "What was I even thinking?" Barbie caught Rose's eye and nodded for her to continue, mouthing the word coffee. In the distance, the hopeful warble of an approaching ambulance grew clearer. "When you're done, come to Sweetbriar for coffee. It's fresh and it's on the house." A smattering of applause broke out. Some loudmouth in the back yelled, "Who needs coffee? We've got beer." The remark was met with scattered whoops and laughter. Julia tugged at Barbie's sleeve, her forehead creased in what he thought of as her trademark no-nonsense frown. "They're not shopping. They're looting. Do you want to argue semantics or get them out of here before someone gets killed over a bag of premium coffee?" he asked. She considered this, then nodded, the frown softening into that inward, thoughtful smile he was starting to genuinely appreciate. "You have a point, Colonel," she conceded. Barbie turned back to Rose, made a winding, keep-going motion with his hand, and she began again. He started walking the two women up and down the aisles, beginning with the nearly stripped deli and dairy section, watching for anyone still agitated enough to cause trouble. There was no one. Rose's confidence grew with each announcement, and the market steadily quieted. People were finally leaving. The sight of people pushing carts filled with goods might have seemed like a bad sign, but Barbie chose to see it as a positive step. The quicker they cleared out, the better, regardless of what they took with them. The crucial part was the language, calling them shoppers instead of thieves. Restore a person's dignity, and more often than not, you help restore their capacity for reasonable thought. Anson Wheeler approached, maneuvering a cart stacked with supplies. He wore a slightly embarrassed look, and a cut on his arm was seeping blood. "Got hit with a jar of olives," he explained with a wince. "Now I smell like a deli counter." Rose passed the bullhorn to Julia, who continued the calm, steady announcement, urging everyone to finish up and depart in an orderly manner. Rose pointed at Anson's loaded cart. "We can't just take all that." Anson's voice was firm, though apologetic. "We need these things, Rosie. We really do." Rose sighed, thinking quickly. "Then we'll leave cash for it, assuming my purse is still in the truck." Anson shifted uncomfortably. "I don't think that'll work. Some fellows were already emptying the cash registers." He'd seen who they were, but kept quiet, especially with the town's newspaper editor nearby. Rose felt a wave of disbelief. "What is going on here, for heaven's sake? What is happening?" "I wish I knew," Anson replied. Outside, an ambulance arrived, its siren winding down to a low rumble. A minute later, as Barbie, Rose, and Julia continued their sweep of the aisles with the bullhorn, the crowd was finally thinning. A voice cut in from behind. "That's enough. Hand it over." Barbie wasn't surprised to see Acting Chief Randolph, decked out in his full-dress uniform, arriving fashionably late to the chaos, right on cue. Rose was in the middle of announcing the free coffee at Sweetbriar when Randolph snatched the bullhorn from her grip and immediately began barking orders and threats. "Leave the premises immediately. This is Chief Peter Randolph. Drop any merchandise and exit now. Comply, and you may avoid criminal charges." Rose shot Barbie a look of pure frustration. He simply shrugged. The frantic energy of the mob had already dissipated. The police officers who could still walk, including a wobbly Carter Thibodeau, began herding people toward the exits. When some reluctant shoppers refused to drop their baskets, the cops knocked a few to the ground, and Frank de Lesseps, his face pale and tight with anger, upended an entire shopping cart. Julia turned to Randolph. "Are you going to stop your men from doing that?" "No, Ms. Shumway, I'm not," Randolph stated flatly. "These people are looters and will be treated accordingly." "And whose fault is it they're looting? Who locked the doors in the first place?" "Get out of my way," Randolph snapped. "I have work to do." "Shame you weren't here when the real trouble started," Barbie remarked. Randolph shot him a look that was both hostile and smug. Barbie felt a weary resignation. Somewhere, a clock was ticking down. He knew it, and he was sure Randolph did too. Sooner or later, an alarm would sound. If not for the dome, he could simply run. But then, if not for the dome, none of this nightmare would be happening at all. Near the front, Mel Searles tried to wrestle a loaded basket from Al Timmons. When Al resisted, Mel yanked it away and shoved the older man to the floor. Al cried out in a mix of pain, humiliation, and anger. Chief Randolph let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Haw, haw, haw! And in that sound Barbie thought he heard the grim future of Chester's Mill if the dome remained. "Come on," he said to Rose and Julia. "Let's go." Outside, Rusty and Twitch were organizing the wounded, about a dozen people, along the cinder-block wall of the market. Anson stood by the Sweetbriar truck, holding a paper towel to his bleeding arm. Rusty's expression was stern, but it softened slightly when he saw Barbie. "Hey there, you're with me this morning. Consider yourself my new nurse. You have a tremendous amount of faith in my medical skills," Barbie said. But he walked over to join Rusty anyway. Linda Everett rushed by Barbie and flung herself into Rusty's embrace. He held her for just a moment. "What can I do?" she asked, her gaze fixed on Ginny with unmistakable dread. Ginny caught the expression and shut her eyes, exhausted. "It's handled," Rusty told her. "You take care of your tasks. I have Gina and Harriet here, plus Nurse Barbara." "I'll do my best," Barbie said, biting back the thought that threatened to follow, "at least until they come for me." "You're in good hands," Rusty assured her. He lowered his voice, adding, "Gina and Harriet mean well, but beyond basic first aid, they're completely out of their depth." Linda leaned close to Ginny. "I'm so sorry this happened," she whispered. "I'll manage," Ginny replied, her eyes still closed. Linda gave her husband a quick kiss and a worried glance before returning to where Jackie Weddington stood with a notepad, recording Ernie Calvert's account. Ernie kept wiping his eyes as he spoke. For more than an hour, Rusty and Barbie worked together while officers strung yellow tape across the market's entrance. At one point, Andy Sanders arrived to assess the scene, tutting and shaking his head in dismay. Barbie overheard him asking how things could ever come to this with local people causing such trouble. He also shook Chief Randolph's hand, praising him repeatedly for doing a hell of a job. When you're riding a wave of momentum, setbacks vanish. Conflict feels like an ally. Misfortune flips into a jackpot. You don't thank your lucky stars, that's for the weak and the defeated, in Big Jim Rennie's book. You simply take it as what you deserve. Riding that wave is like soaring on a charmed swing, and the only proper way to do it, Big Jim believed, was with an air of unshakable command. If he had left the Grand Rennie house on Mill Street a minute sooner or a minute later, he would have missed the scene entirely and likely handled Brenda Perkins differently. But his timing was perfect. That's how it worked when you were in the zone. The opposition crumbled, and you sailed through the opening for an effortless score. It was the rhythmic chants of open up, that drew him from his study, where he'd been outlining notes for what he intended to call the Emergency Operations Committee, with cheerful, grinning Andy Sanders as the public face and Big Jim as the true power behind it all. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, was the first rule in Big Jim's political playbook, and using Andy as a front man always worked like magic. Most folks in Chester's Mill knew Andy was a fool, but it never mattered. You could play the same trick on people again and again, because 98% of them were even bigger fools. And while Big Jim had never orchestrated a power grab on this scale, it amounted to a town-wide takeover. He had no doubts it would succeed. Brenda Perkins hadn't even been on his list of potential problems, but so what? When you're riding high, problems have a habit of dissolving. You accept that, too, as your rightful due. He strolled down the sidewalk to the corner of Mill and Main, a short walk of maybe 100 steps, his stomach swaying calmly ahead of him. The town common lay directly across the street. A bit farther down the hill stood the town hall and the police department, with War Memorial Plaza between them. He couldn't see Food City from the corner, but he had a clear view of the Main Street business district, and he saw Julia Shumway. She burst out of the Democrat office, a camera in one hand. She hurried down the street toward the Channing, trying to swing the camera strap over her shoulder without breaking stride. Big Jim watched her, amused by her eagerness to document the latest town calamity. It got even better. She stopped, turned, jogged back to the newspaper office, tested the door, found it unlocked, and secured it with a key. Then off she went again, keen to witness her fellow citizens making fools of themselves. For the first time, she was truly understanding that once you let the beast loose, it could turn and bite anyone, anywhere. Big Jim reflected. But don't you fret, Julia. I'll look after you just like I always have. You might need to soften that irritating little newspaper of yours, but isn't that a tiny cost for staying safe? Absolutely it was. And if she kept pushing, sometimes things just happen, Big Jim said aloud, standing on the corner with his hands tucked in his pockets, a smile on his face. When the first distant screams reached him, followed by the sharp crash of glass and the unmistakable pop of gunfire, that smile only grew wider. It wasn't precisely the phrase Junior would have used, but Big Jim figured it was close enough. His expression shifted abruptly, the smile dissolving into a scowl as he caught sight of Brenda Perkins moving against the flow. While most folks were hustling down Main Street toward the commotion at Food City, Brenda was walking steadily up it, her path potentially leading straight to the Rennie house, which almost certainly meant trouble. What on earth could she want with him this morning? What was so urgent it outweighed a full-blown riot at the supermarket? It was possible, of course, that he wasn't her destination at all, but his internal alarms were blaring, and he kept his eyes locked on her. She and Julia Shumway passed on opposite sides of the street, each oblivious to the other. Julia was half jogging, wrestling with her camera. Brenda's gaze was fixed on the faded, peeling red facade of Burpee's department store, a canvas tote bag swinging at her side. She reached the store, tried the door, and found it locked. Stepping back, she glanced around with that particular look people get when their plans hit a sudden wall. She might have spotted Shumway if she'd turned, but she didn't. Her eyes swept left-right, then landed on the storefront office of the Democrat across the street. After another frustrated look at Burpee's, she crossed over and tried that door, too. It was, of course, also locked. Big Jim had watched Julia secure it earlier. Brenda rattled the knob firmly, knocked, and peered inside. Finally, she stepped back, planting her hands on her hips, the bag dangling, when she resumed her trudging walk up Main Street, no longer looking around. Big Jim turned and retreated toward his house at a quick clip. He didn't fully analyze why he didn't want her to see him watching. You didn't always need to know. Sometimes you just had to trust your gut and move. That was the real beauty of instinct. What he did know was that if Brenda Perkins came knocking, he would be ready for anything. Take the printout to Julia Shumway tomorrow morning, Barbie had instructed. But the Democrat office was dark and locked up tight. Julia was undoubtedly at whatever chaos was unfolding at the market. Pete Freeman and Tony Guay likely were too, so what was she supposed to do with Howard's Vader file if there'd been a mail slot? She might have just shoved the manila envelope from her bag through it. But there wasn't one logically. She should either go find Julia in the middle of the riot or go back home and wait for things to settle and for Julia to return to her office. Yet in her current state, neither option held any appeal. The first meant walking into what sounded like a violent mob, a situation she had zero desire to be sucked into. As for the second, that was obviously the smarter, more sensible choice. Hadn't all things come to him who waits been one of Howie's favorite sayings? But patience had never been Brenda's strong suit. Her mother had favored a different motto: do it and have done with it. And that's exactly what she wanted now. Confront him, endure whatever ranting, denials, and excuses he threw at her, and then lay out his choice. Resign in favor of Dale Barbara, or see his dirty laundry aired in the newspaper. Facing him was a bitter pill, and the best way to take bitter medicine was to swallow it fast and wash the taste away. She planned to rinse hers out with a double bourbon, and she wouldn't be waiting for noon to do it either. The thought of that amber burn waiting for her at the end of this was the only thing that made the next steps feel possible. Only, don't go alone. Barbie had warned her of that as well. When she'd pressed him on who else might be trustworthy, he'd mentioned Romeo Burpee, but Burpee's store was shuttered tight, just like everything else. So what did that leave her with? The real question wasn't about physical safety. Brenda was convinced Big Jim wouldn't lay a hand on her. Barbie's understandable, war-hardened anxieties aside, no, her true miscalculation was in assuming the rules of the old world still applied under the dome. She wasn't alone in that fragile hope, but it was a dangerous one to cling to. The Vader file, however, was a different problem. While she feared Big Jim's sharp tongue more than his fists, arriving at his door with the evidence still in her hands would be pure insanity. He'd snatch it from her in a heartbeat, even if she claimed other copies existed. She had no doubt about that. Halfway up Town Common Hill, where Presque Street cut across the Common's upper edge, she paused. The first house belonged to the McCains. The next was Andrea Grinnell's. Andrea was often overlooked by the other selectmen, but Brenda knew she was honest and no friend of Jim Rennie. Ironically, it was Andy Sanders whom Andrea seemed to defer to, a fact Brenda found utterly baffling. Maybe he's got some sort of hold on her. Howie's voice suggested in her mind an idea so absurd she nearly laughed aloud. What mattered was that Andrea was a Twitchell by birth, and Twitchells were tough. Brenda decided she could leave the envelope with her, provided Andrea was home and not another locked-up empty shell. Hadn't she heard Andrea was bedridden with the flu crossing Main Street? Brenda rehearsed her lines. "Just hold this for me. I'll be back in half an hour. If I'm not, give it to Julia at the paper. Make sure Dale Barber knows." If Andrea asked why the secrecy, Brenda would be blunt. News of forcing Jim Rennie's resignation would probably perk her up better than any medicine. Despite her urge to finish this unpleasant task, Brenda halted before the McCain house. It looked abandoned, like many places since the dome sealed them in, but something else lingered, a faint, sickly odor of spoiling food. Suddenly the day felt heavier, the air thicker, and the distant commotion from Food City seemed worlds away. She felt watched. Those shaded windows looked like half-closed eyes, sly and peeking. "Get a grip, woman. You have things to do." She moved on to Andrea's, glancing back once. She saw only a silent house with drawn shades, brooding in the mild stench of its own rotting stores. Only meat went bad that fast. Henry and LaDonna must have stocked their freezer to the brim, she thought. It was Junior who watched her. Junior on his knees in his underwear, his head pounding like a drum. He peered from behind the living room shade, a ghost in his own home. When she was gone, he retreated to the pantry. He knew he'd have to give up his girlfriends soon, but for now he craved their presence, the darkness, even the rising stink from their darkening skin, anything to dull the relentless agony in his skull. After 3 cranks of the old-fashioned doorbell brought no answer, Brenda resigned herself to leaving. She was turning to go when she heard slow, shuffling footsteps approaching the door. She fixed a polite, neighborly smile on her face and waited. Andrea's face went still the moment she spotted Brenda. She looked ghostly, her skin pale, shadows like bruises beneath her eyes, her hair a mess. She was wrapped in a robe over rumpled pajamas, cinched tight at the waist. The air in the house carried a sour, sickly smell, not of rot but of vomit. Andrea managed a faint, weary smile. "I know how awful I look," she rasped. "Better not come in. I'm getting better, but you still might catch this." "Have you seen a doctor?" Brenda began, then stopped. Dr. Haskell was gone. "Have you seen Rusty Everett?" "Oh, yes," Andrea replied. "He says I'll be fine soon. You're sweating." "Just a bit of fever left, almost gone now. What can I do for you, Bren?" Brenda nearly refused. She hated to burden someone so clearly unwell, but then Andrea spoke again, and the words shifted everything. "I'm so sorry about Howie. I really loved him." "Thank you, Andrea." It wasn't just the sympathy. It was hearing him called Howie, not Duke, to Brenda. He had always been Howie, and the Vader file was his final project, perhaps his most important. Right then she decided to put it to use. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a manila envelope with Julia's name on the front. "Could you hold on to this for me? Just for a little while? I have to run an errand and don't want to carry it." Brenda expected questions, but Andrea just took the envelope with a vague, polite nod. That was fine. It saved time, and it might also keep Andrea clear of any political fallout later. "Happy to," Andrea said. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I really should lie down. But I won't sleep," she added suddenly, as if Brenda had protested. "I'll hear you when you return." "Thank you," Brenda said. "Are you keeping fluids down? Gallons of juice? Take your time, hon. I'll watch your envelope." Brenda meant to thank her again, but the door was already closing. As their conversation ended, a queasy tremor started in Andrea's stomach. She tried to fight it, but it was a losing battle, mumbling something about juice. She shut the door and bolted for the bathroom, a rough, choking sound rising in her throat. In her rush, she flung the envelope toward an end table beside the couch. It slid across the surface and tumbled into the narrow gap behind it. She didn't make it to the toilet just as well, since it was nearly full from the long, miserable night. Instead, she leaned over the sink, retching violently until the world seemed to tilt and dim. For a moment, everything felt distant and unreal. When the worst passed, she steadied herself with a hand against the wall and shuffled down the hall on unsteady legs, shivering so hard her teeth chattered, a brittle, internal rattle she felt more than heard. Going upstairs was out of the question. Instead, she stumbled out to the screened porch and collapsed onto an old chaise longue. The October air was unseasonably warm and heavy. Wrapped in the musty cushions, she thought, "I'll get up in a minute." But her eyes were already closing. She reached for the final bottle of Poland Spring in the refrigerator, desperate to rinse the awful taste from her mouth. But her thoughts dissolved before she could finish the motion. A heavy, dreamless sleep pulled her under, so deep that even the restless twitching of her hands and feet couldn't stir her. Visions swirled in the darkness, a raging fire from which people fled, choking and desperate for a breath of clean air. Then Brenda Perkins at her door, handing her an envelope that spilled an endless cascade of pink OxyContin pills. By the time she woke, evening had fallen, and the dreams along with the memory of Brenda's visit had faded completely. "Come right into my study," Big Jim offered brightly. "Or perhaps you'd like a drink first." "I've got Cokes, though I'm afraid they're not cold. My generator quit on me last night. Ran clean out of propane." "But I expect you know exactly where to get more," she replied. He lifted his eyebrows in feigned confusion. "The meth you're manufacturing?" she continued calmly. "From what I gathered in Howie's notes, you've been producing it on an almost unbelievable scale. Amounts that boggle the mind was how he phrased it. That sort of operation must go through propane like water." Now that she was finally saying it aloud, her earlier nerves had vanished. In fact, she felt a chill of satisfaction watching the flush rise in his cheeks and creep across his forehead. "I haven't the faintest idea what you're referring to. I believe your grief has," he sighed, spreading his thick-fingered hands. "Come inside. Let's discuss this properly, and I'll put your worries to rest." She allowed herself a thin smile. That she could smile at all felt like a small revelation, and it helped to imagine Howie watching her from wherever he was. She could almost hear him cautioning her to be careful, advice she fully intended to follow. Two Adirondack chairs sat abandoned on Rennie's leaf-strewn lawn. "It's pleasant enough out here for me," she said. "I'd rather not take this conversation indoors. Would you prefer to see your photograph on the front page of the Democrat? Because I can certainly arrange that." He winced as if she'd slapped him, and for a fleeting second she saw pure hatred glitter in his small, piggish eyes. "Duke never cared for me, and I suppose it's only natural his feelings would have rubbed off on. His name was Howie." Big Jim threw up his hands in a gesture of theatrical exasperation, as if dealing with an unreasonable woman, then led her to the chairs overlooking Mill Street. Brenda spoke for nearly half an hour, her voice growing colder and sharper with each passing minute. She laid it all out, the meth lab, with Andy Sanders and almost certainly Lester Coggins as silent partners, the staggering size of the operation, its probable location, the mid-level distributors who had been promised immunity for their testimony, the intricate money trail. She explained how the business had grown so large that the local pharmacists could no longer safely supply the necessary precursors, forcing imports from overseas. The shipments came into town in trucks marked Gideon Bible Society, Brenda said. Howie's note on that read, "Too clever by half." Big Jim sat silently, staring out at the empty residential street. She could feel the anger and hatred radiating from him like heat from a freshly baked dish. "You can't prove a word of this," he said, finally. "It won't matter if Howie's file finds its way to the Democrat. It's not exactly due process, but if anyone understands bypassing a little thing like legality, it would be you." He waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, I'm sure you had a file," he said, "but my name isn't on anything." "It's on the Town Ventures paperwork," she replied, and Big Jim rocked back in his chair as if she'd driven a fist into his temple. Town Ventures incorporated in Carson City, and from Nevada the money trail leads straight to Chongqing City, the pharmaceutical capital of China. She offered a tight, mirthless smile. "You thought you were so clever, didn't you?" "So very smart. Where is this file?" "I left a copy with Julia this morning." Mentioning Andrea was the last thing she wanted to do, but the words were out now, hanging in the cool evening air. He was certain that having the evidence in the newspaper editor's possession would force his compliance even faster. He might believe he or Andy Sanders could reason with Andrea. "Are there other copies? What do you believe?" He paused briefly, then replied, "I kept it away from the town." She remained silent. "It was for the town's own good. You've done so much for this town, Jim. We're still using the same sewer system from 1960. Chester Pond is a polluted mess, and the downtown is practically dead." She sat rigid now, her hands clenched on the chair's arms. "You sanctimonious piece of garbage. What is it you want?" He stared ahead at the deserted road, a thick vein pulsing at his temple. "For you to publicly resign Barbie takes over, as the president directed. I will never step aside for that outsider." He turned to face her, wearing a ghastly smile. "You didn't leave anything with Julia, because Julia's down at the market watching the food riot. You might have Duke's file hidden away somewhere, but you didn't give a copy to anyone. You tried Rami, then Julia, and then you came here. I watched you walk up Town Common Hill." "I did," she admitted. "I did have it. And if she told him where she'd left it?" Tough luck for Andrea. She began to rise. "You had your opportunity. Now I'm leaving. Your other error was assuming you'd be safe out there on the street, an empty street." His voice was almost gentle, and when he touched her arm, she turned toward him. He grabbed her face and twisted. Brenda Perkins heard a sharp, sickening crack, like a frozen branch snapping under its own weight, and then she was falling into a vast darkness, struggling to call out her husband's name as she went. Big Jim went inside and took a promotional cap from his used car lot from the front hall closet. He also grabbed some gloves and a pumpkin from the pantry. Brenda remained slumped in the Adirondack chair, her chin resting on her chest. He scanned the area, not a soul in sight. The world belonged to him. He placed the hat on her head, pulling the brim low, put the gloves on her hands, and set the pumpkin in her lap. It would work perfectly, he decided, until Junior returned and could move her to where she'd become just another part of Dale Barbara's growing list of casualties. For now, she looked like nothing more than a stuffed Halloween decoration. He checked her tote bag. Inside were her wallet, a comb, and a paperback novel. That was fine. It would be safe down in the cellar behind the old furnace. He left her there with the hat tilted over her face and the pumpkin in her lap, then went inside to hide her bag and wait for his son. Selectman Rennie's belief that no one had seen Brenda visit his house that morning was accurate. However, she had been observed during her earlier movements, not by one person, but by three, including one who also lived on Mill Street. If Big Jim had known, would it have given him second thoughts? Unlikely by that point. He was fully committed to his path, and turning back was no longer an option. Still, it might have made him consider, for he was a man prone to reflection in his own way, how murder resembles a certain brand of potato chips. Once you start, it's terribly hard to stop at just one. Big Jim didn't notice the observers when he came down to the corner of Mill and Main. Neither did Brenda as she made her way uptown Common Hill. This was because they didn't wish to be seen. They were concealed just inside the Peace Bridge, a structure that had been officially condemned. But that wasn't the most alarming part. If Claire McClatchy had spotted the cigarettes, she would have hit the roof. In fact, she might have lost her mind entirely, and she certainly never would have allowed Joe to spend time with Norrie Calvert again, even if the town's survival depended on their friendship, because it was Norrie who had provided the smokes, a crumpled, dusty pack of Winstons she'd discovered on a garage shelf. Her father had quit smoking the previous year, and the pack was coated with a fine layer of dust, but the cigarettes inside had seemed all right to Norrie. There were exactly 3, which was perfect, one for each of them. She framed it as a good luck ritual. "We'll smoke like Native Americans offering a prayer for a successful hunt, then we'll get started." "Works for me," Joe replied. He'd always wondered about smoking. He didn't get the appeal personally, but so many people did it, there had to be something to it. "Which gods are we talking about?" Benny Drake asked. "Whichever ones you want," Norrie answered, giving him a look that suggested he was the slowest person on the planet. "The big guy upstairs, if that's your style." She was wearing worn jean shorts and a pink tank top, her hair loose around her sharp-featured face instead of pulled back in her usual messy ponytail. To both boys she looked incredible, absolutely stunning. "I'm praying to Wonder Woman," Benny declared. "Wonder Woman isn't a goddess," Joe said, selecting one of the weathered Winstons and carefully straightening it. "She's a superhero," he thought for a second. Or maybe a superheroine. "She's a goddess to me," Norrie stated with a solemn, unwavering sincerity that shut down any argument or mockery. She was meticulously straightening her own cigarette. Benny left his bent. He thought a crooked smoke had a certain rugged charm. "I had Wonder Woman power bracelets until I was 9, but then they vanished. I'm pretty sure that Witch Yvonne Nito took them." She struck a match and held it first to Joe's cigarette, then to Benny's. When she moved to light her own, Benny blew the flame out. "Why'd you do that?" she asked. "3 on a match. That's bad luck." "You actually believe that?" "Not really," Benny admitted. "But today, we'll take all the luck we can scrape together." He glanced at the shopping bag in his bike basket, then took a tentative pull from his cigarette. He inhaled a bit and immediately coughed the smoke back out, his eyes watering. "This tastes like garbage. Eaten a lot of that, have you?" Joe asked. He took a drag from his own cigarette. He didn't want to seem weak, but he also didn't want to start hacking and possibly lose his lunch. The smoke burned, but in a strangely satisfying way. Maybe there was something to this after all. He was already feeling a little lightheaded, though. Take it easy on the inhaling, he told himself. Passing out would be just as bad as puking. Well, unless he passed out right in Norrie Calvert's lap, that might actually be pretty great. Norrie fished the cap from a Verifine juice bottle out of her shorts pocket. "We can use this as an ashtray. I want the Native American smoke ceremony, but I don't want to burn the Peace Bridge down." She closed her eyes then, her lips moving silently. Her cigarette rested between her fingers, a lengthening ash forming. Benny looked at Joe, shrugged, and closed his own eyes. "Mighty G.I. Joe, please hear the prayer of your humble private first-class Drake." Norrie kicked him without opening her eyes. Joe stood up, feeling a bit unsteady, but okay. He risked another small drag once he was upright, and walked past their parked bikes toward the town common end of the covered walkway. "Where are you going?" Norrie asked, eyes still shut. "I pray better when I'm looking at nature," Joe said, though he really just wanted a gulp of fresh air. It wasn't the tobacco smoke. He was starting to like that. It was the other smells inside the bridge: rotten wood, stale alcohol, and a sharp chemical odor that seemed to be wafting up from the Presteel stream below. Even the outside air wasn't much better. It had a faint, stale quality that reminded him of riding the New York subways with his parents the year before, especially during the evening rush. He tapped ash into his palm. As he flicked it away, he saw Brenda Perkins walking up the hill. A moment later, a light, delicate hand touched his shoulder. "Definitely not Benny's. Who is that?" Norrie asked, now beside him. "I know her face, but not her name," Joe said. Benny joined them. "That's Mrs. Perkins, the police chief's widow." Norrie gave him a sharp nudge with her elbow. "Police chief's wife, dummy," Benny corrected with a shrug. "Whatever." They kept their eyes on her, mostly because the rest of the town was occupied down at the supermarket, apparently engaged in the world's most chaotic grocery brawl. The 3 of them had scoped it out from a safe distance, feeling no urge to get closer. They had a valuable piece of town equipment in their care, and that was reason enough to steer clear. Brenda Perkins crossed Main Street onto Presteel, hesitated outside the McCain place, then continued on to Mrs. Grinnell's house. "Let's move," Benny said. "We move when she's gone," Norrie countered. Benny just shrugged again. "What's the big deal if she spots us? We're just some kids hanging out on the common. And you know what? She probably wouldn't even notice us if she tried." Adults never really see kids. He thought about it for a second. "Unless they're on skateboards, or smoking," Norrie added. They all glanced down at their cigarettes. Joe pointed a thumb at the shopping bag resting in the carrier on Benny's Schwinn High Plains. They also tend to notice kids who are messing around with expensive town property. Norrie tucked her cigarette into the corner of her mouth, which made her look impressively tough, strikingly pretty, and remarkably grown up. The boys turned their attention back to the scene. The police chief's widow was now talking with Mrs. Grinnell. It wasn't a long chat. Mrs. Perkins had pulled a large brown envelope from her bag as she climbed the steps, and they watched her hand it over. A few moments later, Mrs. Grinnell practically slammed the door in her visitor's face. "Whoa, Harsh," Benny remarked. "That's a week of detention right there." Joe and Norrie chuckled. Mrs. Perkins stood frozen on the porch for a moment, looking genuinely bewildered before finally turning to descend the steps. Now facing the common, she prompted the 3 kids to instinctively shrink further back into the shadows of the walkway, losing sight of her. Joe found a convenient gap in the wooden siding and peered through. Heading back to Maine, he reported quietly, "Okay, Now she's going up the hill, now crossing over again. Benny held up an imaginary microphone to his mouth. Film at 11. Joe ignored him. Now she's turning onto my street. He looked at Benny and Norrie, a flicker of concern crossing his face. You think she's going to see my mom? Mill Street is 4 blocks long, man, Benny said. What are the odds? Joe felt a wave of relief, even though he couldn't pinpoint why a visit from Mrs. Perkins would be a bad thing. Except his mom was already so worried about his dad being out of town, and Joe really didn't want to see her more upset than she already was. She had almost forbidden him from going on this little expedition. Thank goodness Julia Shumway had talked her out of it, mostly by saying that Dale Barbara had specifically mentioned Joe for this job, or the mission, as he, Benny, and Norrie preferred to call it. Mrs. McClatchy, Julia had said, if anyone can figure out how to use this gadget, Barbie thinks it's probably your son. It could be very important. That had made Joe feel proud, but seeing his mother's face tense and tired made him feel guilty. It hadn't even been 3 days since the dome came down, but she seemed to have lost weight. The way she kept clutching his dad's photograph didn't help either. It was as if she thought he was dead instead of just holed up in some motel, probably drinking beer and watching pay-per-view. She had agreed with Ms. Shumway, though. He's always been clever with gadgets. That's true. She looked him over from head to toe and sighed. When did you get so tall, kiddo? I don't know, he had answered honestly. If I let you do this, will you be careful and take your friends with you? Julia had interjected. Benny and Norrie? Absolutely. Also, Julia added, try to be a little discreet. Do you know what that means, Joe? Yes, ma'am, I sure do. It meant don't get caught. Brenda Perkins disappeared into the line of trees screening Mill Street. Okay, Benny said, straightening up. Now we move. All right, let's move. He meticulously stubbed out his cigarette in the improvised ashtray before retrieving the shopping bag from the bike's wire basket. Inside rested the vintage yellow Geiger counter, a device that had passed from Barbie to Rusty to Julia, and now ultimately to Joe and his crew. Joe used the juice lid to extinguish his own smoke, musing that he'd like another attempt when he could really focus on the sensation. Then again, maybe it was wiser to quit while he was ahead. His obsessions already included computers, the graphic novels of Brian K. Vaughan, and skateboarding. Perhaps that was enough hobbies for one person. Folks are going to start wandering by, he told Benny and Norrie. Probably a whole bunch. Once the novelty of raiding the supermarket wears off, we'll just have to cross our fingers that they don't take any interest in us. In his head, he replayed Ms. Shumway explaining to his mother how crucial this could be for the town. She didn't need to convince him. He likely grasped the stakes better than they did. But what if any police show up? Norrie ventured. Joe gave a firm nod. Then it goes right back in the bag, and out comes the frisbee for a quick game of catch. You honestly believe there's some sort of alien power source buried under the town common? Benny asked, his tone skeptical. I said it's a possibility, Joe replied, a bit more edge in his voice than he meant. At this point, anything's possible. The truth was, Joe considered it more than just possible. He thought it was probable. If the dome wasn't some supernatural event, then it had to be a force field, and a force field required a generator. It seemed like a straightforward equation to him, but he didn't want to get their expectations or his own sky high. Let's get started, Norrie said, ducking under the drooping yellow police tape. I just hope you two said your prayers. Joe wasn't one to pray for things he could handle himself, but he had sent up a quick, silent request on a different topic, that if they actually found the generator, Norrie Calvert might give him another kiss. A good long one earlier that morning, during their planning session in the McClatchy living room. Joe, nicknamed Scarecrow by his friends, had removed his right sneaker, followed by the white athletic sock underneath. Trick or treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat, Benny chimed in cheerfully. Quiet genius, Joe shot back. Don't call your friend names, Claire McClatchy said, though she shot a reproving glance at Benny. Norrie stayed quiet, watching with keen interest as Joe placed the sock on the living room rug and smoothed it flat with his palm. This is Chester's Mill, Joe announced. Same basic shape, right? You're absolutely correct, Benny agreed. Our glorious destiny is to reside in a town that resembles one of Joe McClatchy's sweaty gym socks. Or that old woman's shoe, Norrie added. Mrs. McClatchy, seated on the couch with her husband's photograph in her lap, just as she had been when Ms. Shumway brought the Geiger counter the previous evening, recited. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children she didn't know what to do. Nice one, Mom, Joe said, fighting back a grin. The middle school rewrite. She had so many children her cunt fell off, flashed in his mind. He looked back at the sock. So, does a sock even have a true middle? Benny and Norrie pondered it. Joe waited. The fact that such a question could genuinely engage them was one of the things he really valued about his friends. Not in a geometric sense like a circle or a square has a center, Norrie finally said. Those are defined shapes. I guess a sock is technically a geometric shape too, Benny offered. But I have no idea what you'd call it. A sock-taggin. Norrie laughed. Even Claire managed a small smile. On the map, the mill is closer to a hexagon, Joe said, but forget the technicalities. Just use common sense. Norrie pointed to the spot on the sock where the foot-shaped base met the tube of the ankle. Right there. That's the middle. Joe marked it with the tip of his pen. I'm not sure that ink's coming out, young man, Claire sighed. But you needed new socks anyway, I suppose? Then, anticipating his next question, she added, on a map that would correspond roughly to the location of the town common. Is that where you plan to search first? Claire McClatchy asked, still holding the photograph of her husband. Joe felt a slight deflation as she anticipated his explanation. It's our starting point, he confirmed. If a generator exists, it makes sense for it to be near the center of everything, Mrs. McClatchy mused, almost to herself. Benny grinned, raising his hand. Respect, Mrs. McClatchy? High five, mother of my brother from another. With a faint, tired smile, Claire obliged the gesture. The picture still clutched in her other hand. At least the common is a safe area, she said, then frowned slightly. I have to believe that's true, but nothing feels certain anymore. Don't worry, Norrie assured her. I've got their backs. Just promise me, Claire insisted. If you actually find something, you'll let the proper authorities handle it. Joe thought, Mom, I think we might be the authorities now, but he kept it to himself. He knew that truth would only deepen her worry. You have our word, Benny said, lifting his hand again. Another 5-0 matriarch of my. This time she kept both hands on the frame. I love you, Benny, but you're exhausting. He offered a wistful smile. My mom tells me that all the time. The three friends made their way down the gentle slope to the bandstand, the quiet murmur of the Prestile stream behind them. Its flow was already weakening, blocked by the dome where it entered town. Joe figured by tomorrow it would be little more than a muddy trickle. All right, Benny announced, clapping his hands together. Enough stalling time for the tech crew to save the day. Let's power this thing up. With a careful, almost reverent touch, Joe lifted the Geiger counter from the shopping bag. They'd resurrected it with baking soda and a stash of 6-volt batteries Norrie discovered in her dad's workshop. He's weirdly obsessed with batteries, she had whispered, and he's going to break his neck trying to learn skateboarding, but I adore him. Joe's thumb hovered over the power switch. He looked at his friends, his expression serious. Just remember, this could read nothing at all, and there still might be a generator. One that doesn't emit the right kind of radiation for crying out loud. Just turn it on, Benny exclaimed, bouncing on his heels. The suspense is murder. He's right, Norrie nodded. Do it. Here was the strange part. They had tested the device thoroughly back at Joe's house. It worked perfectly, its needle jumping when they passed it over an old radium dial watch. But now, standing in the shadow of the bandstand on the actual hunt, Joe felt paralyzed. A cold sweat pricked his forehead. He might have remained frozen if Norrie hadn't placed her hand over his. Then Benny added his. Together, the three of them slid the switch to on. The needle in the display immediately jumped to +5, and Norrie's grip tightened on Joe's shoulder. Then it settled back to a steady +2, and she relaxed. They were novices, but they guessed this was just background radiation. Joe slowly circled the bandstand, the Geiger-Müller tube extended on its coiled cord. The power light glowed amber, and the needle occasionally twitched, but it mostly hovered near zero. The minor fluctuations were probably just from their own movement. A part of him had known it wouldn't be this easy, yet the disappointment was a sharp, bitter taste in his mouth. It was funny how disappointment and a lack of surprise could be such perfect companions, like the emotional version of a famous twin-sister act. Let me try, Norrie said softly. Maybe I'll get a different result. He handed it over without argument. For the next hour they crisscrossed the wide expanse of the town common under the gray sky, passing the Geiger counter between them, their hope slowly fading with each silent step. A car turned onto Mill Street, but neither Joe, Benny, nor Norrie paid it any mind, and the driver, Junior Rennie, who was starting to feel a bit better, didn't notice them either. Moments later, an ambulance raced past on Town Common Hill. lights spinning and sirens screaming as it headed toward Food City. The kids glanced at it briefly before their attention was pulled back to the street as Junior passed again, this time driving his father's big Hummer. The Frisbee they'd brought as a cover story lay forgotten in the grass. They were too focused to bother with it. Not that it mattered. Most of the townsfolk trudging home were too wrapped up in their own business to look toward the common. Some were nursing injuries. Many were hauling groceries they'd taken from the store, a few even pushing loaded shopping carts. Nearly every one of them wore a look of quiet shame. By midday, frustration and hunger had set in. "Let's just go to my place," Joe suggested. "My mom can fix us something to eat." "Sounds good," Benny said. "Hope it's that chop suey." "Your mom's chop suey is seriously good. Can we check the other side of the Peace Bridge first?" Norrie asked. Joe shrugged. "Okay, but it's just woods over there, and it's farther from the center of everything." "I know." But her voice faded. "But what?" "Nothing. Probably a dumb thought." Joe exchanged a look with Benny, who just shrugged and passed Norrie the Geiger counter. They headed back to the Peace Bridge, ducking under the drooping police tape. The walkway was shadowy, but not so dark that Joe couldn't peer over Norrie's shoulder and see the needle on the counter twitch as they crossed the midpoint. They walked in single file, careful not to put too much weight on the weathered boards. On the far side, a faded sign read, "You are now leaving the Chester's Mill Town Common, EST, 188. A beaten dirt path led up a slope crowded with oak, ash, and beech trees. Their autumn leaves hung dull and heavy, looking more weary than cheerful. By the time they reached the base of the path, the needle in the count's per-second window hovered between 5 and 10. The meter's scale climbed steeply past that, all the way up to 1,000, with the highest numbers marked in alarming red. They were nowhere near that zone, but Joe felt certain the reading was more than just normal background radiation. Benny stared at the faintly trembling needle, but Joe watched Norrie. "What were you thinking back there?" he asked. "Go ahead and say. It doesn't seem so stupid now." "Yeah," Benny agreed. He tapped the glass over the counter's window, making the needle jump briefly before settling back around 7 or 8. "I was thinking a generator and a transmitter are almost the same thing," Norrie said. "And a transmitter doesn't have to be in the middle of town, it just needs to be up high." "The CIK radio tower isn't on a hill," Benny pointed out. "It's just sitting in a field, blasting out preacher stuff. I've seen it, right? But that thing's crazy powerful," Norrie replied. "My dad said it's like 100,000 watts. Maybe what we're looking for doesn't need as much range." "So then I wondered, what's the highest point around here?" "Black Ridge?" Joe said. "Black Ridge?" she echoed, lifting a small, determined fist. Joe bumped it with his own, then pointed. "That way, couple of miles, maybe 3. He turned the Geiger-Müller tube toward the ridge. All three watched, captivated, as the needle climbed steadily to 10. "Well, I'll be damned," Benny muttered. "Maybe when you're 40, Norrie shot back, her usual tough tone intact, though a faint blush touched her cheeks. Just a little. "There's an old abandoned orchard out on Black Ridge Road," Joe said, a new energy in his voice. "My dad says you can see the whole town from there, even TR-90, it could be up there. Norrie, you're a genius." He didn't wait for her to kiss him this time. He leaned in and did it himself, though he only dared brush the corner of her mouth. She looked pleased, but a small frown line remained between her brows. "It might not mean anything," she cautioned. "The needle isn't exactly pegging the meter. Can we ride our bikes out there?" "Absolutely," Joe said after lunch, Benny added firmly. He always saw himself as the voice of practicality. While Joe, Benny, and Norrie were having lunch at the McClatchy house, the promised chop suey was on the table, and while Rusty Everett, with Barbie and the 2 teenage girls helping, was dealing with the injured from the supermarket chaos over at Kathy Russell. Big Jim Rennie sat alone in his study. He was reviewing a list, methodically checking off items. He watched his Hummer return up the driveway and made another mark. Brenda had been delivered with the others. He felt prepared, or as prepared as one could be under the circumstances. Even if the dome vanished by afternoon, he was confident his own position was secure. Junior entered, dropping the Hummer keys on the desk. He looked pale and badly needed a shave, but the hollow, haunted look was gone. His left eye was still bloodshot, but no longer seemed to burn. "All taken care of, son?" Junior gave a slow nod. "Are we going to end up in jail?" he asked, his tone detached, almost bored. "Absolutely not," Big Jim replied. The notion of his own incarceration had never once entered his mind, not even when that Perkins woman had come making her wild claims. A smile touched his lips. But Dale Barbara is. Nobody's going to believe he killed Brenda Perkins. They will, Big Jim said, the smile widening. People are scared, and scared people will believe almost anything. It's the way of the world. How would you know that? Because I pay attention to history. You should try it sometime. He almost asked why Junior had really left Bowden. Was it quitting, failing, or being kicked out? But now wasn't the moment. Instead, he asked if his son was up for one more task. Junior rubbed his temple. I suppose, in for a penny, in for a pound. You'll need assistance. You could take Frank, but I'd rather you use the Thibodeau boy if he's mobile today. Not Searles, though, a loyal man, but not the sharpest tool in the shed. Junior remained silent. Big Jim once more wondered what was truly going on in the boy's head. Did he really want to know? Maybe after this crisis passed. For now he had too many irons in the fire, and the meal was nearly ready to serve. What do you need me to do? Let me confirm one detail first. Big Jim picked up his cell phone each time he did. He half expected it to be as useless as a screen door on a submarine. But it still worked for local calls, which was all that mattered. He dialed the police department. It rang 3 times before Stacy Morgan answered. She sounded frazzled, a far cry from her usual efficient self. Given the morning's events, Big Jim wasn't surprised. He could hear a commotion of shouts and scuffles in the background. Police department, if this isn't an emergency, please call back later. We are extremely. It's Jim Rennie, Hon. He knew Stacy despised being called Hon, which was precisely why he did it. Put the chief on now. He's trying to break up a fistfight right in front of the main desk, she said, her voice strained. Maybe you could call back? No, I cannot call back later, Big Jim interrupted, his voice hardening. Do you think I'd be calling if it weren't important? Just go over there, hon, and use your mace on the loudest one. Then send Pete to his office so I can... She didn't let him finish, and didn't put him on hold politely. The phone landed on the desk with a solid thud. Big Jim wasn't offended. He enjoyed knowing he was getting under someone's skin. Faintly, he heard someone shout thieving son of Fabbage before the line went silent, replaced by the recorded voice of McGruff, the crime dog. After a moment, the phone was picked up. It was Randolph, breathing heavily. Make it quick, Jim. This place is a zoo. The ones who aren't in the hospital with broken bones are furious. Everyone's blaming everyone else. I'm trying to avoid jailing half the town, but some of them seem to want to sell. Does expanding the police force sound more appealing to you today, Chief? God, yes. We got hammered out there. One of the new officers, that Rue girl, is up at the hospital with her entire lower jaw shattered. She looks like something out of a monster movie. Big Jim's smile stretched into a full grin. Sam Verdreau had delivered. That was the thing about having the right instincts. When you couldn't take the shot yourself, you made sure the ball went to the right hands. Someone hit her with a rock. Mel Searles got it too. He was knocked cold for a bit, but he's back on his feet now. It's a nasty business, though. I sent him to get stitched up. What a pity, Big Jim remarked. It seems someone was targeting my people. Probably more than one someone. Tell me, do you think we can actually find more volunteers? I believe you'll discover plenty of eager candidates among the town's respectable youth, Big Jim assured him. I know a few from the Holy Redeemer congregation myself. The Killian brothers, for example. Jim, those Killian boys aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. I'm aware, but they're strong and they follow orders. He let the thought hang for a second. Plus, they know how to handle a gun. Are we really going to arm a new police force? Randolph's voice was a mix of doubt and desperate hope after today. Absolutely. I was thinking we'd start with 10 or 12 reliable young people. Frank and Junior can help select them. We'll likely need more if this situation drags into next week. Pay them in town scrip. Give them and their families priority on supplies if we have to start rationing. All right, send Junior down, will you? Frank's here, and so is Thibodeau. He got roughed up at the market and needed his shoulder bandage changed. But he's ready. Randolph dropped his voice. He mentioned Barbara was the one who changed it. Did a decent job, apparently. How charming, but our friend Mr. Barber won't be playing nurse for much longer. I have another task for Junior, Officer Thibodeau as well. Send him up. What's it about, if you needed the details? I'd provide them. Just send him up. Junior and Frank can work on that recruitment list later. Well, if you're sure, Randolph was cut off by a sudden commotion. Something heavy toppled over, followed by the distinct crash of breaking glass. Break that up right now, Randolph bellowed. Big Jim held the phone away from his ear, a serene smile on his face. He could hear everything just fine. Get those two, not them, you fool. The other two? No, I don't want them arrested. I want them thrown out. Boot them out on their backsides if they won't leave politely. A moment later, he was back on the line. Remind me why I wanted this job? Because the reason is slipping my mind. It'll all settle down, Big Jim soothed. You'll have 5 new bodies by tomorrow, young, eager bucks, and another 5 by Thursday. At least 5 more. Now, send young Thibodeau up and make sure that cell at the far end of the downstairs block is prepared for a new guest. Mr. Barber will be checking in this afternoon on what charge? How does 4 counts of murder sound, plus inciting a riot at the local grocery store? Will that suffice? He hung up before Randolph could answer. What do you want Carter and me to do this afternoon? Junior asked. First, a bit of scouting and strategy. I'll help with the plan. Then you'll participate in Barber's arrest. I suspect you'll enjoy that. Yes, I will. Once Barber is behind bars, you and Officer Thibodeau should get a good meal. Your real work begins tonight. What is it? Burning down the Democrat newspaper office. What's your take on that? Junior's eyes went wide. Why? The fact his son even had to ask was a letdown. Because for the foreseeable future, a newspaper is not in this town's best interest. Any problems with that? Dad, has it ever crossed your mind that you might be insane? Big Jim gave a slow nod. Crazy like a fox, he said. Guinea Tomlinson's voice was thick and muffled. I've been in this room so many times, and I never pictured myself on this table. Even if you had, Barbie replied, keeping his tone deliberately light, you probably wouldn't have pictured the guy who cooks your breakfast being the one to patch you up. He'd been bandaging and treating people since the ambulance first pulled up to Kathy Russell, and the fatigue was deep. A lot of it, he knew, was just plain stress, the fear of doing more harm than good. He saw that same unease on Gina Buffalino's face, on Harriet Bigelow's. They didn't have Jim Rennie's deadline looming in their minds, making every second heavier. I doubt I'll want steak for a good long while, Ginny murmured. Rusty had realigned her nose before seeing anyone else. Barbie had helped, cradling her head and offering quiet words, while Rusty packed her nostrils with gauze soaked in medicinal cocaine. After letting it numb for 10 minutes, time Rusty used to wrap a sprained wrist and brace a swollen knee, he'd tweezed out the packing, took up a scalpel, and with one firm, practiced motion, levered her septum back into place. Barbie had thought it sounded like a hubcap popping off. That small, definitive crunch. Ginny hadn't screamed, but her nails had shredded the paper on the table, and tears had streamed down her bruised cheeks. Now, with Percocet smoothing the edges, she was calmer, though tears still seeped from her less swollen eye. Her face was a landscape of purple puffiness. She reminded Barbie of a boxer after a brutal match. Try to see the upside, he offered. Is there one? Sure. The Rue girl is looking at a month of nothing but soup and milkshakes. Georgia? I heard she got hit hard. How bad is it? She'll live, but it's going to be a long road back to anything resembling pretty. Pretty was never really in the cards for her, Ginny said, then lowered her voice. Was that her screaming earlier? Barbie nodded. Georgia's cries had echoed through the whole place. Rusty gave her morphine, but it took forever to settle her. Kid must have the metabolism of a draft horse, and the moral compass of a swamp lizard, Ginny added, her words still foggy. Not that I'd wish this on anyone, but it does make you wonder about karma, doesn't it? How long have I been here? My watch stopped. Barbie checked his own. It's 2:30, so you're about 5.5 hours into your recovery tour. He twisted at the waist, feeling his spine crack and loosen. Tom Petty had it right, he thought. The waiting truly was the hardest part. He figured he'd feel better once he was actually in a cell, unless he never made it there. The idea had crossed his mind that it might be convenient for certain people if he were killed resisting arrest. What's the smile for? Ginny asked. Nothing. He held up a pair of tweezers. Now hush and let me work. The sooner I start, the sooner we're done. I should get up and help. You try getting up, and the only place you'll be going is straight to the floor. She eyed the tweezers. Do you actually know what you're doing with those? Absolutely. I took the gold in Olympic glass removal. Your nonsense level is even higher than my ex-husband's. A faint smile touched her lips. Barbie knew it probably hurt, even with the painkillers, and he admired her for it. You're not going to turn into one of those unbearable medical types who becomes a total dictator when they're the patient, are you? He asked. That was always Dr. Haskell's specialty. He once got a huge splinter jammed under his thumbnail, and when Rusty offered to pull it out, the whiz insisted he needed a specialist. She chuckled, then flinched, then let out a low moan. If it's any consolation, the officer who punched you ended up with a rock to the skull. More cosmic payback. Is he back on his feet? Sure is. Mel Searles had been discharged from the hospital just 2 hours earlier, a bandage wrapped around his head. As Barbie leaned in with the tweezers, she instinctively turned her face away. He gently guided it back, his palm resting softly against the side of her face that wasn't as swollen. "I know you have to do this," she said. "I'm just a total coward when it comes to my eyes. Considering how hard he hit you, you're fortunate the glass stayed around your eyes instead of going into them. I know. Just please don't hurt me, all right?" "All right," he replied. "You'll be back on your feet before you know it, Jenny. I'll make this fast." He wiped his hands to ensure they were completely dry. He'd refused the gloves, not trusting his dexterity in them, and leaned in closer. There were perhaps half a dozen tiny slivers of broken eyeglass, lens scattered through her eyebrows and the skin around her eyes, but the one that concerned him was a minuscule dagger-like piece just below the outer corner of her left eye. Barbie felt certain Rusty would have removed it himself if he'd spotted it, but his focus had been on her nose. "Do it fast," he told himself. Hesitation usually ends in disaster. He plucked the shard out and let it fall into a plastic basin on the counter. A small, perfect bead of blood welled up in its place. He exhaled slowly. "Okay, the rest of these are nothing, smooth sailing from here." "From your mouth to God's ears," Ginny murmured. He had just finished removing the final splinter when Rusty pushed open the exam room door and told Barbie he could use a hand. The physician's assistant was holding a small tin Sucrit's box. "Help with what?" "A walking, talking hemorrhoid," Rusty said. "This particular pain in the rear wants to leave with his stolen goods. Normally I'd be thrilled to watch his sorry backside walk out, but right now I might actually have a use for him." "Ginny?" Barbie asked. "You doing okay?" She made a shooing motion toward the door. He was almost through it, following Rusty when she called out, "Hey, good looking." He glanced back, and she blew him a kiss. Barbie caught it mid-air. There was exactly one dentist in Chester's Mill. His name was Joe Boxer. His practice was at the very end of Strout Lane, where his dental suite provided a picturesque view of Presstyle Stream and the Peace Bridge. A lovely sight if you happened to be upright. Most patients found themselves reclined, staring at nothing but dozens of photographs of Joe Boxer's Chihuahua plastered across the ceiling. In one of them, the damn dog looks like he's taking a dump. Dougie Twitchell complained to Rusty after an appointment. "Maybe it's just how that breed sits, but I doubt it. I'm pretty sure I spent 30 minutes staring at a nervous dish rag with eyes relieving itself while the box excavated 2 wisdom teeth from my jaw. Felt like he was using a screwdriver." The sign hanging outside Dr. Boxer's office resembled a pair of basketball shorts sized for a storybook giant. They were painted in the loud green and gold of the Mills Wildcats. The lettering read Joseph Boxer, DDS, and beneath that, in bold, Boxer is brief. And he was reasonably quick, everyone conceded. But he didn't recognize any insurance plans and accepted cash only. If a logger came in with infected gums and cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hoarding nuts and began talking about his dental coverage, Boxer would tell him to get the money from Anthem or Blue Cross or whoever and then come back. A little local competition might have forced him to relax these harsh rules, but the half-dozen dentists who'd tried to set up shop in the mill since the early 90s had all thrown in the towel. There was quiet talk that Joe Boxer's good pal Jim Rennie might have had a hand in the lack of rivals, though nobody could prove a thing. Meanwhile, Boxer could often be spotted driving around in his Porsche, its bumper sticker proudly declaring, "My other car is also a Porsche." As Rusty walked down the corridor with Barbie following close behind, they saw Boxer attempting to head for the main doors, only to be held back by Twitch gripping his arm. Dangling from the dentist's other arm was a plastic basket, overflowing with nothing but Eggo waffles, pack after pack, as if he'd cleared a supermarket shelf. For a fleeting moment, Barbie wondered, not for the first time, whether he might actually be lying unconscious in the drainage ditch behind Dippers, trapped in some bizarre, concussion-induced nightmare. "I'm not staying," Boxer snapped. "These need to get into my freezer. What you're asking is practically hopeless, so let go of me." Barbie noticed the butterfly bandage splitting one of Boxer's eyebrows and a larger dressing on his forearm. Clearly the dentist had put up quite a struggle for his frozen breakfast. "Tell this thug to release me," Boxer demanded when he spotted Rusty. "I've been patched up, and now I'm leaving." "Not so fast," Rusty replied. "You were treated for free, and I expect you to return the favor," though barely 5'4", Boxer straightened up and puffed out his chest. Expect all you want. I hardly think slapping on a couple of bandages, which, by the way, the state of Maine hasn't licensed me to do, equals a full dental procedure. I work for a living, Everett, and I expect compensation." "You'll get your reward in heaven," Barbie cut in. "Isn't that what your pal Rennie always says? He has nothing to do with." Barbie moved closer and peered into Boxer's green plastic basket, which was stamped property of Food City. Boxer tried rather clumsily to shield it from view. "Speaking of payment, did you actually buy those waffles?" "Don't be absurd. Everyone was grabbing whatever they could. I only took these." He met Barbie's gaze defiantly. "I have a large freezer, and I happen to like waffles." "Everyone was doing it. Won't hold up well if you're charged with looting," Barbie remarked calmly. Boxer's face flushed a deep mottled purple. "Then take me to court. What court is even open? Case closed. Ha!" As Boxer tried to turn away, Barbie reached out and seized the basket handle. "I'll just confiscate these then." "You can't do that." "No, take me to court." "Oh, wait, what court?" Barbie gave a thin smile. Dr. Boxer glared, lips pulled back to reveal small, neat teeth. "We'll just toast these up in the cafeteria," Rusty said cheerfully. "Yum! Delicious! Yeah! While we still have power to run the toaster," Twitch grumbled. "After that, we can skewer them on forks and roast them over the incinerator out back." "You can't do this," Barbie kept his grip firm. "Let me be perfectly clear. Unless you do exactly what Rusty is asking, I'm not letting go of your egos." Nearby, Chaz Bender, who sported a Band-Aid on his nose and another on his neck, let out a harsh laugh. "Pay up, Doc. Isn't that your usual line?" Boxer shifted his glare from Bender to Rusty. "What you're proposing has almost no chance of working. You must realize that." Rusty opened a small Socrates box and held it out. Inside lay 6 teeth. Tori McDonald collected these outside the supermarket. She got down on her hands and knees and sifted through puddles of Georgia Ruis's blood to find them. "And if you want to enjoy Egos anytime soon, Doc, you're going to put them back in George's mouth. And if I just walk away—" Chaz Bender, the history teacher, stepped forward, fists clenched. "In that case, my money-obsessed friend, I'll beat the living daylights out of you in the parking lot." "I'll help," Twitch added. "I won't help," Barbie said, "but I'll certainly watch." A ripple of laughter and scattered applause followed. Barbie felt a strange mix of amusement and nausea. Boxer's posture deflated, the man suddenly appearing small and overwhelmed. He accepted the small tin, then glanced at Rusty. Under ideal conditions, a specialist might reattach these teeth with some chance they'd take hold, though he'd never promise it. "If I try, she'll be fortunate to keep one or two. More likely, she'll inhale them and choke." A sturdy woman with a fiery mane of red hair pushed past Chaz Bender. "I'll stay right here and prevent that. I'm her mother." Dr. Boxer let out a weary breath. "Is she out cold?" Before he could continue, 2 police cruisers from Chester's Mill, including the chief's distinct vehicle, screeched into the circular drive. Freddie Denton Jr. Rennie, Frank de Lesseps, and Carter Thibodeau piled out of the first car. Chief Randolph and Jackie Weddington exited the second, with Rusty's wife, Linda, climbing out behind them. Every one of them was armed, and as they neared the hospital entrance, weapons were drawn. The gathered onlookers who had been fixated on the standoff with Joe Boxer murmured and retreated, several likely fearing arrest for looting. Barbie turned to face Rusty Everett. "Look at me," he insisted. "What do you? Just look." Barbie raised his arms, rotating them to display all sides. He yanked up his T-shirt, revealing his abdomen, then turned to show his back. "Do you see any injuries? Any bruises?" "No. Make certain they understand that," Barbie said quickly. It was all he could manage. Randolph led his officers through the doors. "Dale Barbara, step forward." Barbie moved before Randolph could raise and aim his weapon because accidents occur, sometimes intentionally. He noted Rusty's bewildered expression and appreciated the man's naivete all the more. He saw Gina Buffalino and Harriet Bigelow, their eyes wide with shock, but his focus remained locked on Randolph and the others. Their expressions were hard, yet on Thibodeau and de Lesseps he detected clear vindication. For them, this was purely retaliation for that night at Dipper's, and payback, it seemed, was going to be brutal. Rusty moved to position himself in front of Barbie, as if to block him. "Don't," Barbie whispered urgently. "Rusty, no?" Linda cried out. "Peter?" Rusty asked the chief. "What's this about? Barbie's been helping here, and he's been doing a hell of a good job." Barbie was afraid to shove Rusty aside or even touch him. He slowly raised his arms higher, palms open. Seeing his movement, Junior and Freddie Denton rushed at Barbie. Junior jostled Randolph in passing, and the Beretta in the chief's hand discharged. The blast was ear-splitting in the confined space. The round tore into the floor, just inches from Randolph's right foot, leaving a crater larger than expected. The acrid scent of cordite filled the air instantly. Gina and Harriet shrieked and fled back down the main hall, leaping over Joe Boxer, who was crawling with his head ducked, his usually tidy hair now hanging in disarray. Brendan Ellerby, in for treatment of a sore jaw, accidentally kicked the dentist's arm as he barreled past. The tin flew from Boxer's grip, hit the reception desk, and burst open, scattering the teeth Torrey McDonald had so meticulously collected. Junior and Freddie seized Rusty, who offered no resistance, his face a mask of total confusion. They shoved him aside. Rusty stumbled across the lobby, fighting for balance. Linda caught him, and they tumbled to the floor together. "What the hell?" Twitch bellowed. "What in the hell is this?" Carter Thibodeau approached Barbie with a slight limp. Barbie saw what was coming, but kept his hands raised. Lowering them might get him shot, and perhaps not just him. Now that one shot had been fired, the odds of others following had skyrocketed. "Hello, buddy," Carter said. "You've been keeping yourself occupied, haven't you?" He drove his fist into Barbie's stomach. Barbie had braced for the impact, but the force of it still folded him in half. The man packed a serious punch. "Enough," Rusty bellowed, his confusion now mixed with a rising fury. "Stop it right now, damn it." He attempted to rise, but Linda wrapped both arms around him, pinning him down. "Don't," she pleaded, her voice tight. "Don't move. He's dangerous." "What?" Rusty twisted his head to stare at her, disbelief written across his face. "Have you lost your mind?" Barbie kept his hands raised, presenting them to the officers. Bent over as he was, the posture resembled a deep bow. "Thibodeau," Randolph commanded. "Step back." "That's sufficient. Holster that weapon, you fool." Rusty shouted at Randolph. "Are you trying to get someone killed?" Randolph shot him a glance of pure disdain before turning his attention back to Barbie. "Stand up straight, son." Barbie forced himself upright. Pain lanced through his midsection, but he managed. He knew if he hadn't seen that gut punch coming, he'd be writhing on the floor fighting for air. Would Randolph have then tried to kick him to his feet? Would the other deputies have joined in, despite the onlookers in the hallway now edging closer for a better look? Absolutely. Their adrenaline was pumping. This was how these situations spiraled, Randolph announced. "I'm placing you under arrest for the murders of Angela McCain, Dorothy Sanders, Lester A., Coggins, and Brenda Perkins." Each name landed like a blow, but the final one was a knockout punch. That kind woman. Her caution had slipped away in her grief for her husband, a grief so fresh it was a tangible weight in the room. Barbie couldn't fault her for it, but he could and did fault himself for ever suggesting she confront Rennie. "What happened?" he demanded of Randolph, his voice low. "What in God's name did you people do?" "Like you don't know," Freddie Denton sneered. "What kind of monster are you?" Jackie Weddington's face was contorted with hatred, her eyes narrowed to slits. Barbie ignored them both. His gaze locked on Randolph, his hands still held high. The slightest provocation would unleash them all on him. Even Jackie, usually the most reasonable person in the room, might join the frenzy, though with her it might require a genuine reason rather than a flimsy excuse, or maybe not. Sometimes even good people break. "A better question," Barbie said, his tone shifting from shock to a cold, sardonic clarity, "is what you allowed Rennie to do? Because this disaster has his name all over it, and you know it. His fingerprints are smeared on every part of this." "Shut your mouth." Randolph nodded to Junior. "Cuff him." Junior moved to grab Barbie's raised wrists, but before contact was made, Barbie calmly placed his hands behind his back and turned around. On the floor, Linda maintained her bear hug around Rusty's chest. "Remember," Barbie said to Rusty, as the plastic restraints were cinched tight, biting into the flesh above his wrists. Rusty stood, pushing Linda away when she tried to hold him. The look he gave her was unfamiliar, stern, reproachful, yet tinged with a deep pity. "Peter," he said, and as Randolph began to turn, Rusty's voice rose to a shout. "I'm talking to you. You look at me when I'm speaking." Randolph turned back, his expression granite. "He knew we were coming for him." "Of course he did," Junior chimed in. "He might be insane, but he's not an idiot." Rusty paid him no mind. He showed me his arms, his face, lifted his shirt to show his stomach and back. "There's not a mark on him, except maybe where Thibodeau blindsided him." Carter muttered, "3 women, 3 women and a preacher, he had it coming. Rusty's eyes never left Randolph. "This is a setup, with all due respect, Eric. This isn't your area," Randolph stated, having finally holstered his sidearm, a small relief. "That's right," Rusty agreed, the anger draining into a weary resolve. "I'm just the guy who stitches people back together, not a cop or a lawyer. What I'm saying is, if I get another look at him while he's in your care, and he's covered in fresh injuries, you'll have hell to pay. You planning to phone the ACLU?" Frank de Lesseps shot back, his face pale with rage. "Your pal there murdered 4 people. Brenda Perkins's neck was snapped. One of those girls was my fiancée, and she was assaulted. It looks like it happened before she died, and maybe after, too." Most of the onlookers who had scattered at the sound of the gun had drifted back, and a low, sickened murmur rippled through them. "This is the man you're standing up for? You belong behind bars, right alongside him?" "Frank, enough," Linda snapped. Rusty studied Frank de Lesseps, the boy he'd once treated for chickenpox, for measles, for head lice from summer camp, for a broken wrist from a slide into second base, and once at age 12 for a vicious case of poison ivy. He could barely see that boy in the furious man before him now. "And if I was locked up, Frankie, what then? What if your mother has another gallbladder flare-up like last year? Do I treat her during jailhouse visiting hours?" Frank lunged forward, hand raised to strike. Junior caught him by the arm. "He'll get what's coming. Everyone on Barbara's side will. All in due time." "Sides?" Rusty asked, genuinely confused. "What are you talking about, Sides? This isn't some damn football game." Junior offered a knowing smile, as if privy to a secret. Rusty turned to Linda. "Those are your fellow officers talking. Do you like the sound of it?" For a long moment she couldn't meet his gaze. Then, with visible effort, she did. "They're angry, that's all. And I don't blame them. So am I. 4 people, Eric. Did you hear? He killed them, and he likely raped at least 2 of the women. I helped carry them out of the hearse at Bowie's. I saw the evidence myself." Rusty shook his head. "I just spent the whole morning with him, watching him help people, not hurt them." "Let it go," Barbie said. "Step back, big guy. It's not the tea." Junior jabbed him hard in the ribs. "You have the right to remain silent, you jerk." "He did it," Linda insisted. She reached a hand toward Rusty, saw he wouldn't take it, and let it fall to her side. They found his military dog tags clutched in Angie McCain's hand. Rusty was rendered speechless. He could only watch as Barbie was marched out to the chief's car and locked in the back seat, his hands still cuffed behind him. For one brief moment, Barbie's eyes found Rusty's. Barbie gave a single, sharp, emphatic shake of his head. Then he was driven away. A heavy silence settled over the lobby. Junior and Frank had left with Randolph, Carter, Jackie, and Freddie Denton, headed for the other patrol car. Linda stood staring at her husband, her expression a mix of pleading and anger. Then the anger faded. She took a step toward him, her arms lifting, seeking an embrace, however brief. "No," he said. She halted. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Did you miss what just happened here?" "Rusty?" She was holding his dog tags. He nodded slowly. "Convenient, wouldn't you say?" Her face, which had been both wounded and hopeful, went utterly still. She seemed to become aware of her outstretched arms and lowered them. 4 people, she repeated. 3 beaten so badly they're barely recognizable. There are sides now, and you need to think very carefully about which one you're on." "So do you, honey," Rusty replied. From outside, Jackie's voice called, "Linda, let's go." Rusty suddenly became acutely aware of the watching crowd, many of whom had voted for Jim Rennie time and again. "Just think about this, Lynn, and think about who Pete Randolph really answers to." "Linda," Jackie called again. Linda Everett walked out with her head bowed. She didn't look back. Rusty held himself together until he saw her get into the car. Then the trembling started. He felt if he didn't sit down soon, his legs might give way. A hand settled on his shoulder. It was Twitch. "You all right, boss?" "Yeah," Rusty said, as if saying it could make it true. Barbie had been arrested and taken to jail, and he'd just had his first real fight with his wife in, how long had it been? 4 years? Closer to 6. So no, he wasn't doing great. "I have a question," Twitch said. "If those people were killed, why were the bodies sent to the Bowie funeral home instead of being brought here for an autopsy? Who made that call?" Before Rusty could answer, the lights cut out. The hospital's backup generator had finally run out of fuel. After watching the 3 kids finish the last of her chop suey, which had used up the final bit of her ground beef, Claire gestured for them to gather in the kitchen. She studied their faces, so young yet set with a frightening resolve. With a resigned sigh, she handed Joe his backpack. Benny peeked inside and spotted 3 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, 3 deviled eggs, 3 bottles of Snapple, and half a dozen oatmeal raisin cookies. Even though he was still full from lunch, his expression lifted. "Totally awesome, Mrs. Mack. You're the best," she didn't seem to hear. Her focus was entirely on Joe. "I get that this might be important, so I'm agreeing to let you go. I'll even drive you out there if you—" "You don't need to, Mom," Joe said. "It's an easy bike ride." "And it's safe," Norrie added. "Barely anyone is out on the roads." Claire fixed her son with that intense, no-nonsense motherly stare. "But I need 2 promises. First, that you'll be back before dark, and I don't mean when it's just getting dim, I mean while the sun is still up. Second, if you actually find something, you note where it is, and then you leave it completely alone. I can accept that you 3 might be the right ones to look for this, whatever it is, but handling it is for grown-ups. So do I have your word? Give it to me, or I'm coming along as your chaperone." Benny looked uncertain. "I've never been down Black Ridge Road, Mrs. McKee, but I've seen the turnoff. I'm not sure your Civic would really be, cut out for that kind of terrain." "Then promise me, or you're not going anywhere. How's that?" Joe gave his promise. The other 2 did as well. Norrie even crossed herself for good measure. As Joe started to put on the backpack, Claire slipped her cell phone into a side pocket. "Don't lose that, mister." "I won't, Mom." Joe was shifting his weight, eager to get moving. Claire turned to Norrie. "Norrie, can I count on you to rein these 2 in if they get any wild ideas?" "Yes, ma'am," Norrie Calvert replied, sounding every bit the responsible one, as if she hadn't spent the last year fearlessly risking wipeouts on her skateboard. "You definitely can." "I hope so," Claire said, rubbing her temples as if a headache was coming on. "Amazing lunch, Mrs. McKee," Benny said, holding up his hand. "Slap me 5. Good Lord, what am I even doing?" Claire muttered. Then she reached out and gave him a high 5. Behind the tall front desk in the police department lobby, where people normally came to report things like stolen property, graffiti, or a neighbor's constantly barking dog, was the ready room. It held desks, lockers, and a coffee station decorated with a grumpy sign that read, "Coffee and donuts are not free." It also served as the booking area. There Barbie was photographed by Freddie Denton and fingerprinted by Henry Morrison, while Peter Randolph and Denton stood nearby with their weapons drawn. "Keep 'em limp, let them stay limp," Henry barked. This wasn't the same guy who had happily chatted with Barbie about the Red Sox and Yankees rivalry over lunch at the Sweetbriar Rose, always ordering a BLT with a dill pickle on the side. This was someone who looked like he'd love nothing more than to punch Dale Barber right in the face. "Hard. You don't roll them? I do, so keep those hands loose." Barbie considered pointing out that it's pretty difficult to relax your hands when you're standing a few feet from men holding guns, especially when you suspect they wouldn't hesitate to use them. He kept quiet instead, focusing on keeping his hands relaxed so Henry could get the prints. And Henry wasn't half bad at it, really. Under different circumstances, Barbie might have asked why they were even bothering with fingerprints, but he held his tongue on that, too. "All right," Henry said, once he decided the prints were clear enough. "Take him downstairs. I need to wash my hands. Just touching him makes me feel filthy." Jackie and Linda had been standing off to the side as Randolph and Denton put away their guns and seized Barbie's arms. The 2 women drew their own weapons, holding them low but ready. "I'd throw up every single thing you ever gave me if I could," Henry told him. "You make me sick." "I didn't do this," Barbie insisted. "Henry, just think it through." Morrison simply turned his back. Clear thinking seemed to be in desperately short supply today, Barbie reflected, and he was certain that was exactly how Rennie preferred it. "Linda," he said, "Mrs. Everett, don't speak to me." Her face was as pale as paper, marked only by dark, purplish half-moons under her eyes that resembled fresh bruises. "All right, sunshine," Freddie said, grinding his knuckle into the small of Barbie's back, right above the kidney. "Your private suite is ready." Joe, Benny, and Norrie pedaled their bikes north on Route 119. The afternoon was sweltering with summer heat, the air thick and damp. Not a whisper of wind moved. Crickets droned sleepily in the tall weeds lining the road. Near the horizon, the sky had a yellowish tint that Joe initially mistook for clouds, then recognized as a mix of pollen and grime clinging to the dome's surface. Out here, Prestow Stream ran close to the highway. They should have heard its cheerful rush southeast toward Castle Rock, eager to meet the powerful Androscoggin. But all they caught were the crickets, and a few crows calling lazily from the trees. They passed Deep Cut Road and about a mile farther reached Black Ridge Road. It was a dirt track, scarred with potholes and marked by 2 tilting, frost-heaved signs. The left one read 4-wheel drive recommended. The right one added bridge weight limit 4 tons, large trucks posted. Both signs were peppered with bullet holes. "I appreciate a town where people keep up with their target practice," Benny remarked. "Makes me feel secure from Al-Qaeda." "That's Al-Qaeda, you dope," Joe said. Benny shook his head with an indulgent smile. "I'm talking about El Cleater, the notorious Mexican bandit who's relocated to western Maine to escape." "Let's check the Geiger counter," Norrie interrupted, getting off her bike. It was stored in the carrier on Benny's High Plains Schwinn, nestled in some old towels from Claire's rag basket. Benny retrieved it and handed the bright yellow case to Joe, the most vivid object in the hazy landscape. Benny's smile had vanished. "You do it, I'm too jumpy." Joe looked at the Geiger counter, then passed it to Norrie. "Chickens," she said, not unkindly, and switched it on. The needle instantly swung to +50. Joe stared, feeling his heart leap into his throat. "Whoa!" Benny exclaimed. "We have contact." Norrie glanced from the steady needle, still halfway from the red zone, to Joe. "Keep going." "Absolutely," he replied. Down in the police department basement, there was no shortage of power, at least not yet. A green-tiled corridor stretched under fluorescent lights that cast a bleak, unchanging glare. Dawn or midnight, it was always high noon down here. Chief Randolph and Freddie Denton led Barbie down the steps. Their fists clamped on his upper arms in a manner that made escorted a generous term. The 2 women officers followed. Guns still drawn to the left was the file room. To the right, 5 cells lined the hall, 2 on each side and 1 at the far end. The last cell was the smallest, its narrow bunk almost hanging over a seatless steel toilet, and this was where they marched him. On orders from Pete Randolph, who had gotten them from Big Jim, even the most troublesome individuals from the supermarket riot had been released on their own recognizance. Where exactly would they go? So all cells were supposed to be empty. It was a surprise, then, when Melvin Searles came bursting out of cell number 4, where he'd been lying in wait. The bandage around his head had slipped, and he wore sunglasses to hide his 2 spectacularly blackening eyes. Mel clutched a weighted athletic sock in his fist, a crude blackjack swinging from its toe. For a split second, Barbie's vision swam, and the figure lunging toward him seemed like something out of a phantom story. "You son of a bitch," Mel roared, whipping the makeshift weapon through the air. Barbie ducked low, feeling the rush of its passage as it caught Freddie Denton square on the shoulder instead. Freddie howled, and his grip on Barbie broke. Behind them, voices rose in a chaotic chorus. "Murdering coward, who'd you hire to crack my skull?" Mel swung again, and this time the sock connected solidly with the muscle of Barbie's left arm. A numb, dead sensation flooded the limb instantly. Whatever was stuffed in that sock wasn't sand. It felt like a smooth paperweight, glass or metal, thankfully rounded. A sharp edge would have opened him up right then. "You miserable, twisted piece of work," Mel bellowed, preparing another swing. Chief Randolph flinched backward, releasing Barbie's other arm. Seizing the moment, Barbie grabbed for the top of the sock, gritting his teeth as the weight inside wrapped the fabric tight around his wrist. He yanked back with all his strength, tearing the weapon from Mel's grasp. At the same instant, the bandage wrapped around Mel's head slipped, tumbling down over his dark glasses like a blindfold. "Enough! Stand down!" Jackie Wettington's voice cut through the noise. "Prisoner, this is your only warning." A small, cold pressure bloomed between Barbie's shoulder blades. He didn't need to look. He knew the barrel of Jackie's service weapon was pressed there. In a quiet town where real chaos was a rare visitor, even the trained officers could panic and act like rookies. If she pulled the trigger, that's exactly where the bullet would go. He let the sock drop. It hit the linoleum with a heavy thud. Slowly, he raised his hands. "It's down, ma'am. I'm unarmed. Please, lower your gun." Mel shoved the unraveling bandage aside, letting it drape down his back like some strange scarf. Before Barbie could brace himself, 2 brutal punches drove into his gut and solar plexus. The air blasted from his lungs in a ragged gasp. He folded over, then dropped to his knees. A fist, maybe Mel's, maybe Freddie's, maybe even the chief's, came hammering down on the back of his neck. The world blurred, fading to a distant hum, all except for a single chip in the linoleum less than an inch from his eye, that he saw with absurd, crystalline clarity. "Stop it! He's down! Can't you see he's down?" The voice sounded far away, but Barbie thought it belonged to Rusty's wife. Feet shuffled around him in a clumsy, stomping dance. Someone trod on his backside, stumbled with a curse, and then a kick landed against his hip. It all felt distant, muted. The pain was waiting for him, he knew. But for now it was just a series of dull thumps. Hands hooked under his arms and hauled him upright. Barbie's head lolled. It was too much effort to hold it up. He was shoved down the hallway toward the last cell, his feet sliding over the green linoleum. A grim, ironic thought surfaced through the haze. Denton had said his suite was ready. Don't expect pillow mints or turn-down service, Barbie mused bitterly. Right now, all he wanted was to be left alone in the quiet to nurse his throbbing body. Just outside the cell door, a boot planted firmly in his rear sent him stumbling forward. He threw up his right arm to shield his face from a collision with the cinder-block wall, his left still hanging useless. He managed to protect his head, at least. Rebounding, he staggered and sank to his knees beside the cot, as if in some weary prayer before bed. Behind him, the cell door ground shut with a final metallic rumble. Bracing his hands on the bunk, Barbie pushed himself up, his left arm beginning to prick back to life. He turned in time to see Chief Randolph marching away, shoulders hunched and fists clenched, every step a show of pugnacious triumph. Beyond Denton, Freddie was carefully peeling back the last of Searles's bandage, while Searles himself glowered, though the effect was somewhat diminished by his sunglasses, which had slipped crookedly on his nose. Past the male officers, clustered near the bottom of the staircase, stood the women. Their faces held matching looks of distress and bewilderment. Linda Everett's complexion was ghostly white, and Barbie was almost certain he spotted the shimmer of tears clinging to her eyelashes. Gathering every ounce of his strength, Barbie raised his voice to call to her. "Officer Everett." She gave a slight start, as if surprised by the address. Had anyone ever called her that before? Maybe school kids during her crossing guard shifts, which had likely been the most demanding part of her duties as a part-time officer, until this week, that is. "Officer Everett, ma'am? Please listen to me. Keep your mouth shut," Freddie Denton snapped. Barbie ignored him. He felt a dizzying grayness threatening to swallow his vision, but he clung stubbornly to consciousness. "Tell your husband he needs to check the bodies, especially Mrs. Perkins's. Ma'am, he has to examine them. They won't be at the hospital. Rennie would never allow." Peter Randolph stepped briskly forward. Barbie saw what he had taken from Freddie's belt and tried to lift his arms to shield his face, but they felt like lead weights. "You've said plenty, son," Randolph stated flatly. He thrust the mace canister between the bars and squeezed the trigger. Halfway across the crumbling Black Ridge Bridge, Norrie braked her bicycle and stared toward the opposite bank. "We should keep moving," Joe urged. "Make the most of the daylight we have left." "I know, but look," Norrie replied, pointing. On the far side, below a sharp embankment and sprawled across the drying mud where the Prestile stream once flowed freely before the dome began to strangle it, lay 4 deer, a buck, 2 does, and a young yearling. They were all in good condition. The summer in the mill had been generous, leaving them well fed. Joe could see dark clouds of flies hovering above the carcasses and could even hear their lazy, droning buzz, a sound normally masked by the rush of water on any ordinary day. "What do you think happened to them?" Benny asked. "Could it be connected to what we're searching for?" "If you mean radiation," Joe said, "I don't believe it acts that quickly. Unless the levels are extremely high," Norrie added, her voice uneasy. Joe gestured toward the Geiger counter's needle. "Maybe, but the reading still isn't that strong. Even if it were maxed out in the red zone, I doubt it would kill animals this size in just 3 days." Benny observed, "That buck's leg is broken. You can see it from here. I think one of the does has 2 broken legs," Norrie said, shielding her eyes from the sun. "The front ones, see how they're bent at odd angles." Joe thought the doe looked as though it had died mid-stride in some desperate contorted leap. "I believe they jumped," Norrie murmured. "Jumped right off the bank like those little rodent creatures are known to do." "Lemons," Benny said. "Lemmings. Genius," Joe corrected quietly. "Trying to escape from something." Norrie wondered aloud. "Is that what they were doing?" Neither boy answered. They both looked younger than they had just a week ago, like kids trapped listening to a campfire tale that's far too frightening. The 3 of them stood beside their bikes, gazing at the dead deer and listening to the hypnotic hum of the flies. "Do we go on?" Joe finally asked. "I think we have to," Norrie said, swinging her leg back over her bike frame. "Right," Joe agreed, climbing onto his own. "Ollie," Benny muttered with a grim half-smile, "this is another fine mess you've gotten me into." "What?" "Never mind," Benny said. "Let's ride, my soul brother. Ride." Once they crossed the bridge, they could see clearly that every deer had suffered broken legs. One of the yearlings also had a crushed skull, likely from landing on a large boulder that would have been submerged under flowing water on a normal day. "Check the Geiger counter again," Joe said. Norrie switched it on. This time the needle quivered just below the plus 75 mark. Pete Randolph dug an old cassette recorder out of a desk drawer that had belonged to Duke Perkins. After checking it, he found the batteries still had some life. When Junior Rennie walked into the office, Randolph hit the record button and placed the small Sony unit on the corner of the desk where the young man could see it clearly. The pounding migraine that had been plaguing Junior had faded to a dull, persistent throb on the left side of his skull, and he felt remarkably calm. He and his father had rehearsed this conversation thoroughly. It'll be a complete softball interview, Big Jim had assured him, nothing but a formality, and so it began. "Tell me, son, how did you come to discover the bodies?" Randolph asked, leaning back in the swivel chair behind the desk. He had cleared away all of Perkins's personal belongings, stashing them in a file cabinet across the room. Now that Brenda Perkins was gone, he figured he could probably just toss the whole lot. Personal effects were pointless without any next of kin to claim them. "Well, sir," Junior began, "I was finishing up a patrol run out on Route 117. I completely missed all the commotion at the supermarket." "Lucky break for you," Randolph interjected. "That whole situation was a total disaster." "Pardon my frankness. Care for some coffee?" "No, thank you, Chief. I get these migraines, and coffee tends to make them flare up." "Probably for the best. Nasty habit coffee. Not as bad as cigarettes, mind you, but still not great. Did you know I was a smoker until I found salvation?" "No, sir, I didn't know that," Junior replied, hoping this babbling fool would just let him tell his story so he could leave. He was already thinking about the aspirin in his glove compartment. "Yep, saved by Lester Coggins himself," Randolph declared, spreading his hands over his chest. "Full immersion baptism right in the Presteel stream. Gave my heart to Jesus that very day. I haven't been the most regular churchgoer. Certainly not like your father, but Reverend Coggins was a good man." Randolph shook his head sadly. "Dale Barber's got a mountain of sin on his conscience, assuming the man even has one." "Right, sir. A whole mountain to answer for, too. I gave him a face full of mace, and that was just a tiny taste of what's coming to him. But anyway, you were coming back from patrol, and I remembered someone mentioning they'd seen Angie's car parked in the garage. The McCain garage, you know. Who mentioned that to you? Frank, I think?" Junior rubbed his temple, feigning effort. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Frank. All right, go on." So I went and peeked in one of the garage windows, and sure enough, her car was there. I went to the front door and rang the bell, but nobody answered. That's when I got worried and went around to the back. There was this smell. Randolph nodded with what he hoped looked like understanding. "You followed your nose, basically." "That's solid police instinct, son." Junior shot him a quick, searching look, trying to decide if this was a joke or some kind of subtle jab. But the chief's expression held only what seemed like genuine approval. It dawned on Junior that his father might have somehow found a deputy, his mind supplied the word accomplice first, who was even less intelligent than Andy Sanders. He wouldn't have thought that was possible. "Please, finish up." "I know this is difficult. It's hard on all of us. Yes, sir, it's pretty much just like you said. The back door wasn't locked, so I went in and followed that smell straight to the pantry. I could barely believe what I saw. Did you notice the dog tags right then?" "Yes, I mean no, sort of. I saw Angie had something clutched in her hand on a chain, but I couldn't make out what it was, and I didn't want to disturb anything." Junior looked down at his hands, adopting a humble tone. "I know I'm still just a rookie." "Smart move," Randolph said, nodding vigorously. "Very smart, you know. Under normal circumstances, we'd have a full forensic team from the state attorney general's office swarming that place, really pin Barber to the wall. But nothing about this is normal. Still, I'd say we have more than enough. He was a fool to leave those tags behind. I used my cell and called my dad. With all the radio traffic. I figured you'd be swamped down here at the station." "Slammed is more like it," Randolph said, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Son, you have no idea. You did exactly the right thing calling your father. He's practically an honorary member of the force." Dad grabbed a couple of officers, Fred Denton and Jackie Weddington, and they headed right over to the McCain place. Linda Everett showed up while Freddie was still taking pictures of the scene. Stuart Bowie and his brother arrived with the funeral vehicle. My father believed that was the wisest choice, considering how chaotic the hospital was during the riot. Randolph gave a slow nod. "Perfect. Tend to the living. Secure the deceased. Who located the dog tags?" "Jackie did. She used a pencil to pry Angie's hand open, and they dropped straight onto the floor. Freddie documented it all with photographs." "That'll be valuable if this goes to trial," Randolph remarked. "And we'll have to manage that ourselves if this dome situation doesn't resolve, but we can." Scripture tells us faith can move mountains. What time did you come upon them, son? About noon, after I spent a few private moments with my girlfriends. And you contacted your father immediately? Not right then, Junior replied, meeting Randolph's gaze directly. First I had to step outside and be sick, the violence done to them. I'd never witnessed anything like it. He released a weary sigh, carefully infusing a slight quiver into his breath. The recorder might not catch that tremor, but Randolph would. After I finished, that's when I called my dad. All right, I believe that covers everything. No further queries about the sequence of events or his so-called patrol, not even a suggestion to file a written report, a relief as writing lately sparked pounding headaches. Randolph reached forward and clicked off the recorder. Thank you, Junior. Why don't you head home for the day? Get some rest. You look exhausted. I'd prefer to be present when you question him, sir, Barbara. No need to worry about missing it today. We're letting him simmer for a full 24 hours. Your father's suggestion and a sound one. We'll conduct the interrogation tomorrow afternoon or evening, and you'll be there. You have my word. We'll be quite thorough. Yes, sir. Good. None of that Miranda caution business. No, sir. And thanks to the dome, no handing him off to the county sheriff either, Randolph said, studying Junior closely. Son, this is going to be a genuine case of what happens here. Stays here. Junior wasn't sure how to respond, having no clue what the fool behind the desk meant. Randolph held his penetrating look a moment longer, as if confirming mutual understanding, then clapped his hands once and stood. Go home, Junior. You must be rattled. Yes, sir, I am, and I think I will rest, I had a whole pack of cigarettes in my pocket when Reverend Coggins baptized me, Randolph said, his tone drifting into nostalgic warmth. He slung an arm around Junior's shoulders as they moved toward the door. Junior kept his face politely attentive, but inwardly recoiled. The weight of that arm felt like a soggy, dead thing draped around his neck. Ruined, of course, never bought another, saved from that devil's weed by the Son of God. Now, isn't that grace? Amazing, Junior forced out. Brenda and Angie will understandably get most of the focus, prominent town figure and a young girl with her whole future, but Reverend Coggins had his followers too. A big, devoted congregation. From the corner of his eye, Junior could see Randolph's thick-fingered hand resting on his shoulder. A bizarre, sudden image flashed in his mind, whipping his head around and biting down, hard, maybe severing a finger and spitting it onto the floor. Don't forget, Dodie, he heard himself say, without knowing why. It worked. Randolph's hand fell away, his face clouding with stunned realization. He had forgotten Dodie entirely. Oh, Lord, Randolph breathed. Dodie? Has anyone called Andy to tell him? I don't know, sir. Surely your father would have. He's been incredibly busy. That much was true. Big Jim was at home in his study, meticulously crafting his speech for the town meeting on Thursday night, the one he'd deliver right before the residents voted to grant the selectmen emergency authority for the duration of the crisis. I should probably give him a call, Randolph said. But maybe I ought to pray about it first. Care to get knee-bound with me, son? Junior would have preferred dousing his pants in lighter fluid and setting his own crotch ablaze, but he kept that to himself. You'll hear God clearer if you speak to him alone. That's what my father always says. All right, son, that's wise counsel. Before Randolph could add another word, Junior slipped out of the office, then out of the police station entirely. He walked home, lost in his own head, grieving the girlfriends he'd lost and wondering if he could find another, maybe even a few, under the dome who knew what the new rules were. All bets were off. Pete Randolph did attempt to pray, but his mind was too cluttered. Besides, the Lord helps those who help themselves. He wasn't sure that line was actually in the Bible, but it felt true enough. He dialed Andy Sanders' cell from the list pinned to the bulletin board. He was hoping for voicemail, but Andy answered on the first ring. Wasn't that just typical? Andy, it's Chief Randolph. I've got some hard news for you, my friend. You might want to take a seat. The conversation was brutal, absolutely hellacious. When it finally ended, Randolph sat drumming his fingers on the desk. He thought not for the first time that if Duke Perkins were the one in this chair, he wouldn't be entirely broken up about it. Maybe not at all. This job had turned out to be far harder and dirtier than he'd ever pictured. The private office wasn't worth the headache. Even the Green Chief's car wasn't. Every time he slid behind the wheel and his backside settled into the dent, Duke's heavier frame had left. The same thought echoed. You're in over your head. Sanders was on his way down. He wanted to face Barbara. Randolph had tried to talk him out of it, but halfway through suggesting Andy's time would be better spent on his knees, praying for the souls of his wife and daughter, and for the strength to carry his own cross. Andy had hung up on him. Randolph sighed and dialed another number. After 2 rings, Big Jim's irritable voice barked in his ear. What is it? It's me, Jim. I know you're busy and I hate to bother you, but could you come down here? I need a hand." The 3 kids stood in the flat, strange afternoon light, under a sky that had taken on a sickly yellow tint, and stared at the dead bear slumped against the telephone pole. The pole itself tilted at an odd angle. About 4 feet up, the creosote-soaked wood was splintered and streaked with blood and other things. White fragments that Joe figured were pieces of bone and a grayish, mushy substance that had to be brine. He spun around, fighting the surge in his throat. He almost had it under control, too, but then Benny let out a big, wet, yerping sound and threw up, and Norrie immediately followed. Joe gave up and joined them. When they'd recovered, Joe shrugged off his backpack, pulled out the bottles of Snapple, and passed them around. He took the first mouthful to rinse and spat it out. Norrie and Benny did the same. Then they drank. The sweet tea was warm, but it felt like heaven on Joe's scorched throat. Norrie took a couple of careful steps toward the black fly-swarmed heap at the base of the pole. "Just like the deer," she said. "Poor thing didn't have a riverbank to jump off, so it smashed its skull against a phone pole instead." "Maybe it had rabies," Benny said, his voice thin and shaky. "Maybe the deer did, too." Joe supposed that was technically possible, but he didn't buy it. "I've been thinking about this whole suicide idea." He hated the tremor in his own voice, but couldn't steady it. "Whales and dolphins do it? They beach themselves? I've seen documentaries, and my dad says octopuses do it too." "Pie," Norrie corrected octopi. "Whatever. My dad told me when their environment gets poisoned, they start eating their own tentacles. Dude, are you trying to make me puke again?" Benny asked. He sounded whiny and utterly worn out. "Is that what's happening here?" Norrie questioned, her gaze drifting toward the unnatural haze above. "Is the air poisoned?" Joe's eyes lifted to the sickly yellow sky before he gestured toward the southwest. There, a vast suspended smear of soot, a lingering scar from the missile strike, stained the atmosphere. The dark smudge appeared to stretch hundreds of feet high and at least a mile wide, perhaps more. "Yes," she finally answered. "But that's separate, right?" Joe merely shrugged. "If we're going to start getting the sudden urge to off ourselves, maybe we should turn back," Benny interjected. "I've got plans. I still haven't conquered the final boss in Warhammer." "Check the bear with the Geiger counter," Norrie instructed. Joe extended the sensor toward the carcass. The needle held steady, neither climbing nor falling. Norrie pointed east, where the road finally broke free from the dense grove of black oaks that named the ridge. Once they cleared the trees, Joe knew they'd have a clear view of the apple orchard crowning the hill. "Let's just push on to the edge of the woods," she proposed. "We'll take another reading there. If the radiation's still climbing, we head straight back to town and tell Dr. Everett or Barbara or both. Let them deal with it." Benny shifted his weight, skepticism plain on his face. "I'm not sure about this. We turn back the second anything feels off," Joe assured him. "If there's a chance this helps, we have to try," Norrie insisted, a strained smile touching her lips. "I need to get out of the mill before I lose my mind completely." She meant it as a joke, but the delivery fell flat, and Joe heard the genuine desperation beneath it. People always joked about how tiny the mill was, probably why that old James McMurtry song resonated, and by every objective measure it was. He could count the diversity on one hand, Pamela Chen, who volunteered at the library, and not a single black family since the Levertys moved to Auburn. No fast food chains, the cinema was boarded up, and the closest thing to a coffee shop was the diner. Yet it had always felt sprawling to him, full of secret woods and forgotten streams to explore. It was incredible how those mental borders had shrunk overnight, now that a simple drive to Lewiston for Yoder's famous fried clams was impossible. The town supplies were finite, and that truth was starting to feel like walls closing in. "You're right," he said, conviction firming his voice. "This is important. It's worth the risk. At least, I believe it is. You're welcome to wait here, Benny." "No shame in it. No way," Benny said, squaring his shoulders. "If I let you two go on without me, you'd never let me hear the end of it. You're already at the end of it." Joe and Norrie shouted together, then caught each other's eye and burst into laughter. "You go right ahead and cry." The voice seemed to reach him from the far end of a long tunnel. Barbie fought toward the sound, but his eyes felt welded shut, burning and gritty. "You've got plenty to cry about." The man shouting these words sounded on the verge of tears himself. There was a terrible familiarity to the voice. Barbie strained to see, but his eyelids were swollen weights, throbbing in time with his heartbeat. His sinuses were packed solid. His ears crackled when he swallowed. Why did you kill her? Why did you kill my little girl? Some bastard massed me, Denton? No, Randolph. Using the heels of his hands, Barbie forced his eyelids up, pressing against his brow. The blurry world resolved into Andy Sanders standing outside the cell bars, tears carving tracks through the grime on his cheeks. And what did Sanders see? A man in a cage, and a man in a cage always looked guilty. She was everything I had. Sanders screamed, standing awkwardly behind him. Peter Randolph looked profoundly embarrassed, shifting his feet like a schoolboy who needed a hall pass. Even through the pain in his eyes and the pressure in his skull, Barbie wasn't surprised Randolph had let Sanders down here. It wasn't due to Sanders's position as first selectman. It was because Peter Randolph possessed a backbone of overcooked spaghetti. Now, Andy, Randolph said, placating. That's enough. You wanted to see him, and I allowed it, against my better judgment. He's locked up tight, and he'll face the consequences for his actions. Now come on upstairs, and I'll get you something to drink. Andy seized the front of Randolph's uniform. Though Andy stood a few inches shorter, Randolph looked terrified, and Barbie understood why. The world seemed tinted a deep, painful red to Barbie, yet Andy Sanders's rage cut through it with perfect clarity. Hand me your weapon. A trial is too lenient. He could walk free, Jim says. He has powerful connections. I want justice. I'm owed that much, so give me your gun. Barbie doubted Randolph's eagerness to please would extend to surrendering his firearm so Andy could execute him in this cramped cell like a trapped animal, but he couldn't be certain. There might be a darker motive beyond simple cowardice for Randolph bringing Sanders down here alone. He forced himself to stand. Mr. Sanders, some of the chemical spray had reached his mouth. His tongue and throat felt thick, his voice a strained, unconvincing rasp. I didn't harm your daughter, sir. I haven't hurt anyone. If you consider this calmly, you'll realize your friend Rennie requires a fall guy, and I'm the easiest target he could find. But Andy was in no state for calm consideration. His hands dropped to Randolph's holster, fingers scrabbling for the pistol. Alarmed, Randolph fought to keep it secured. Just then, a heavy-set figure descended the stairs, moving with an unexpected grace. Andy, Big Jim's voice boomed. Andy, my friend, come here. He spread his arms. Andy released his grip on the gun and rushed into them like a sobbing child, seeking comfort. Big Jim enveloped him. I need a gun, Andy babbled, lifting his tear-streaked, mucus-smeared face. Get me one, Jim, right now. I have to shoot him for what he's done. It's a father's right. He murdered my little girl. Perhaps it wasn't only her, Big Jim said, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. Maybe not just Angie or Lester or poor Brenda. The words stopped Andy's torrent. He stared up dumbfounded into Big Jim's stony face. Maybe your wife as well. Duke Perkins, Myra Evans, all the others. What? Someone is responsible for this dome, pal. Wouldn't you agree? Andy could manage no more, but Big Jim nodded with a fatherly assurance. It seems logical that the people behind it needed an inside man. Someone to keep things stirred up, and who's better at stirring a pot than a short-order cook? He draped an arm around Andy's shoulders and guided him back toward Chief Randolph. Big Jim glanced back at Barbie's swollen, reddened face as if examining a particularly unpleasant insect. We'll uncover the proof, I have no doubt. He's already shown he isn't clever enough to cover his tracks. Barbie focused on Randolph. This is a frame job, he said, his voice a nasal croak. It might have started as a way for Rennie to save his own skin, but now it's a blatant power grab. You might not be disposable yet, Chief, but when your time comes, you'll be discarded, too. Quiet, Randolph snapped. Rennie was gently stroking Andy's hair. The gesture reminded Barbie of his mother petting their old, ailing cocker spaniel in its final days. He'll pay, Andy. You have my solemn word, but first we're going to extract every detail, the how, the when, the why, and who else was involved. He didn't act alone. You can bet your life on that. He has accomplices. He'll face justice, but first we'll squeeze him dry for information. What justice? Andy asked, gazing up at Big Jim with something like rapture. What will happen to him? Well, if he knows how to remove the dome, and I wouldn't rule it out, I suppose we'd have to settle for seeing him spend his life in Shawshank. No chance of parole. That's not enough, Andy whispered. Rennie's hand continued its slow, rhythmic stroking. And if the dome doesn't come down? Big Jim smiled, a cold, calculated expression. In that event, we'd have to hold our own trial, and when we find him guilty, we'd carry out the sentence ourselves. Does that sound more fitting? Much better, Andy whispered, a grim satisfaction finally settling over his grief-ravaged features. Me too, buddy. The gentle motion continued. Me too. They emerged from the tree line side by side and halted, their gazes lifting toward the orchard. There's something up there, Benny exclaimed. I can see it. His voice was charged with excitement, yet to Joe it seemed oddly distant, as if coming through a long tunnel. I see it too, Norrie said. It looks like the phrase radio beacon formed in her mind, but it never reached her lips. All that escaped was a stuttering "rrrr" sound like a child mimicking an engine. Then she simply slid from her bicycle and collapsed onto the pavement, her limbs beginning to twitch and jerk. Norrie? Joe looked down at her, more confused than frightened, before his eyes snapped up to meet Benny's. Their shared glance lasted only a second before Benny also crumpled, his bike clattering down beside him. He began to convulse, one foot kicking his High Plains bicycle aside. The Geiger counters skittered into the roadside ditch, landing face down. Joe stumbled toward it, his arm feeling unnaturally long and pliable as he reached out. He flipped the yellow device over. The needle had spiked to +200, hovering just below the marked red zone. He registered this fact, and then the world dissolved into a vortex of darkness pierced by flickering orange light. In his mind's eye, the flame seemed to erupt from a mountainous pile of pumpkins, a roaring bonfire of jack-o'-lanterns. Faint, desperate voices echoed from somewhere in the void. Then the blackness consumed him entirely. When Julia returned to the Democrat office from the supermarket, she found Tony Guay, once the sports reporter, now the entirety of the news desk, tapping away at his laptop. She thrust her camera toward him. Stop what you're doing and print these now. She dropped into her chair, ready to wrestle the story onto the page. The lead had been writing itself in her head all the way up Main Street. Ernie Calvert, the former Food City manager, pleaded for people to use the back entrance. He said he'd unlock the doors for them, but by then it was far too late. The riot had already begun. It was a solid opening. The trouble was, her fingers wouldn't cooperate. They stumbled across the keyboard, hitting all the wrong letters. You need to go upstairs and lie down, Tony said, not looking up from the camera. No, this has to be written. You're not writing anything in this state. You're shaking like you're in a freezer. It's shock. Go rest for an hour. I'll handle the photos and send them to your desktop. I'll even transcribe your notes. Just go. She hated his logic, but she couldn't argue with it. She intended to rest for just 60 minutes, but it turned into much more. She hadn't had a proper night's sleep since Friday, which felt like a lifetime ago now. The moment her head touched the pillow in her apartment above the office, she was gone, sinking into a profound and dreamless sleep. She awoke with a jolt of panic. The slanted, elongated shadows in her bedroom told her it was late afternoon. Horace! Her corgi would surely have had an accident by now and would be wearing that profoundly guilty look he got, as if the fault were his and not hers for being gone so long. She shoved her feet into her sneakers and hurried to the kitchen, expecting to find him waiting miserably by the door. Instead, she found him curled peacefully on his blanket bed between the stove and the refrigerator, fast asleep. On the kitchen table, propped against the salt and pepper shakers, was a note 3 p.m. Julia, Pete Freeman and I teamed up on the supermarket piece. It's serviceable, but it'll be good once you work your magic on it. The photos aren't bad either. Rami Burpee stopped by. He says the paper supply is still fine, so we're okay there. He also insists you need to write an editorial about what went down. Completely unnecessary were his exact words, and totally incompetent. Unless they wanted it to happen. I wouldn't put it past that guy, and I'm not talking about Randolph. Pete and I agree an editorial is needed, but we have to tread carefully until we have all the facts. We also agreed you needed some serious sleep before you could write it the way it deserves to be written. You had full luggage under those eyes, boss. I'm heading home to see my wife and kids. Pete went over to the police department, says something big is going on and he wants the scoop. Tony G. P.S. I walked Horace. He took care of all his business. Julia, determined to keep herself in Horace's thoughts, roused him just enough to wolf down half a begging strip before heading downstairs. She needed to draft the news piece and the editorial Tony and Pete had proposed. She had barely settled in when her phone buzzed. Shumway, Democrat. Julia. It was Pete Freeman, his voice tight. You need to get down here now. Marty Arsenault's on the desk, and he won't let me pass. Told me to wait outside for crying out loud. He's a summer traffic director, a part-timer, but right now he's acting like he's the sheriff of the whole damn town. Pete, I'm buried here. So, unless this is Brenda Perkins is dead, Angie McCain, Dodie Sanders, he listed the names hitting like stones. What? She shot to her feet, her chair clattering backward. And Lester Coggins, they were murdered. And get this, Dale Barber's been arrested for it. He's locked up downstairs. I'm on my way. Ah, hell, Pete muttered. Here comes Andy Sanders, and he's a wreck. Should I try to get a word from him, or... Not if the man just lost his daughter days after his wife. We're not that kind of paper. I'll be right there. She ended the call without another word. At first, a strange calm held her. She even remembered to lock the office door. But the moment she hit the sidewalk, swallowed by the stifling heat under that strange yellowish sky, the calm shattered and she broke into a sprint. Meanwhile, out on Black Ridge Road, Joe, Norrie, and Benny lay convulsing under a sun that felt all wrong. Its light was weak, but the heat it cast was oppressive and heavy. A crow, wisely cautious, perched on a telephone wire, watching them with a sharp, knowing eye. It let out a single rasping cry before launching itself into the awed, thick air. Halloween, Joe mumbled through clenched teeth. Make the screaming stop, Benny moaned, his face contorted. The sun's gone, Norrie wept, her hands clawing at nothing. Oh, God, the sun is gone at the crest of Black Ridge in the old apple orchard overlooking Chester's Mill. A vivid purple light pulsed. Every 15 seconds it flashed again, a silent, eerie beacon. Julia rushed up the police station steps, her face still soft from sleep, her hair sticking up in the back. When Pete moved to join her, she shook her head. Better wait here. I might call you in if I get the interview. Love the optimism, but don't count on it, Pete said. Right after Andy showed up, guess who else arrived? He nodded toward a Hummer parked illegally by a fire hydrant. Linda Everett and Jackie Weddington stood beside it, deep in a tense conversation, both women looking thoroughly shaken. Inside, the first thing Julia noticed was the heat. The air conditioning was off, probably to conserve power. The next was the crowd of young men milling about, including a couple of the unmistakable Killian brothers, with their sharp noses and close-cropped heads. They all seemed to be filling out paperwork. "What do you put if you never had a job before?" one asked another. From downstairs, Andy Sanders's tearful shouts echoed. Julia made for the Ready Room, a place she'd visited countless times over the years, even chipping in for the coffee and donuts fund. She'd never been stopped before, but this time Marty Arsenault stepped in. "You can't go back there, Miss Shumway? Orders?" His tone was apologetic, placating, a far cry from how he'd likely spoken to Pete Freeman. Just then Big Jim Rennie and Andy Sanders emerged from the stairwell leading to the holding cells, what the officers called the chicken coop. Andy was sobbing openly. Big Jim had an arm around his shoulders, murmuring low, comforting words. Peter Randolph followed them, his uniform crisp and perfect, but his face was the pale, stunned mask of a man who'd narrowly escaped an explosion. "Jim Pete," Julia called out. "I need to speak with you for the Democrat?" Big Jim turned just long enough to shoot her a look that said some wishes were as futile as hoping for ice water in hell. Then he continued guiding Andy toward the chief's office. His conversation shifting to the solace of prayer, Julia attempted to rush past the front desk. Marty, still wearing a regretful expression, seized her arm. She reminded him, "When you needed me to keep that incident with your wife quiet last year, Marty, I did. You would have been fired otherwise. If you have any decency left, you'll let me go now." Marty released her, mumbling, "I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Don't forget that." Julia hurried across the Ready Room. "Hold on just a second," she demanded of Big Jim. "You and Chief Randolph are elected officials. You will speak with me." Big Jim's gaze turned sharp and dismissive. "No, we won't. You don't belong back here." "But he does," she countered, gesturing toward Andy Sanders. "If the rumors about Dodie are true, he's the last person who should be down there." "That monster murdered my baby girl," Andy wailed. Big Jim pointed a finger at Julia. "You'll get the story when we decide to release it, not a moment sooner. I demand to see Barbara." "He's in custody for 4 homicides. Are you out of your mind?" "If the father of an alleged victim gets to see him, why can't I?" "Because you're neither," Big Jim stated, his lip curling. "Does he have legal representation?" "I'm finished talking to you. He doesn't need a lawyer, he needs a noose. He killed my angel. Come on, friend," Big Jim said, steering Andy. "Let's seek guidance in prayer." "What evidence do you actually have?" Julia pressed. "Has he confessed? What's his alibi? How does it line up with the time of death? Do you even know when they died? If the bodies were just found, how could you? Were they shot, stabbed? Pete, remove this nuisance," Big Jim said, not turning. "If she refuses, physically escort her out and inform the desk officer he's terminated." Marty Arsenault grimaced, rubbing his eyes. Big Jim guided Andy into the chief's office and shut the door. "Has he been formally charged?" Julia asked Randolph. "You can't charge him without a lawyer present. That's not lawful." Pete Randolph, looking more dazed than threatening, replied with words that sent a chill through her. "Until the dome is gone, Julia. I suppose lawful is whatever we say it is. At least tell me when they were killed." "Well, it appears the two girls were initially—" The office door swung open. She was certain Big Jim had been eavesdropping. Andy was slumped at the desk, face in his hands. "Remove her now," Big Jim barked. "I won't ask again. You can't hold him in isolation, and you can't withhold information from the town." Julia shouted. "You're mistaken on both accounts," Big Jim said. "Ever hear the phrase, 'If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem'? You're not helping. You're a meddlesome busybody. You always have been. Leave now, or you'll be arrested. Consider that your only warning. Go ahead, arrest me, lock me in a cell downstairs." She thrust her wrists forward as if for cuffs. For a fleeting second she believed Jim Rennie might strike her. The urge was plain on his face. Instead he addressed Pete Randolph. "For the final time, get this meddler out of here. If she resists, throw her out." He slammed the door. Avoiding her eyes, his cheeks flushed deep red, Randolph took her arm. This time Julia complied. Passing the duty desk, Marty Arsenault lamented, more in despair than rage. "Look what happened. I lost my job to one of these clueless thugs." "You won't lose it, Marty," Randolph said. "I can smooth things over." A moment later she stood outside, squinting in the sunlight. "So," Pete Freeman said, "how'd that go?" Benny was the first to regain his senses. The heat was oppressive, his shirt plastered to his unimpressive torso, but otherwise he felt fine. He moved to Norrie and gave her a gentle shake. Her eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding her gaze, strands of hair matted against her damp skin. "What's going on?" she mumbled. "I must have dozed off. There was a nightmare, something awful, but it's all gone now. Just the feeling remains." Nearby, Joe McClatchy pushed himself up onto his knees. Joe," Benny asked, using a nickname he hadn't uttered since they were kids. "You all right?" "Yeah. Just pumpkins, they were on fire." "What?" "Pumpkins." Joe shook his head, the image already fading. All he really wanted was some shade and the last of his Snapple. Then he remembered the Geiger counter. He retrieved it from the ditch, relieved to find it still functioning. They really knew how to build things to last back in the day. He showed Benny the reading, which held steady at plus 200, and turned to Norrie. But she was staring up the slope of Black Ridge toward the orchard. "What is that?" she said, pointing. At first Joe saw nothing. Then a brilliant, almost painful purple light flashed. It pulsed again a moment later. He glanced at his watch to time the intervals, but the hands were frozen at 4:02. "I think we just found what we came for," he said, standing. His legs felt surprisingly steady. Aside from the suffocating heat, he was okay. "Now, let's get out of here before that thing fries our chances of ever having kids. Or worse." "Seriously, man?" Benny said with a shrug. "Who needs kids? They might end up like me." Still, he swung onto his bike. They didn't stop to rest or drink until they had crossed the bridge and were back on Route 119, putting distance between themselves and the ridge. Over by Big Jim's H3, the two female officers were still talking, Jackie now fumbling with a cigarette. But they fell silent as Julia Shumway marched past them. "Julia?" Linda called out uncertainly. "What did?" Julia didn't break stride. The last thing she wanted in her current state was to converse with any more representatives of Chester's Mill's newly fashioned version of law and order. She was nearly to the Democrat's office before she realized anger wasn't her primary emotion. It wasn't even the biggest part of it. She paused under the awning of Mill new used books, its window bearing a handwritten, "Clode you until further" notice sign, partly to let her heart slow down, mostly to take stock. The truth came quickly. "Mostly I'm just scared," she whispered, then startled at the sound of her own voice. She hadn't meant to speak aloud. Pete Freeman caught up to her. "Are you okay?" "Fine," she said, the lie coming out with more strength than she felt. She reached up to smooth the tangled hair at the back of her head. It flattened briefly, then sprang back up. Bedhead, she thought. Perfect. The crowning touch to this disaster. "I really thought Rennie was going to have the new chief throw you in a cell," Pete said, his eyes wide, making him look younger than his years. "I was kind of hoping he would," Julia replied, framing an imaginary headline with her hands. "Democrat reporter lands exclusive behind bars interview with accused killer." "Julia, what is happening here? I mean, besides the dome, did you see all those men filling out paperwork?" It was unsettling. I saw it, Julia said, and I'm going to write about it. I'm going to write about all of it. And at the town meeting on Thursday, I doubt I'll be the only one with pointed questions for James Rennie. She placed a hand on Pete's arm. I'm going to dig into these murders, then I'll write what I find. Plus an editorial with as much punch as I can muster without outright inciting a mob. She let out a dry, humorless laugh. When it comes to rousing a mob, Jim Rennie has the definite home field advantage. I don't really follow what you're... It's all right. Just get to work. I need a minute to pull myself together. Maybe I can decide who to speak with first. Time is running out if we want to get the paper printed tonight. Photocopier, he replied. What? We're going to the photocopier tonight. She offered him an unsteady smile and urged him along. At the newspaper office door, he glanced back. She waved to signal she was fine, then turned to peer through the grimy bookstore window. The downtown cinema had been closed for 5 years, and the drive-in on the outskirts was just a memory. Rennie's used car lot now occupied the space where its massive screen once overlooked, Route 119. Yet somehow Ray Towell kept this dusty little shop stumbling along. Part of the window displayed self-help guides. The rest was piled with paperbacks showing mist-shrouded estates, damsels in trouble, and shirtless heroes on foot or horseback. A few of these heroes brandished swords while wearing little more than their underwear. A sign on that side proclaimed, "Get the hots for dark plots, indeed." As if the dome weren't unsettling enough, now there was the selectman from hell. What truly frightened her, she realized, was how rapidly everything was unfolding. Rennie had grown accustomed to being the toughest rooster in the yard, and she would have anticipated him tightening his grip on the town eventually, perhaps after a week or a month of isolation. But this was barely 3 days in. What if Cox and his team broke through the dome tonight? What if it simply vanished? Big Jim would quickly shrink back to his former self, though not without some embarrassment. What embarrassment? She muttered, still staring at the dark plots display. He'd just claim he did his best under extraordinary circumstances, and people would believe him. That was likely accurate. Yet it didn't explain why he hadn't waited to make his move. Something must have gone wrong, forcing his hand, and I don't believe he's entirely sane, she told the stacked paperbacks. I doubt he ever was. Even if that were true, how did you explain townspeople with well-stocked pantries rioting at the local grocery? It made no sense, unless he provoked it. That sounded ridiculous, the special of the day at the Paranoid Cafe. Or did it? She considered asking some of those who were at Food City what they witnessed. But weren't the murders more urgent? She was, after all, the only real reporter she had, and Julia, Miss Shumway? Lost in thought, Julia nearly jumped out of her loafers. She spun around and might have stumbled if Jackie Weddington hadn't caught her arm. Linda Everett stood beside her, and it was Linda who had spoken. Both women looked frightened. Can we talk to you? Jackie asked. Of course. Listening is what I do. The catch is that I write down what I hear. You both understand that, right? But you can't use our names, Linda insisted. If you won't agree to that, forget it. As far as I'm concerned, Julia said with a smile, you two are simply a source close to the investigation. Does that work? Only if you promise to answer our questions too, Jackie said. Will you, all right? You were at the supermarket, weren't you? Linda asked. How interesting. Yes, so were both of you. Let's talk, compare notes. Not here, Linda said, not on the street. It's too open, and not at the newspaper office either. Take it easy, Lynn, Jackie said, resting a hand on her shoulder. You take it easy, Linda shot back. You're not the one with a husband who thinks you just helped frame an innocent man. I don't have a husband, Jackie replied, quite reasonably, Julia thought, and perhaps lucky for her, husbands so often complicated matters. But I do know a place we can go. It's private, and it's always unlocked. She paused, reconsidering. At least it used to be. Julia had been deciding who to approach first, but she had no plans to let these two get away. All right, she suggested. Let's walk on different sides of the road until we're clear of the police station, okay? Linda managed a faint smile at that. Sounds like a plan, she replied. Piper Libby eased herself down before the altar of the First Congo Church, grimacing despite having placed a cushion for her sore, swollen knees. She steadied herself with her right hand, keeping her recently dislocated left arm tucked close. It felt stable, less painful than her knees, actually, but she wasn't about to push it. She remembered all too well how easily it could pop out again. A lesson drilled into her after that high school soccer injury. Clasping her hands, she closed her eyes. Her tongue found the gap where a tooth had been just yesterday, but that emptiness was nothing compared to the larger void in her life. "Hello again, not there," she whispered. "It's me, back for another dose of whatever love and mercy you've got." A tear escaped from beneath her puffy eyelid, tracing a path down her bruised and colorful cheek. "Is my dog anywhere nearby? I only ask because I miss him terribly. If he is, maybe give him something like a heavenly chew toy. He's earned it." More tears came slow and burning. "Then again, he's probably not here. Most big religions say dogs don't make it to heaven, though a few fringe groups. And I think Reader's Digest once argued otherwise might disagree. Of course, if heaven didn't exist, the whole debate was pointless. Lately, the idea of a universe without any afterlife felt like where her remaining faith was settling. Maybe nothingness awaited. Maybe something worse. A vast, featureless plain under a blank white sky. Where time stood still, there was nowhere to go, and you were utterly alone. Just one big knot there. In other words, a final stop for crooked cops, lady preachers, kids who died by accident, and loyal German shepherds who gave their lives protecting their owners. No higher power to separate the good from the bad. Praying to such a notion felt a bit dramatic, maybe even sacrilegious, but sometimes it brought a strange comfort. "But heaven isn't the point right now," she continued. "The point is figuring out how much of what happened to Clover was my fault. I know I have to take some responsibility. My temper got away from me. Again, my religious upbringing hints you wired me with that short fuse to begin with, and it's my job to manage it, but I resent that idea. I don't outright reject it, but I hate it. It reminds me of taking your car to the shop and having the mechanics always find a way to blame you. You drove it too hard. You didn't drive it enough. You left the parking brake on. You left the windows open and let the rain ruin the electronics. And you know what's even more frustrating? If you're really not there, I can't offload even a sliver of the blame onto you. What does that leave me with? Just lousy genetics?" She let out a weary sigh. "Sorry for the language. Why don't you just act like it wasn't there? That's what my mother used to do. Meanwhile, I've got another question. What do I do now? This town is in deep trouble, and I want to help, but I can't figure out how. I feel useless, weak, and completely lost, I guess. If I were one of those Old Testament hermits, I'd say I need a sign. At this point, I'd take even a yield or a school zone sign." Just as she finished speaking, the outer door swung open and then slammed shut. Piper glanced over her shoulder, half expecting an angel in a shining white robe. "If he wants a wrestling match, he'll have to fix this arm first," she thought wryly. It wasn't an angel. It was Rami Burpee. Half of his shirt was untucked, hanging down almost to his knee, and he looked about as defeated as she felt. He started down the center aisle, then halted, as startled to see Piper as she was to see him. "Oh, gee," he said, his Lewiston accent twisting the words into, "Oh, she, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there. I'll come back later." "No," she said, pushing herself up with just her right arm. "I was just finishing. I'm actually a Catholic," he explained, and Piper thought, no kidding. But there's no Catholic church in the mill, which you'd know, being a minister, and you know what they say about any port in a storm. I wanted to come in and say a prayer for Brenda. I always liked that woman." He rubbed a hand over his cheek, the rasp of his palm against stubble echoing in the quiet church. His Elvis-style hair was drooping around his ears. "Loved her, really? I never said it, but I think she knew." Piper stared at him, a cold dread settling in her stomach. She hadn't left the parsonage all day, and while several parishioners had called about the trouble at Food City, she'd heard nothing about Brenda Perkins. "Brenda? What happened to her?" "Murdered, others too. They're saying that guy Barbie did it. He's been arrested." Piper clapped a hand over her mouth, swaying on her feet. Rami hurried forward and put a steadying arm around her waist. They stood that way before the altar, almost like a couple about to be married, when the vestibule door opened again and Jackie led Linda and Julia inside. "Maybe this isn't such a good place after all," Jackie said. The church acted like a soundbox, and though she didn't speak loudly, Piper and Romeo Burpee heard her clearly. "Don't leave," Piper said. "Not if it's about what happened. I can't believe Mr. Barber I would have said he was incapable. He put my arm back in after it was dislocated. He was very gentle about it." She paused, considering. As gentle as anyone could be, given the circumstances. "Come down front. Please come down front. People can fix a dislocated arm and still be capable of murder," Linda said, but she was biting her lip and twisting her wedding ring. Jackie put a hand on her wrist. "We were going to keep this quiet, Lynn. Remember?" "Too late for that," Linda replied. "They've seen us with Julia. If she writes a story and those two say they saw us with her, we'll get blamed." Piper didn't grasp all the details, but she understood the gist. She raised her right arm in a sweeping gesture. "You're in my church, Mrs. Everett? And what's said here stays here. Do you promise?" Linda asked. "Yes. So why don't we talk about it?" "I was just praying for a sign, and here you all are." "I don't believe in stuff like that," Jackie said. "Neither do I, actually," Piper admitted, and gave a short laugh. "I don't like it," Jackie said, turning to Julia. "No matter what she says, this is too many people. Losing my job like Marty is one thing. I could deal with that. The pay stinks anyway. But getting Jim Rennie mad at me," she shook her head. "Not a smart move." "It isn't too many," Piper insisted. "It's just the right number. Mr. Burpee, can you keep a secret?" Rami Burpee, who had brokered more than a few shady deals in his time, nodded and put a finger to his lips. "Mum's the word," he said, his accent turning word into wood. "Let's go to the parsonage," Piper suggested. Seeing Jackie's lingering doubt, Piper carefully extended her left hand. "Come, let us reason together, maybe over a little splash of whiskey." That finally convinced Jackie. The three men crammed into the cab of the rumbling public works truck, stared at the cryptic message with a shared sense of bewilderment. The massive storage shed behind the WCIK radio station was now covered in a sprawling black-on-red message. Roger Killian, the chicken farmer, with his crew of close-cropped sons, stared at the giant letters before turning to Stuart Bowie behind the truck's wheel. "What's that supposed to mean, Stewie?" Fern Bowie was the one who answered, pulling a pair of greasy gloves from the glove box and uncovering a .38 revolver. "It means that lunatic Phil Bushy has completely lost his marbles. That's what it means." He checked the cylinder with a practiced snap of his wrist before shoving the pistol into his belt. Stuart shook his head. "You know, Fernie, that's a fantastic way to accidentally shoot your own family jewels clean off." "Don't you worry about me," Fern retorted, jerking a thumb back toward the studio. The faint, tinny sound of a gospel hymn drifted from the building. "Worry about him. He's been sampling his own product for the better part of a year now. The man's as stable as a lit stick of dynamite." "Phil wants folks to call him the chef these days," Roger added. They'd already pulled up to the front, and Stuart had leaned on the big horn of the public works truck, several long blasts. No one had come out. Phil could be hiding inside or wandering the woods out back. Stuart privately considered a third, less pleasant option, that he was holed up in the makeshift lab, paranoid and unpredictable. Dangerous, sure, but that didn't make the gun any smarter. He reached over, plucked the revolver from his brother's belt, and slid it under the driver's seat. "Hey," Fern protested. "You're not firing a weapon in there," Stuart stated flatly. "You're liable to send us all into orbit." He looked at Roger. "When was the last time you laid eyes on that scrawny son of a gun?" Roger thought it over, his brow furrowed. "Got to be a month at least. Since that last big shipment left town when the big Chinook helicopter came in." He mangled the pronunciation, calling it a Chinook. Stuart considered this not good. If Bushy was just wandering in the woods, fine. If he was cowering inside scared they were feds, that was probably okay too, unless he decided to come out blazing. But if he was in that storage building, that could be a real problem. Stuart turned to his brother. "There's some decent-sized chunks of lumber in the truck bed. Grab one. If Phil shows up and starts acting up, you bonk him a good one." "What if he's got a gun?" Roger asked, quite logically. "He won't," Stuart said, with more confidence than he felt. "He had his orders: deliver 2 tanks of propane to the hospital immediately. And we're moving the rest of that product out of there as soon as possible." Big Jim had said, "We're officially out of the meth business." That part was actually a relief. Once this dome nonsense was over, Stuart planned to get out of the funeral business, too. Maybe head somewhere warm like Jamaica. He never wanted to see another dead body. But he sure didn't want to be the one to tell Chef Bushy the operation was shutting down. He'd made that clear to Big Jim. "Let me worry about the chef," had been the reply. Stuart drove the big orange truck around to the back of the building and reversed it toward the rear doors, leaving the engine running to power the winch. "Will you look at that?" Roger marveled, staring west. The sun was sinking in a disturbing bloody smear, soon to be swallowed by the great black smudge left by the forest fire in a grimy, apocalyptic eclipse. "Don't that just beat all? Quit gawking," Stuart said. "I want this done so we can get gone. Fernie, get your piece of wood. Pick a good one." Fern clambered over the hoist and selected a leftover length of planking about the size of a baseball bat. He gave it a few practice swings. "This'll do, Baskin-Robbins," Roger said dreamily, still shading his eyes and squinting at the ominous sunset. The expression didn't suit him. It made him look like a troll from a children's story, simple and vaguely menacing. Stewart hesitated at the back door, his fingers working over a touchpad and 2 separate locks. "What's the holdup? 31 flavors?" Roger replied with a grin, showing off a mouthful of neglected, decaying teeth. Stewart was baffled, but his brother Fern caught the reference. "Pretty sure that's not an ice cream ad painted on the wall," Fern remarked, "unless Baskin-Robbins is making a special appearance in the Book of Revelation." "Both of you? Quiet," Stewart snapped. "Fern, get that gear ready." He eased the door open and peered into the darkness. "Phil?" "Better call him Chef," Roger suggested. "Like that cook on South Park. That's what he goes by, Chef," Stewart called out, his voice echoing slightly. "You in there?" Silence answered him. Stewart groped his way forward, half expecting a hand to shoot out and grab him, until his fingers found the light switch. The sudden glare revealed a long, narrow room that ran most of the building's length. Unfinished wooden walls were packed with pink insulation, and the space was crammed with propane tanks of every size and brand, hundreds of them, maybe 400 to 600 in total. Stewart moved cautiously up the center aisle, scanning the stenciled labels. Big Jim had been specific. The tanks they needed were at the back. Sure enough, he found them. 5 municipal-sized cylinders marked C.R. Hosp, wedged between others stolen from the post office and the local middle school. "We need 2, he told Roger. "Bring the chain, and let's hook 'em up, Fern. Head down there and check that lab door. If it's open, lock it." He tossed his keys to Fern, who accepted the task without enthusiasm, but without complaint. He made his way between the towering stacks of tanks, which thinned out about 10 feet from the door. His stomach dropped when he saw it was slightly ajar. Behind him he heard the clatter of the chain, the whine of the winch, and the scrape of the first tank being dragged toward the truck. The sounds felt distant, especially with the mental image of the chef lurking just beyond that door, eyes wild, high as a kite, and maybe armed, Chef. Fern called softly, his voice barely carrying. "You around, man?" No reply. Against his better judgment, and probably his sanity, curiosity won out. He used the heavy club in his hand to nudge the door wider. The fluorescent lights in the lab were on, but the place seemed deserted. Rows of electric cookers sat silent and cold, their exhaust vents still, glassware lined the shelves, and the floor was clean, though the air carried that same sickly sweet chemical stench Fern had always hated. A Rennie's used cars calendar hung on one wall, frozen on August. Probably when he finally lost his grip, Fern thought, just drifted off into space. He took a few more steps inside. This lab had made them wealthy, but he'd never felt comfortable here. The smell reminded him of a funeral home's embalming room. In one corner, a heavy steel partition cut off a separate storage area, its door shut tight. Fern knew what was behind it, not small-time baggies, but hefty trash bags stuffed with premium crystal meth, enough pure product to keep the entire country supplied for months. Why had Big Jim allowed such massive stockpiling? And why had they all agreed to it? The only answer that came to mind was painfully simple, because they could. The potent blend of Bushy's talent and those inexpensive imported components had left them all in a daze. It also bankrolled the CIK Corporation, which was carrying out the Lord's mission from one end of the eastern seaboard to the other. Whenever doubts arose, Big Jim would remind everyone of this fact. He'd even cite the good book, for the laborer is worthy of his hire, from the Gospel of Luke, and thou shalt not muzzle the ox while he is threshing, from 1 Timothy. Fern had never quite wrapped his head around that bit concerning the oxen. "Chef?" He ventured a few more steps into the dim space. "You in here, partner." Silence. His gaze lifted to the bare wooden walkways lining 2 walls of the structure, now crammed with storage boxes. The contents of those cartons would have sparked intense interest from several federal agencies. The upper level appeared empty, but Fern noticed something unfamiliar. A thick white cord snaking along the railings of both galleries, secured with heavy-duty staples. Some kind of electrical line? Powering what? Had that lunatic installed more equipment up there? If so, it was hidden from view. The cord seemed far too substantial for a simple appliance, like a television or a rad. Fern. Stewart's shout made him jolt. "If he's not around, get over here and lend a hand. I want to leave this place," they said. "There's a news update at 6, and I need to see if they've learned anything new." Lately, in Chester's Mill, they had come to represent anyone and anything existing outside the town's confines. Fern headed toward the others, neglecting to glance above the door. He missed seeing what the new cord's connected to, a substantial brick of a white clay-like substance resting on a solitary shelf. It was explosive. The chef's personal formula during the drive back toward town. Roger remarked, "Halloween, that's the 31st, you know." "You're a real fountain of knowledge," Stewart muttered. Roger tapped the side of his oddly shaped skull. "It just sticks in here," he said. "I don't try. It's a gift." Stewart's mind drifted to images of white sand and turquoise water, Jamaica maybe, or Barbados, anywhere warm the moment this dome business was over. He never wanted to see another Killian, or frankly anyone from this entire town ever again. "There's also 31 cards in a deck," Roger added cheerfully. Fern stared at him, bewildered. "What in the hell are you?" "Just joking, only joking with you," Roger said, then erupted into a jarring shriek of laughter that made Stewart's head throb. They were approaching the hospital now. Stewart noticed a gray Ford Taurus pulling out of Catherine Russell's driveway. "Hey, that's Dr. Rusty," Fern observed. "Bet he'll be happy to get these supplies. Give him a honk, Stewie." Stewart gave him a honk. Once the unbelievers had departed, Chef Bushy finally released the garage door opener clenched in his hand. He had been observing the Bowie brothers and Roger Killian from the window of the studio's restroom, his thumb poised over the button the entire time they were rummaging through his storage barn. Had they emerged with any product, he would have pressed it and sent the whole place skyward. "It's in your hands, my Jesus," he had whispered. "Like we said when we were boys, I don't wanna, but I will." And Jesus had handled it. Chef had felt a premonition he would when George Dow and the gospel tones came through the satellite feed singing, "God, how you care for me." It was a genuine feeling, a true sign. They hadn't come for the precious long glass, just for 2 insignificant tanks of propane. He watched their truck disappear, then shuffled down the worn path between the back of the studio and his combined lab and storage facility. It was his building now, his long glass, at least until Jesus arrived to claim it all. Perhaps by Halloween, maybe sooner. It was a lot to ponder, and thinking came much more easily these days when he was thoroughly smoked up. Infinitely easier. Julia took a small, careful sip of her whiskey, making it last, while the 2 policewomen downed theirs in brave, swift gulps. It wasn't enough to intoxicate, but it loosened their inhibitions. "The truth is, I'm horrified," Jackie Weddington confessed. She was looking down, rotating her empty juice glass on the table. When Piper offered a refill, she shook her head firmly. "If Duke were still with us, none of this would have unfolded. That's the thought I can't escape." Even if he'd been convinced Barbara was responsible for his wife's death, he would have insisted on following procedure. It was simply his way, letting a victim's father storm down to the coop to face the accused. Unthinkable. Linda nodded in silent agreement. "It makes me afraid for what might happen to that man. And also, if it could happen to Barbie, it could happen to any of us," Julia offered. Jackie gave a slow nod, her teeth worrying her lower lip, her fingers tracing the rim of her glass. "If anything happens to him, I'm not talking about some wild vigilante act, just a simple accident in his cell. I don't know if I could ever wear this badge again." Linda's own worry was more straightforward. Her husband was convinced of Barbie's innocence. In the raw shock of discovery, and the horror of what they'd seen in the McCain pantry, she had dismissed that idea outright. After all, Barbie's dog tags had been clutched in Angie McCain's stiffening hand, but the longer she turned it over, the more doubt crept in. Part of it was her enduring respect for Rusty's judgment, but another part was Barbie's desperate shout just before Randolph sprayed him. "Tell your husband to examine the bodies. He must examine the bodies. And here's another thing," Jackie cut in, still spinning her glass on the table. "You don't mace a prisoner just for raising his voice. We've had Saturday nights, especially after a big game, when the holding cells sounded like a riot at the zoo. You let them yell, they wear themselves out eventually and fall asleep." Julia, however, was watching Linda closely. When Jackie finished, Julia leaned forward. "Tell me again exactly what Barbie said." He insisted Rusty examine the bodies, Brenda Perkins in particular. He said they wouldn't be at the hospital. He knew they wouldn't. They're over at Bowie's, and that's not right. "Sounds pretty damn suspicious, if you ask me," Romeo muttered. "Pardon my language, Reverend." Piper dismissed the apology with a wave. "If he's the killer, why would his biggest worry be having the bodies examined? On the other hand, if he's innocent, maybe he believes an autopsy would clear him." "Brenda was the last to die, is that correct?" Julia asked. "Yes," Jackie confirmed. "She was in rigor, but not fully. It didn't appear complete to me." "She wasn't," Linda added. "Since rigor usually begins about 3 hours after death, Brenda likely died between 4 and 8 in the morning. I'd guess closer to 8, but I'm not a doctor." She sighed, running her hands through her hair. Rusty isn't either, of course, but he could have pinned down the time of death much more precisely if he'd been called. No one did, not even me. I was just overwhelmed. There was so much happening all at once. Jackie pushed her glass away decisively. Listen, Julia, you were with Barbara at the Food City this morning, right? I was. That was just past 9, when everything kicked off. Yes? Was he there before you, or did you arrive first? I never got that straight. Julia couldn't recall the exact sequence, but her strong impression was that she had been there first, that Barbie had shown up later, not long after Rose Twitchell and Anson Wheeler pulled in. We calmed things down, she said, but he was the one who showed us how. He probably kept even more people from getting badly hurt. I can't reconcile that with what you found in that pantry. Do you know the order of the deaths, other than Brenda being last? Angie and Dodie were first, Jackie said. Decomposition was less advanced with Coggins, so he came later. Who found them? Junior Rennie. He got suspicious when he saw Angie's car in the garage, but that's not the point. Barbara is the point. Are you absolutely sure he arrived after Rose and Ance? Because if not, that looks bad. I am, because he wasn't in Rose's van. Just the two of them got out, so if we assume he wasn't off somewhere committing murder, then where would he have been? But the answer was suddenly, painfully obvious. He would have been alone, with no one to vouch for his whereabouts, a fact that hung in the air, more damning than any accusation. Piper handed her phone over without a second thought. Go right ahead, she said. Julia flipped through the slim local directory, then punched in the number for the restaurant. Rose answered with a voice like gravel. We're shut down. Indefinitely. Some idiots just hauled my cook off to jail. Rose, it's Julia Shumway. A slight shift, but the edge remained. Julia, what do you need? I'm trying to piece together a timeline for Barbie, something that could serve as an alibi. Are you willing to help? You're damn right I am. The whole notion of Barbie killing anyone is laughable. What's your question? Was he at Sweetbriar Rose when the trouble broke out at Food City? Obviously, Rose replied, sounding almost offended by the question. Where else would he be after the breakfast rush? Anson and I walked out, and he was right there, elbow deep in grill cleaner. As dusk settled in, painting long shadows across the yard, Claire McClatchy's anxiety tightened its grip. She finally forced herself into the kitchen to face the task she'd been avoiding, using her husband's forgotten cell phone to call her sons. A cold dread filled her at the thought of hearing her own cheerful recorded voice, a relic from a time before their town became a cage. Hi, you've reached Claire. What message could she possibly leave? Joe, call me back if you're still breathing. Her finger hovered over the keypad. She reminded herself of his routine. If he didn't pick up on the first try, it was because he was riding his bike and couldn't dig the phone out of his pack in time. He'd be ready for the second ring. But what if the second call also went to that terrible, chirpy greeting, and a third? Why had she ever agreed to let him go? It felt like a moment of pure insanity. She squeezed her eyes shut, and a horrifyingly vivid image flashed. Main Street plastered with missing posters of Joe, Benny, and Norrie, their smiling school photos under bold, awful words like "Last Seen On." She snapped her eyes open and dialed quickly, before her courage failed. She was already rehearsing a stern message in her head. I'm calling again in 10 seconds, and you better answer, young man, when her son's voice, bright and startlingly clear, cut in halfway through the first ring. Mom! Hey, Mom! He wasn't just alive, he was vibrating with excitement. Where are you? She tried to ask, but her voice had vanished. Her legs turned to jelly, and she braced herself against the wall to stay upright. Mom? You there? In the background, she heard the swoosh of a passing car and Benny's distant shout, Dr. Rusty, hey, over here! She finally found her voice. Yes, I'm here. Where are you? Top of town Common Hill. I was actually about to call you because it's getting dark to tell you not to worry, and the thing rang in my hand, nearly jumped out of my skin. Well, so much for the planned parental lecture. Top of the hill, they'd be home in 10 minutes. Probably with Benny already mentally drafting his next grocery list. Thank you, she thought, not addressing it to anyone in particular. She could hear Norrie in the background, urging, Tell her, tell her. Then Joe was back, his voice so loud with triumph she had to hold the phone slightly away from her ear. Mom, I think we found it. I'm almost sure it's up in the orchard on Black Ridge. Found what, Joe? I don't want to say for sure yet, don't want to jinx it, but it's probably the thing making the dome. It has to be. We saw this blinking light like on a radio tower, but it was on the ground and it was purple, not red. We didn't get close enough to see anything else, though we all kind of Passed out. When we woke up, we were fine, but it was starting to get dark. Passed out? Claire's voice shot up an octave, nearly a shriek. What do you mean, passed out? You get home right now. I need to see you. It's okay, Mom, Joe said, his tone shifting into something calm and reassuring. The way you talk to a spooked animal. Joe tried to explain it, comparing the strange effect to the way touching the dome gave you a shock at first, then didn't. He figured you passed out once and then were somehow immunized, good to go. Norrie thought the same thing. His mother's voice crackled back, sharp with worry, cutting through his theory. She didn't care what he or Norrie thought. He was to get home right now so she could see he was all right, or she'd personally see to his backside. He agreed, but insisted they needed to contact that man, Barbara, the one who'd first suggested using a Geiger counter, and boy, had that been right on the money. They should get Dr. Rusty, too. He'd just driven past. Benny tried to wave him down, but he hadn't stopped. They'd get him and Mr. Barber to come to the house. They had to figure out their next move. Claire started to speak, then stopped. Was she going to tell her son that Mr. Barber, whom some people had started calling Colonel Barber, had been arrested on multiple murder charges? What? Joe asked, the happy triumph in his voice replaced by a thread of anxiety. He could read her moods as well as she could read his, and he'd clearly pinned a lot of hope on Barbara. Benny and Norrie probably had too. This wasn't news she could keep from them, much as she wanted to, but she didn't have to deliver it over the phone. Come home, she said. We'll talk about it here. And Joe, I'm awfully proud of you. The words felt heavy, a poor shield for the dread she carried. As Scarecrow Joe and his friends raced their bikes back toward town that late afternoon, Jimmy Sirois died. Rusty sat in the shadowy hospital hallway, his arm around Gina Buffalino, letting her cry against his chest. There was a time he would have felt intensely awkward sitting this way with a girl barely 17, but times had undeniably changed. You only had to look at this hallway now lit by the hissing glow of Coleman lanterns instead of the calm, steady fluorescence from the ceiling panels to know that his hospital had become a cavern of shifting shadows. Not your fault, he murmured. Not your fault, not mine, not even his. He didn't ask to have diabetes, though, God knew, plenty of people lived with it for years, people who took care of themselves. Jimmy, a semi-hermit who lived alone out on God Creek Road, hadn't been one of them. When he'd finally driven himself to the health center the previous Thursday, he couldn't even get out of his car, just lay on the horn until Ginny came out. By the time Rusty got the old man's pants off, he saw the flabby right leg had turned a cold, dead blue. Even if everything had gone perfectly, the nerve damage was likely irreversible. Don't hurt at all, Doc. Jimmy had assured Ron Haskell right before slipping into a coma. He'd been in and out of consciousness since the leg worsening, Rusty putting off the inevitable amputation. When the power failed, the IVs kept dripping, but the flow meter stopped, making it impossible to fine-tune the antibiotics. Worse, Jimmy's cardiac monitor and respirator quit. Rusty disconnected the respirator, fitted a valve mask, and gave Gina a rushed refresher on the ambu bag. She was capable and devoted, but around 6 o'clock, Jimmy died anyway. Now she was inconsolable. She lifted her tear-streaked face. Did I give him too much? Too little? Did I choke him and kill him? No, Rusty said firmly. Jimmy was probably going to die regardless. This way he was spared a very nasty operation. He felt a surge of bitter irony. Here they were, fighting to survive a dome and losing to something as ordinary, yet as merciless as a neglected illness. I don't think I can do this anymore, Gina whispered, weeping again. It's too scary. It's awful now. Rusty didn't know how to answer, but he was spared the need. You'll be okay, a raspy, congested voice said from the darkness nearby. You have to be, sweetheart, because we need you. It was Ginny Tomlinson, making her way slowly down the corridor toward them. You really shouldn't be on your feet, Rusty said. Probably not, Ginny agreed, and sank down on the bench beside Gina with a weary sigh. The tape across her nose and the adhesive strips under her eyes gave her the look of a battered hockey goalie after a brutal playoff game. But I'm back on duty all the same. Maybe wait until tomorrow. Rusty started. No, right now, she reached over and took Gina's hand. And so are you, hon? Back in nursing school, this tough old RN I trained under had a favorite saying, you can quit when the blood dries and the rodeo's over. What if I mess up? Gina whispered. Everyone does. The trick is to keep the mistakes to a minimum, and I'll be right here to help you and Harriet both. So what do you say? Gina looked uncertainly at Ginny's swollen face, the bruises accentuated by an old pair of glasses, Ginny had dug up from somewhere. "Are you sure you're really up for this, Miss Tomlinson? You help me, I help you. Ginny and Gina, the dynamic duo." She raised a fist. Gina managed a small smile and lightly bumped her knuckles against Ginny's. "That's all very inspiring and full of team spirit," Rusty said, his tone shifting to dry practicality. "But if you start to feel lightheaded, find a bed and lie down doctor's orders." Ginny winced as the smile she attempted tugged at the tape on her nose. "Forget a bed. I'll just commandeer Ron Haskell's old couch in the lounge." Rusty's cell phone rang. He waved the women on, and they walked away talking, Gina's arm around Ginny's waist for support. "Hello, this is Eric," he said. "This is Eric's wife." A quiet voice replied. She called to apologize to Eric. Rusty stepped into an empty exam room and shut the door. "No apology needed," he said, though he wasn't entirely sure he meant it. Heat of the moment, have they released him? It seemed a perfectly logical question, given the Barbie he was starting to understand. "I'd rather not talk about this over the phone. Can you come to the house, honey? Please. We really need to talk." Rusty supposed he could. His one critical patient had, rather grimly, simplified his workload by passing away, and while he was relieved to be back on speaking terms with the woman he loved, he didn't like the new, careful hesitation he detected in her voice. "I can," he said, "but not for long. Ginny's back on her feet, but if I don't keep an eye on her, she'll push herself too hard dinner." "Yes," she said, sounding relieved, a reaction that gladdened him. "I'll thaw some of that chicken soup. We'd better eat as much of the frozen food as we can while we still have power to keep it from spoiling. One question. Do you still believe Barbie is guilty? Forget what everyone else thinks. What do you believe?" A long silence followed. Then she said, "We'll talk when you get here." And with that she hung up. Rusty leaned back, his hips against the examination table. He held the phone in his hand for a moment before pressing end. There were countless things he felt unsure about right now, adrift in a sea of confusion, but he felt certain of one thing. His wife believed someone might be listening. But who? The military, Homeland Security, Big Jim Rennie. "That's ridiculous," Rusty said to the empty room. Then he went to find Twitch to tell him he'd be leaving the hospital for a short while. Twitch agreed to keep an eye on Ginny and ensure she didn't overexert herself. But there was a condition. Rusty had to examine Henrietta Clavard, who had been hurt during the supermarket chaos, before he left. "What's wrong with her?" Rusty asked, bracing for bad news. Henrietta was strong and spry for her age, but 84 was still 84. She says, and I quote, "One of those no-good Mercier's sisters broke my damn behind. She thinks it was Carla Mercier, who's Venziano now." "Right," Rusty said, then murmured, almost to himself, "It's a small town, and we all know each other's business. So is it? Is it what? Sensey? Broken? I don't know. She won't let me look at it," she declared, and I'm quoting her directly. "I'll only show my Smithy riddles to a professional." They erupted into laughter, struggling to muffle it. From the other side of the shut door, an elderly woman's raspy, mournful voice called out, "It's my backside that's broken, not my hearing. I can hear you just fine." Rusty and Twitch laughed even harder, with Twitch turning a concerning shade of crimson. Henrietta's voice came through the door again. "If it was your rear ends, boys, you wouldn't be grinning like that." Rusty entered the room, a smile still on his face. "My apologies, Mrs. Clavard." She was on her feet instead of sitting, and to his great relief she offered a smile of her own. "Don't worry about it," she said. "Something in this whole mess has to be amusing. Might as well be me." She paused, reflecting, "Anyway, I was right in there with the rest of them. Taking what wasn't mine, I likely had it coming." Henrietta's backside was severely bruised but not fractured, a fortunate thing since a shattered tailbone is no laughing matter. Rusty provided her with a numbing cream, verified she had Advil at home, and sent her off. She limped out, reasonably content, or as content as a woman of her years and disposition could expect to be. Roughly 15 minutes after Linda's call on his second try to leave, Harriet Bigelow intercepted him just before the parking lot door. "Guinea says you should know. Sammy Bushy has disappeared." "Disappeared where?" Rusty asked, clinging to the old schoolyard belief that the only foolish question is the unasked one. "Nobody knows. She's just gone. Maybe she headed over to Sweetbriar to see if they're serving supper. I hope that's it, because if she tries to walk all the way home, she's likely to tear her stitches." Harriet looked worried. "Could she, bleed out? Bleeding to death from down there, that would be terrible." Rusty had encountered many slang terms for female anatomy, but this one was new. Probably not, but she could wind up back here for a longer stay. What about her infant? Harriet appeared horrified. She was a serious young woman who tended to blink rapidly behind her thick glasses when anxious, the type Rusty thought who might reward herself with a full-blown nervous breakdown a decade or so after graduating with top honors from an elite college. The baby. Oh my God, little Walter. She sprinted down the hallway before Rusty could stop her and returned, looking relieved. He's still here. He's not very active, but that seems to be his usual way. Then she'll probably return, whatever her other issues. She loves that child, in a somewhat distracted manner. What? More frantic blinking? Never mind. I'll be back as soon as possible, Harriet. Keep things moving here. Keep what moving? Her eyelids now seemed on the verge of spontaneous combustion. Rusty nearly said, keep your chin up, but that didn't feel right either. In Harriet's world, a chin might be something else entirely. Stay busy, he said. Harriet, visibly relieved, replied, I can do that, Dr. Rusty. No problem. Rusty turned to leave, but now a man was blocking his path, slender, not unattractive once you looked past the prominent nose with a great deal of graying hair pulled into a ponytail. He bore a slight resemblance to the late Timothy Leary. Rusty was beginning to doubt he'd ever get out of there. Can I help you, sir? Actually, I was thinking I might be able to help you. He extended a slender hand. Thurston Marshall. My partner and I were weekend guests at Chester Pond and got trapped in this whatever this is. Sorry to hear that, Rusty said. The thing is, I have some medical background. I was a conscientious objector during the Vietnam situation. Considered going to Canada, but I had commitments. Well, never mind. I registered as a CO and spent 2 years as an orderly at a veterans hospital in Massachusetts. That piqued Rusty's interest. Edith Norse Rogers. The very one. My skills are probably a little rusty, but... Mr. Marshall, I have just the job for you. As Rusty drove down Route 119, a car horn blared. Rusty glanced in his rearview mirror and spotted a public works truck from town getting ready to turn onto Catherine Russell Drive. In the glare of the setting sun, it was tough to be sure, but he believed Stuart Bowie was the one driving. A second look lifted Rusty's spirits. There seemed to be a pair of propane tanks in the truck bed. Where they'd come from could wait. For now, he was just grateful that soon the power would flicker back on, the respirators and monitors humming to life again. Maybe it wasn't a permanent fix, but right then he was taking things hour by hour. As he crested Town Common Hill, he noticed Benny Drake, the kid he'd once patched up after a skateboard wipeout, along with a couple of friends, including the McClatchy boy who'd streamed that missile strike footage online. Benny waved and called out, clearly hoping Rusty would pull over and chat. Rusty returned the wave but kept driving, eager to reach Linda. Sure, he wanted to hear what she had to say, but more than anything he needed to see her, wrap his arms around her, and finally put their argument behind them.